Welcome, everybody, to the Onward VR Master League Season 13 World Semifinals. My name's Nightfire with 2 E's. I'm joined by my co-caster, Jamie, for your Halloween matchup here this afternoon. Jamie, we're in for some of the best Onward we can watch, maybe all year. I mean, all year, really.
Heck yeah, it's going to be intense, it's going to be action-packed, and who knows, maybe it's going to be some spooky kind of plays. That's what we're kind of looking for, aren't we, really, on this Halloween?
Yeah, we're here in costume, we're here enjoying the festivities, but yes, we are here for, again, the best of the best Onward. It has been a long road for those not aware of, for these two teams to get here. 15 weeks of regular season gameplay. We had a Challenger Cup to determine a 8th place team in the round robin for each region. We had teams battle through their best teams in the region, where we were then crowned with 3 teams from each region, NA, EU, and 2 from OCE. We then went into the World quarterfinals last weekend, where we had these teams duke it out, and now we are here in the semifinals with 2 of the top EU teams, no fun intended, and Imperial. And we do have to get ready to dive into what you'll see beneath us as the pick ban phase, because each team gets to ban a map from our predetermined map pool at the start of the season, and then we do get to pick our first map. We have a team, both teams, in lobby ready to go. So we do just have to dive right into the pick bans, Jamie. We don't have much time to really get into the predictions. We will in between rounds. We'll talk all about how we feel about these teams then, but our bans coming in from these two teams. I think we have a... Why am I blanking on the bans?
There's going to be Tanker coming in from No Fun Intended and Suburbia coming in from Imperial, which are 2 interesting picks, 2 of the smallest maps, or the trio of smallest maps being taken straight off the board there, and both sides doing very well. Tanker, a strong map for Imperial, played 5 times, won it 5, so that's the ban coming in for No Fun Intended, and No Fun Intended on Suburbia. Played it a lot together, they've played it a very long time, won it 4 times, played it 4 times, but it's a map that's a staple map. These are an old side, so they've played it many hours.
Yeah, it leads us to believe that we could be in store for a long-range series here this afternoon, because we have cut off 2 of our close quarters maps, but we still do have a lot of the mid-range. There are still some close quarters options out there to choose from, like Cargo, and Bazaar as our first map pick here this afternoon, coming in from NFI. You know, when we look at the... when we look at stats, what the stats we're reflecting to you are the stats from these teams and how they've played over the course of the entire season. And it's actually kind of appropriate for us to look at these stats, right, Jamie? Because we're looking at 2 teams that have played each other throughout the course of this season.
Oh yeah, they've played each other quite a few times, actually. The last time they played was the very last game of the season, where Imperial actually came out on top by winning 2 maps, Cargo and Quarantine. Bazaar was one that No Fun Intended won 5-3, so they finished that out strong with the cap. So I wonder if that's what we're going to see here, or are Imperial going to be anticipating whatever round that was on for that cap, or just the open opportunities that could be there. But, yeah, you know, they also have to scrim each other in the weeks as well in the teams, you know, so it's hard finding teams that match that level where you know you're getting a very strong kind of scrim out of it, and so these teams, I imagine, have scrimmed each other quite often over the weeks as well.
Yeah, they should be at least familiar with basic strategies. It does lead us to believe, what are we going to see here this afternoon? You know, what kind of unique plays are going to be on display? We're about to find out as round 1 is about to kick off. Let's take a look at our active rosters for the afternoon as we get ready to dive into the action. Over on No Fun Intended, we have Jittery List, Just Do It, Deadshot with a 3, Game Reaper, and Shadow Warrior. And over on Imperial, we have Sigmeyer, Nope Not Mikey, Leo, Special Ops, and Phantom Operator. Seems to be the usual suspects on both sides, Jamie. No out of the ordinary roster swaps or anything here, and so should be in store for, again, some of the best Onward that we can be watching all year. 2 of the best EU teams duking it out against each other in a best of 5 with stakes on the line, as Leo here is going to be pushing up early into Blue Room. They likely heard Shadow Warrior's early footsteps, but we're not seeing any other movement outside of that. Leo just instantly stands still as soon as Shadow Warrior pushes up here, and I wonder if Warrior heard Leo pushing into this Blue Room, if there's going to be any utility coming in to try and deny Leo vision, or we're just going to go right into the action. Ooh, on the other side of things, oh, Phantom actually catching the cross. Jittery, did they not smoke that street? No, they did, but it was blind fire through the smoke that catches the kill.
Yeah, I was keeping an eye on that. This cross dead immediately. Game Reaper trying to make his way across. Also, Phantom Operator narrowly avoids taking him down. The shots did land, and now we've got the 4x4 in the middle of the street that provided that additional layer of cover. And Game Reaper has made it all the way into the far east, and this can be a very difficult position to try and defend from. You're going to get an attacker who's basically on the backside of the defense, and then trying to take them out from behind, which allows your kind of forward attack or offensive to push in and get onto the objective and go for that cap. So the paranoia of that Eastern kind of player is always there, but we're getting some good gunshots here between Leo and Shadow Warrior. The battle does come in. Leo gets a very nice angle onto Shadow Warrior there, takes him down. Deadshot can't get the refrag. Tries to take the shots, does nearly get flashed, and it does seem like it connected, but the flash wears off. Deadshot goes down, didn't capitalize on that flash, and Game Reaper now is making his approach in the east.
Yeah, Leo falsely calling out that they were flashed as we quickly dive over to the east. Game Reaper catches that kill. Leo baiting out the push, saying that they were flashed, and so they anticipated that there would be one blind in that blue room, but Leo was actually in the alley, in that hallway back behind, unflashed, peeks out, finds an exposed pusher. A nice kill. Game Reaper with a nice counter push, at least finds one, but NFI off to a bit of a rough start with a really nice kickoff for Leo there, and ultimately a 2v4 now.
Yeah, I really like his kind of style of play when it does come to the attack and, those close quarters angles. He really quickly drops to the ground. So you may be firing at one angle, but before you know it, you know, he's down on the ground and you're firing at the wall behind him and he's got the shots on you. So, you know, it's just great to see those kind of plays and those strats coming in, especially at, like, you know, this level. That's kind of hours of practice and training to be able to do that. I know I definitely couldn't.
Ooh,
Game Reaper tries to get the angle onto the blue room, south of the objective, can't quite land it. It's a nice tight little angle really that he's got there. It's a very, very powerful spot. I think the biggest issue, no pun intended, may have ran into this round is the fact that they invested heavily on that east. Maybe if they'd been able to kind of get at least one or two in the south to kind of cause a bit more of a distraction and then pick off the defenders on the refrags, it may on the rotations, may have gone a little bit better, but we do still have Just Do It, and at the moment he stayed super quiet, and he does have an angle onto the objective where if Special Ops doesn't check over that wall and Phantom Operator isn't looking, then he may just make it past. It's a bit of a stretch, but it is an open kind of angle here through the middle.
Yeah, it seems Phantom almost determined that there could be a potential threat out the middle, because we did just see a flash get tossed out of their room into the middle position where Just Do It hadn't quite pushed up yet. So maybe Phantom hearing these footsteps, hearing the running now in particular on the other side of the wall, likely calling out this info, and then Just Do It also receiving information that Phantom's in the corner. And so I wonder if Imperial have an accurate kill count. They should, although they may not know that Phantom killed one through the smoke. So it might be a slightly off kill count, but they should know they have at least 3 dead.
Hi.
And so we'll see what Just Do It does, making sure that they, they're not staying quiet here, communicating with the opponent on the other side, and all the comms are coming in. Special Ops does get tagged, but Just Do It also gets shot up. They have to tuck back in. Special Ops rotating around as well. Just Do It's going to drop back again. They have a minute and a half to work with.
What are you looking at?
It's a little bit of a tough one, talking to your team through, talking to the opponent through the walls. Got to keep that momentum going, but yeah, it's a bit of a tough position now for Just Do It. He could potentially see himself getting boxed in, but I don't know if they have got the accurate kill count, as players aren't moving to get that, or is it just that kind of patience and just knowledge, let's not let him get picking us off one by one, we'll just wait for him and take him down, 50 seconds remaining. And this push is something that Phantom Operator is going to be anticipating, so some quick shots going to be needed by Just Do It to be able to get in there, but the refrag opportunities are so many. It may be a bit of a tough one.
Yeah, Phantom now has lost, actually, audio on where the opponent is, although they're guessing that Do It's here up the middle, and Do It tries to challenge Phantom while they're communicating. Phantom actually gets one hand on their gun and one hands the kill. Imperial do take the W and go up 1-0 on their defensive round. And, well, pretty standard stuff, I suppose, to kick things off. A relatively calm round, although some big kills coming in there from Leo. But still, a pretty normal angle coverage, pretty expected start of things here for round 1 in this best of 5.
Yeah, that tank objective and getting that north spawn as well, it's a little bit of a tricky one. Like I said, you know, investing heavily into that eastern kind of push really needs to go well. Otherwise, like we just saw, you will find your team kind of getting decimated. Phantom Operator had such a great angle on the eastern cross that, you know, it's a tough one to kind of make when he's there and he can just pre-fire down the lane and you can't get through those gunshots. Even with a little bit of smoke, as we saw, you can find yourself narrowly getting taken down or actually getting taken down. So it's a very, very tough one to do. And with the great play also by Leo over in that south blue room on the east courtyard was just great as well. You know, it's a very tough position to attack. You do need some good utility usage and a flash to connect,
Yeah, right.
and you can certainly get through. So just great defense really by Imperial though.
Really just some unfortunate nade usage, to your point. They were obviously trying to get those utility pieces into that hallway. That's the goal, right? Or maybe they weren't, because it did seem like they were trying to throw it into the blue room, not into the hallway, into that open door. But yeah, either way, those flashes not connecting definitely opened up the nice double kill for Leo, which kicked things off, and then Phantom really just holding down on their angle as well. And well, now we go swap sides as we do every 2 rounds. We'll go back into the action and see how NFI will defend this objective and Imperial will attack.
Yeah.
It's just the start. It's just the start, Jamie, of the EU semifinals here. We do get into it.
And it does seem like we're going to see a different kind of push coming in from Imperial. They're going to opt to go for that western approach, so we will be able to keep an eye on that very shortly. But the action is probably going to start here in the east. Nope, not Mikey going for a similar approach as we saw Deadshot taking in the last one. Leo also taking that, tries to get the shots onto Just Do It as he makes it around into the far eastern courtyard, but just can't quite connect them. The nade coming out could be good. Oh, not too long enough. Just Do It will be able to run away though, so gonna survive to see another day. And like that, it does seem like no fun intended going to allow the kind of push into the east, which Imperial didn't allow in their defense. So could be somewhat different now, as you're going to see defenders being able to get around up close to the objective, get that utility in, and you do need to be challenging players at times. But these teams are in the semifinals, and I'm not, so who am I to really quote those defenses? And Shadow Warrior going to kick things off with a pick in the west there, while he's defending across in the center as well.
Yeah, it is a pretty spread out defense for this objective. They ultimately do have 3 tucked in around the objective space, but Shadow and Jittery well, not very, but certainly pushed pretty far away. Shadow in particular, is Jittery is somewhat close, and they have that option to flank in behind the east side. I think maybe that's why they're forfeiting a little bit of that east space. They almost want to allow Jittery to rotate in behind them. But we'll have to see how this defense does unfold, because if they don't push in behind them, then kind of late and allow this offense to manage to kind of push through the cracks. And like you said, a good start for NFI with Shadow Warrior finding that first kill, but do they know there's more here on this side? They shot 1 on the cross. I don't know if they ID'd any more. I wonder if Special Ops is going to be cautious enough on this approach, as Shadow has to be hearing these footsteps just across the way from them, but it's all a matter of patience in the game of Onward. And for now, a little pre-fire coming in on the east side, but Shadow still just holds down their angle, and maybe if they make this rotation, Cage Reaper actually is going to be the one to pop up and find the kill on the Special Ops. Nice pinch for NFI, and a very good start now on their defensive round, 5-3.
Yes, definitely is one of the more difficult kind of objectives, in my opinion, to attack on, and it does require a good kind of defense of having a bit of spread out, so you are challenging the offense to not let them get near that tank, because as soon as the smokes do start coming out all around there, then the caps do come out, so you really got to find that balance between shutting down the approach from a distance, but also not going so far yourself. And I think that's one of the tough parts about this. Sigmire going to approach around on the south wall now, and he's going to be the one to try and take on Game Reaper. He had the sound cue earlier of the from the gunshots onto Special Ops, so he will know that he's there, but I think he has rotated just a little bit since then, so going to be a bit of a tough one, especially if he hasn't got the utility available to check behind that wall. It's a very, very powerful spot there. Game Reaper's going to be able to pick him off when he's out in the open, so some good pre-fire and some sweet onward timing going to be needed for this.
Got to keep the eyes and attention divided here, because there is also pushes coming in onto that east side, and maybe it draws the rotation from Game Reaper, which Sigmire tries to capitalize on, and shots do come in. Smokes are on the east, and they are trying to nicely pinch in on both the north and the south of this objective side. They are trying to kind of dodge this defense that was pushed up in through the center, and like I said, if they can manage to do that, if they can manage to get around Shadow Warrior, then it's going to be pretty beneficial. Shadow is holding an angle here, though, and might be able to find a line on the Sieg if they do try and push out this late behind the defense, or behind the offense defensive position. Oh, doesn't quite connect. Sieg is able to stay alive, and this rotation is going to allow for Sigmire to potentially push up and then challenge Game Reaper, but either way, they are kind of caught in between two defenders. Can they find the double kill? Game is here on the short corner, and they are not ready. As Sigmire is down, we have to shift our attention over to the east.
Yeah, really unfortunate there is the eastern kind of play did draw the attention as what they wanted, and Sigmire did have the attention of two defenders as well, so potentially the push on the east there and the rotations back onto the objective wouldn't have been able to go in time. But nope, not Mikey and Leo, both attacking now from the far eastern courtyard, trying to take on Just Do It, who is making all the call-outs. We aren't going to see any flank, any flanks coming out, which is a bit more of a reserve kind of no pun intended side. Sometimes we'll see kind of aggressive plays coming out, lines of tights, all onto Nope, not Mikey, who narrowly avoids getting taken down there. No pun intended, know exactly what they got to do here. Game Reaper does get the shots onto Nope, not Mikey, and just like that, we're down to Leo trying to approach from a very similar angle. Could find himself getting picked off in a similar fashion. Shadow Warrior not going to connect. Do finally connect there, so he goes down. Game Reaper does get taken as well. Nice snapshot above the wall there. Oh, time is going down, and no pun intended will know about this.
Yeah, they're tucking in. He's out of ammo, and you can hear the panic in Leo's voice. He has to push 10 seconds, has to try and get Deadshot, has to get to the objective, can't find the kills as Just Do It's on the short corner. They're going to peek out and end the misery, and it's going to be a tie game, but certainly a decent attempt, as we do now line up 1-1. Looks like Special Ops DC'd there for a second, so their KD is a bit skewed, but 4-1 for Leo. Definitely playing well on Imperial. 4-2 for Game Reaper. So some standout shooters here to kick things off, Jamie, but it's all tied up one apiece. And I mean, hey, I guess we could be in store for this, but we'll have to see, right? I mean, we could be in store for, I don't even want to think about the amount of rounds. That's that's in a best of 5 if we go all the way, but this is certainly what I'm hoping to see, right? Is this good quality back and forth. And now, as we shift objectives, things do change drastically. You know, we go to the opposite side of the map. It's a very different style of defense on this objective, and every objective shift gives us that sudden sort of opportunity for one of these teams to break away in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, all these objectives, a lot of them are new, a lot of them are old. So this one is one of the older objectives now in the far kind of western courtyard. It's one that teams have played a lot over the years. So no pun intended, and Imperial will know how generally they are going to attack this. And it is certainly a difficult one to defend. You have to have a bit of a trade-off of, do you have the defenders hovering around the objective? Because there's so many angles that you've got to be watching for the caps to come out. Before, you used to see it behind the wall on the objective, but that shift seems to have changed over into kind of capping from inside the objective building and pushing a defender across the road, an attacker across the road. So it is a tough one to try and work out, really, and it all depends on the attack as well. But I think these guys will know roughly what to expect from either side. So I think the defense will match that up personally. Nevertheless, though, we will soldier on into the third round now.
Yep.
With Imperial on the defense, opting to go for a bit more of a spread out defense on this, and they're going to challenge, no fun intended, as they try and make the crosses there across the road. Nope, not Mikey taking a very standard kind of spot, a very powerful position though nonetheless, and Leo also has an angle across into the far west. Again, a very standard spot, but a very powerful position. You can cut down anyone trying to push into the mini market and going for the cap there. Nope, not Mikey is providing the backup, so these two will be working together to defend the kind of south side of the objective.
Yep, and then you go over to the north and you see Phantoms holding down the long lane in the north side if they do decide to peek out that window, and a little early pre-fire, but NFI not necessarily going for an early aggressive push. They've taken control of the Kayat building. Sometimes the defense can get very aggressive, push into Kayat and try and be an early threat. Not the case here with Imperial, like you said, a bit more reserved, if anything, as they are tucked in around their objective. And this is how you pretty meta defense, honestly, but it is how you can effectively set up for a late defensive hold on this objective. Is it the right strategy against NFI? We'll have to see, right? Allowing NFI to get so close with all utility in hand could be a risk. You see, if you let teams like NFI or like Boss Fight get close enough to the objective, they're very good at executing on their pushes. And so will NFI be able to execute on their push is really what this is going to come down to. And will Imperial be able to weather the flashbangs, the smokes, the potential nades that are going to come in when everyone's set up in position?
Yeah, and Game Reaper certainly going to be the first one, I think, to test that. Special Ops does have a really nice angle, though, onto him. I think he may have just spotted him out, but Special Ops definitely spotted him, so the gunshot's going to give him that knowledge, and there it is. There's the gunshots onto Game Reaper to take him down. Very nice, tight angle there. That's not one that I often see used, and that's really, really good at it. Yeah,
really trying to limit the exposure by tucking in against the fridge, and then also using the shots underneath the, I don't know what you'd call that, the carts. Really a nice job of providing yourself as much cover as possible. Enough, as many things for bullets to ricochet off of and prevent them from hitting you, but also giving you a good angle onto that line. So, yeah, a nice hold from Imperial there to get them into an early advantage on defense, but they'll have 4 left alive for NFI, and they want to shift over to the north as Deadshot could be running into what is a defensive angle from Phantom Operator in the window, and it's going to be a trade in the north.
Yep, very nice trade there. Does put down the approach there, and Jesterry does see a little bit of movement there. Takes down Sigmire, gets a valuable pick there. Imperial down to 3, no fun intended onto 3, and this objective certainly becomes so much more harder to defend once your defenders are getting taken down. Like I said, there's just so many angles that you got to be kind of watching for, and you can't stay rigid really with how you're doing it. Otherwise, you will see a heavy push come in, and one attacker does find the way through. So it's something you've really got to be watching out for. Jittery List going to be the next one potentially to try and attack onto Leo. He knows that he's there. I think he may have had a couple sound cues as kind of checking around, or he's at least just a little bit wary. The problem with kind of meta spots is the pre-fire. It's something you've really got to be watching out for like that. There's a calling. Leo goes down. Jittery List with a great pick, great game awareness there, and he's danger close now to the objective. Special Ops trying to keep an angle there. Nope, not Mikey. Also kind of distracted by the smoke, expecting somebody else to be pushing there, so isn't going to be watching for a cross. The north is pretty much exposed, though, for anyone to get around on the backside of the objective and get the cap. It's just whether, no fun intended, have got that knowledge because of the trade in the north. Just do it making his way through. Now getting a challenge onto Nope, not Mikey. And we could see very quickly a cap coming out here. Smoke's now making the way for the cross on the road. Special Ops has recognized that the north is exposed, so he's got to now rotate in, but there's so many angles you got to try and push through. The middle of the objective's open. Jittery List pushing in there. Does get the trade on Special Ops. Shadow Warrior all the way on the north side, and Nope, not Mikey making his way back now on the objective. Shadow Warrior making it through the smoke and gets the pick onto Nope, not Mikey. And that's the Marsop point they wanted. Ooh.
I don't know how Just Do It went down. I think maybe it was a C4 on the other side of the wall that was detonated by Nope, not Mikey, but I don't know how that kill came out. Either Mikey pushed out and got it or then came back. I didn't quite see that while the other action was happening, but That was down to a 1v1 on objective, and NFI take our first Marsoc round. It's their map pick, and so they're finally now in a comfortable position in the lead.
Yeah, and just great play, really. There was so many options, obviously, as we can see from the cameras. The cap opportunity from the north there was open. There was a long time where it was exposed, but great hold, really, by Imperial up to that point, you know, recognizing it was exposed. Special Ops getting on rotation. It was just unfortunate by that point, no pun intended, they're already on the opposite side of the road, watching in and waiting for those rotations. That is the danger for this objective. I anticipate potentially Imperial going to put up a very, very similar kind of attack, and we're going to see a similar kind of defense, really, from no fun intended. So, yeah, still anyone's game, and the kills definitely have started to kind of come alive now, you know, with the kind of two staple shooters from each side. Now it's kind of more spread out, which just shows how much of a change this objective, or the objectives, can have on individuals' plays.
Yeah, it really is a nice reflection on, again, what you just said there with the objective making a big difference, and we're just a round away from it swapping here, but for now we swap sides and get back into the action. Imperial get a chance to attack, and we'll see how they approach NFI's defenses. Now, if NFI can put up a defensive round here, that puts them 3-1 at map point. An ideal position to be in, and obviously one Imperial don't want to find themselves in out the gate here in this best of 5. You lose, you're done, you're out. You win, you move on to the finals next weekend. Certainly a lot on the line, as that finals is, well, getting into the money. If you win, you're guaranteed into the money. First, second, and third getting a divvy up with a prize pool, and, well, we got to get into the action here. Enough talking about prize pools. Maybe it's on their mind, but right now the kills are coming through, as Shadow does kick things off with an early down, but it's just a down. There could be a res opportunity for Imperial. We saw C4 get tossed, and Shadow tucks back in. So I think Leo should be able to res Sieg, and we'll be back into a 5v5 here, but it'll at least slow up Imperial's approach.
Yeah, it's that kind of experience showing out there. Quick peek all the way from the west courtyard, get that angle onto a player and potentially take them down. So well played by Shadow Warrior there to get that pick. And we're seeing a great or a very different kind of defense from no fun intended. They're opting to not allow Imperial to take that western courtyard close to the objective and leave that defender on their own, and hopefully to clear up any remaining Marsoc if there is any. So we will see, I guess, how that does go, and whether Imperial will recognize that the defense are all there, as there is options as well in the south potentially to get around and find yourselves a bit of a sneak cap. So it all comes down to where the gunshots come and how aware Imperial are of the positioning of the defense here. But I anticipate it is going to be about a minute or two until we see any kind of real action,
right,
as everyone is remaining tucked in at the moment.
Yep, things get a little bit more methodical as rounds stop going Imperial's way. They do slow up their approach a bit, although they have taken their time on their last few offensive rounds as well. And so if anything, sticking to their comfortable strategy of very methodically clearing out their angles and then working forward. They're not going to find a whole lot because, again, in a similar fashion to the Imperial defense, NFI is tucked in. They're just tucked in into some different positions. It'll be different angles that they find the kills here when this push does come in from Imperial. But like you said, south is exposed, and there are at least two rotating into the south. Very rarely do you stack any more than that, though. You often do want to kind of hit this objective from multiple sides, right? Maybe one from the north, two from up center, one from the south street, and then one from deep south on the other side of the objective. And that way you're really kind of splitting the defense's attention, but it's hard to execute on, and we'll see if Imperial can set up into positions that they need to and then execute on it. Right now, they are set up pretty well. Like I said, they have one deep south, one mid-south, two up the middle, and one north.
Yeah, and there hasn't really been too much coverage of this south push. I mean, those gunshots now are going to alert, no pun intended, to the fact people coming there. Deadshot was periodically checking for any kind of play coming from the west or from the east of the objective would have drawn his attention. So just do it now, going to hold that line of sight that we saw Leo holding in the last one. But again, it is a very, very common kind of spot. So some pre-fire onto that position will take him down. Jittery List providing a little bit of backup. And it does seem like we are going to see the attack coming in from Imperial. The gunshots there with the LMG, probably a bit more of a distraction than anything else. Just trying to draw the attention as best he can. It has worked on Just Do It, potentially going to see Deadshot trying to get back around there and keep an eye on that. Leo and Special Ops now making the way into the western courtyard, just waiting potentially on a bit more of that pre-fire to come in. And 2 minutes remaining. So far we have seen this time dwindle down though for Imperial tonight. They've left themselves only 10-15 seconds left on the objective with kind of one attacker, so they really do need to speed this up because you want at least a minute on this. Stigmire though does get the pick onto Deadshot all the way in the west, so that opens up the backside of the objective. The rotations won't really be possible, and if Just Do It does get distracted, then we could see that southern push coming in. The smokes are coming in now, and the Special Ops and Leo are going to be providing that distraction in the western courtyard.
Well, they need to. The timing is going to be everything here. It's, again, the execution. Can they execute on this play appropriately? Can they execute on their timing appropriately? The smokes are there. Suppressive fire is coming through. Leo and Special Ops do start to push. The seat goes down. There's a nice pickup from Jittery List. Special Ops also goes down. Jittery finds a double. It's now all up to the south as Just Do It calls out that the crosses come in. You can see massive rotations from NFI as they rotate back to the objective to prevent this cat from coming in. But it could open them up to multiple kills. Phantom finds one. On objective, tucks down in. On objective, no one knows they're here as the defense starts to rotate back around. Game Reaper finds one, and they trade. And we shift back over to Nope Not Mikey, who's still left alive. Fablet's out there behind Just Do It. The gun comes up, and they find the trade. It's one left alive on Shadow Warrior's side. NFI. Wow, what a panic. Defend in a chaotic last 2 minutes.
Wow. I was wholeheartedly expecting the tablet to come out there at a very, very fast, 2-second gap come in, but maybe Phantom Operator not that kind of player to do that, but nevertheless, great attack really by Imperial. They left themselves a good amount of time. Unfortunately, really, the Jittery was in that super powerful spot there to just basically shut down the west, as that really could have been a bit of an issue for Imperial. They had to give up the north as well. Game Reaper made the rotation back to the objective, but Deadshot going down. So it was, there was so many exposed angles. That's what I'm seeing really from the desk at the moment for, these top teams. They are leaving those angles exposed, but just making the crucial kind of rotations as and when they're needed, and using that knowledge to do that. It's great to see really, and I guess what you would expect to see really from this level and this stage of the competition.
Off to the races indeed, and like I said, an objective swap can make all the difference in a scoreline as NFI take both rounds on that objective. Now, as we do every 2 rounds, we swap objective placements, we swap sides again, and Imperial will now have to defend for, well, their life, if you will, at least for this map. As NFI have a comfortable lead, they'll be going into map point. They've taken a Marsoc round already, so what's to say they can't do it again? Objective placement does determine a lot, though, and this is going to be a very different kind of approach. Spawn point determines a lot as well, as the Marsoc don't know where they're going to spawn in on each objective, with each objective, and looks like NFI are going to be put down into the south to kick things off here. I want to listen to the comms here.
Yeah, very, very tough one. I think this is very similar to the tank objective, really, in lines of defense. So we will see, I guess, how this goes, if it goes the way of the defenders again, or if an attack will come in that will see a finishing off. We have seen in scores before, no pun intended, close things out with a cap in these situations, but also we have seen Imperial bring things back. We saw them playing on it against Dark Tidings. They were 3-0 down on Quarantine and really brought it back well, so nothing's really off the tables for either side at the moment. It's still anyone's game at this stage. It all just comes down to the final moments and how these plays do come out. But we're hearing lots of pre-fire here. Sigmire does have a bit of a line of sight. He's just kind of waiting for that late angle pre-fire coming out from the north or from the center of the road, just to, I guess, distract and try and draw a little bit of attention. But again, these sides take so long on the kind of initial minutes while they're just scanning, seeing what's going on, and that northeastern push is something we're definitely going to have to keep an eye on, as Jittery tries to make the cross again, but gets taken down by Phantom Operator. Only down though, so the revive could come out here.
Yep.
As they make their way back across the road, and it does seem like the push will come in from the east this time. So that's something we're going to have to keep an eye on.
Mike, you can see Phantom holding the same angle they held last objective on this side, and I do find that initial crossing shot, but that's about it. Leo does make it over into blue room, but I don't know if they'll run into a whole lot of action unless headshot, deadshot, and just do it push up through the center. And so again, it's really going to be a matter of pretty late defensive detection. That's what Imperial have been leaning into. They've been putting nice kill boxes up around the objective. That's a good start for NFI. They've got one out on Imperial, and it's going to come down to Mikey to really deny the East here.
Yeah, very, very nice snapshot there by Game Reaper. Takes down Phantom Operator. That is the danger of playing very similar spots on objectives. You know, people are going to check that again just in case, especially a very common, powerful position like that. So, great shot to open things up and allow the Eastern push to get just a little bit closer to the objective. But like you say, nope, not Mikey. Going to be watching. He knows that this push is coming in, and he's still in a very powerful spot to kind of have that late angle and take out any attackers on the cross there. So as long as he can just stay tucked in and wait on that, it does come down to the patience. But the concern would be a nade. Could just be for checking behind the wall. I know I would. And there it is then. Game Reaper stays tucked in so he doesn't get spotted out, but no, not Mikey is going to be watching as he could potentially expect there to be a kind of double pusher there. And I think he probably did hear 2 sets of gunshots as well as Game Reaper took out Phantom there, and Jittery was pre-firing at something, so may be waiting for that, but that's something I guess we'll see a little bit later down the line as the rest of the team are getting ready to surround the objective. Gunshots from Just Do It just to try and draw out these defenders. It's so tough when nobody's moving and there isn't a lot going on, especially as your Marsoc, as you know that you want to make this cross, but you just know somebody's going to be sitting there and watching that angle. Game Reaper does get the pick onto Nope Not Mikey, and that opens up that Eastern push, and this is not a position really Imperial want to be in now.
Yeah, it is not ideal. Pretty weak on objective coverage with Leo kind of trapped. If they lose control of South, or if, like you said, that East does crash in, it's going to be quite effective. Sieg is holding a late angle, so they are going to be able to shut down the East, but they're not going to have an eye on the South approach that's coming in, potentially from Shadow, and so it's all a matter of timing for this NFI team and how they execute on these final 2 minutes, because timing is going to be a factor. They are going to have to push this objective soon.
Yeah, 1 minute 55 now remaining. It's getting ever more difficult, but the final positions are those late angles that we've been discussing, and Just Do It now coming around onto the South Blue Room to challenge Leo. Will potentially end up in a trade, and then that main cross to the objective is pretty much exposed. Special Ops going to be the only kind of defender. Sigmire really needs to make a rotation, but knows he can't as the East is coming in. For now, we will watch and wait and see how Just Do It does approach on this. If he can come in swinging with the pre-fire, it's super important. Gives away his spot. Leo now knows that they're coming in, holding the super tight angle. Oh.
And he's not going to expect Leo there after he took shots. Oh, he is! They find the kill onto Leo on the quick peek. Now NFI can approach up through the center. It puts the position of Sigmire at risk as Game Reaper slowly works around behind them. Is Sigmire going to be ready for Game Reaper here? Oh, the timing as Sieg stands up. Game approaches. There's a trade in the south, and it leaves Spec Ops alone on defense to try and clutch it up for Imperial in a 1v3.
Yeah, this is not great now. The smoke's all coming out. I think, no pun intended, know that they just need to clear this out. Points don't really matter too much at this stage. It's just getting those wins, and it definitely is. 35 seconds remaining. They've got to be moving in. The C4 has gone out on the main objective building. Deadshot now pushing in. They really need to get in at the same time, otherwise they could find themselves getting taken out one by one. So coordination is going to be key here. Special Ops holding a very, very nice angle, though, so could just hide. 20 seconds remaining. One move down. Just doing pushing around. Does get the pick, but just Special Ops gets the back, but couldn't quite snap onto Just Do It in time. So no pun intended, we'll take the first map.
Almost clutched it with a triple there at the end. That would have been huge. Would have been playoff plays for Imperial, but NFI stick with a good, solid approach. Nice execution on their push, as they do push in all around at the same time and ultimately do get their map pick 4-1. I wonder if we're going to be seeing this kind of back and forth here, Jamie, with these map picks in terms of them going to the picker, as we do go into map number 2, which is Cargo, and now we're guaranteeing long-range maps for the back half of this series because Bazaar and Cargo are off the table. Tanker and Suburbia are banned. It leaves us with stuff like Abandon, Quarantine, Snow Peak, Downfall, and I think that's it. I don't think there's any other. So the last bit of close quarters, fast-paced action we're going to have, and maybe the only time Imperial will be able to pick something like this where they're hoping to get an opportunity to secure a similar scoreline of 4-1 on their map pick.
Yeah, so basically the way I'm anticipating the maps to go tonight, next is probably going to be Quarantine. Then I think we'll see a Subway pick come out from Imperial, and then to close things out, I want to say maybe Downfall from No Fun Intended or Snow Peak. That'll be the last one, will be the difficult one, really. I guess that'll be determining on how points have gone, really. I mean, at the end of the day, if No Fun Intended do get 2 more maps, then obviously they go straight through. So yeah, next one going to be Quarantine, I anticipate, and then we'll potentially see a Subway depending on we'll see a Subway. Well, depending on how this goes, I guess.
Yeah, you're right. I forgot about Subway as a second option for the Imperial squad if they wanted to keep it tight. That is very true.
Play it well.
Yeah, and it's one that we've seen picked pretty frequently in the postseason. A lot of teams really liking to opt into that map pick, and it's a fun one to watch. So I certainly do look forward to that as well. Cargo, though, is our next map, and for those not in the know, Cargo is one of, if not the smallest map in the map pool for Season 13. In a very close quarters sort of exchange map where you really don't have a whole lot of long angles, heavy utility use with smokes, flashbangs, and grenades playing pretty key elements in any defense or offense. And so you're going to see a lot of coordinated utility use in our next map here on Cargo. At least that's what you should see from these two teams if they do want to try and put together good pushes, good defenses. It's what we have been seeing all of this postseason. I mean, these two teams have really been playing well to get here, Jamie. It's no surprise that they're here today, and it's been so far pretty fun to watch these two duke it out.
Oh, they've played super well up to this point, you know. I mean, even now, obviously. But, yeah, the games that they've been winning, majority of the time, you know, they have been winning with astounding kind of wins, you know, great leads in the victory and the points. So, you know, these two are technically the best of the best in the EU now. So, you know, they are playing against each other, and this is the back and forth that we're expecting. You know, like you said earlier, I think the map picks certainly are crucial on this. Teams at this stage will have their own kind of home field advantages, and Bazaar's definitely won for No Fun Intended. So it was no surprise that they would like to start that out. And Cargo, this is going to go in, you know, I think it's more of an advantage for Imperial. They play this map well. They have the kind of quick younger players who are quicker on those angles, quicker at getting down to the ground and avoiding shots and stuff like that. You know, it's a very different kind of style of play. So, yeah, it's gonna be great to see how this one goes now.
I've seen multiple concerns, Jamie, that your eye has been poked out, and I can assure people that is not the case. We are simply lightly dressed up for the Halloween spirit here, as we are obviously close we're in the Halloween weekend, and so we wanted to celebrate a little bit. I've got my airsoft vest on, admittedly, but it's a good cosplay for what is a good quality semifinals bit of action so far, and so we hope you're enjoying it at home. And yeah, I can assure you, Jamie's seeing clearly with both eyes right now, and have no fear.
Well, with glasses, I guess you could say full. So.
Sure. Into things we go, though. Yeah, round one on Cargo. Like I said, a lot of utility coming in. Nades from the NFI side to try and deny and shut down Imperial from advancing forward. And Imperial, at least at the start here, sticking to their strategy of, again, kind of methodically advancing forward, not rushing in to their Marsoc push, making sure that NFI aren't going to try and counter push them. And maybe that's all because they understand their opponent, right? They know the style of defense that NFI has deployed on them in the past, and that's very well could be why they're playing so cautiously out the start.
Yeah, Cargo is a very, very difficult kind of map, really. You've got to try and work out how the opposing side are going to be playing things out. Are they going to be sending out defenders on flanks? Are they going to be, you know, playing it passively? And I think the teams that do it well are the teams that know which objectives they want to play passive and which ones they want to attack quick. And yeah, so it does seem like, no fun intended, going to... It seems like I've got the team names the wrong way around. Apologies, I think... Yeah, it seems like no fun intended have taken Morsok for this one. Interesting style of thing, knowing that Cargo can usually go the way of a Morsok advantage with the quick kind of plays.
No, I think it
is.
Yeah, Imperial would be taking...
Well, no, because the first one was no fun intended, and then no fun intended have taken Morsok for this.
Right, so Imperial picked side and no fun intended chose the map then.
No, I'm not. I would say the other way around. That we've had the map pick from Imperial, and then we've had the side pick from no fun intended. That's usually how it goes, unless it's changed. Either way, we have just seen a pick, the first one for the first round. Phantom Operator going down to just do it over by the tunnel. So the push through the tunnel now going to be coming out. And this objective, it's a bit of a tough one when somebody does get around on that backside. Here we go with a nice pick onto Special Ops. Gets quickly refragged by Nope Not Mikey, and in a position near the objective, so Deadshot going to be fully aware of that position now. A quick nade will take him down, but Deadshot opting to move through to center 4. See if he can find an angle. Not going to be able to find that angle, I don't think, so he's going to have to push out and try and challenge Nope Not Mikey and bring him out, and hope that the rest of the no fun intended side can see that and quickly taken down. The call-out's going to Jittery List on center 3. He's trying to see what he can see over in the center, but Imperial staying very, very tucked in at the moment.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they want to approach this as Just Do It does go down. Sieg finds another kill up through the center there. Actually, the back flank is Shadow also trying to rotate around here behind the Imperial defense. We'll see if they can get past Leo on the corner. They do find the kill. Could open up this rotation as now Jittery also approaches. Nope Not Mikey, still distracted by Deadshot. Could end up leaving the objective lightly undefended as Sieg goes down. Now Mikey has to crash back. They're aware that they're the only one left alive, and they're here on objective to defend.
Yeah, this a bit of a danger position now for Imperial. Nope Not Mikey does find one. Deadshot swings around on that corner though. He does get the pre-fire onto Nope Not Mikey, so no fun intended going to start things out with a Morsok victory on what can be considered a Morsok favored map.
Nice start for NFI on map number 2, and if anything, a dangerous path that they find themselves on if you're in the Imperial side of things, because you definitely want to be shutting down NFI right now. It is a 5-1 scoreline total, and if they take 3, they move on. You know, Imperial's out of the money, NFI guaranteeing that they'll at least get 3rd place cash prize. And so we'll have to see, again, what we get here between these two teams this afternoon. But NFI off to obviously a very good start. And Imperial still did find some kills. You know, when I do look at the KD, when I do look at the score lines, I often do take a look at the kill deaths just to see how the other team is sort of able to fight alongside this opponent that is ultimately winning rounds. And you know, even when we look back at Bazaar, there was a lot of kills coming in for Imperial, you know, bringing it down to a lot of 1v1s, 2v1s. And so at any point, this momentum that NFI have could be shut down and Imperial could kind of become active and get a few points themselves. And so it's still a toss-up for me, even now with NFI and some good momentum here.
Yeah, I think the tough thing is obviously suppressing any form of emotion from the last kind of map or rounds. You know, you've just got to keep on with that round you're playing at the moment and just not forget, but, you know, put it to the back of your mind and realize what didn't go right, remember that, and then use that as you go into the next rounds. And I think it is a lot tougher in these stages of the competition. I guess the pressure of, you know, once you lose, you are out. It sits there on the back of your mind. So every little mistake definitely gets heightened in terms of, you know, when you're kind of talking to yourself like, why did I do that? So there's a lot of emotion obviously going around at the moment, but I imagine Imperial are suppressing that well and feeling good still for this map. It is their map pick, so they're going to be going in this and potentially looking for what kind of caps they can find. Lots of smokes coming out, lots of utility that we were discussing there earlier on, and that is exactly what you need. The smoke's not around the objective, going for the center there. Phantom Operator does get a pick up to Deadshot, who just goes down. Nice C4 comes around and takes down the player, and then all the attackers coming in. Well, the defense is coming in, taking down every single attacker around on the back, and we're down to 2 defenders taking on 1 attacker now. Leo all alone, just do it off the objective. Game Reaper there gets taken down by Leo, and just do it now alone off the objective near center 4. The objective is wide open, still a couple smokes just about to go away now, and that was fast.
No kidding. Absolute chaos in the center of Cargo as Leo and Do It battle out in a 1v1. Like I said, Imperial had been connecting. They've been finding kills, and we love to see the switch up in momentum here in pace as they try and throw off NFI. They can't quite do it. Just Do It does just do it. And NFI, they go up 2-0. Things are starting to get a little dicey for Imperial here.
Yeah, I couldn't even call everything that was going on there. There was just too much. There's C4s, there's smokes, there's nades, there's gunshots. There's, you know, that's what Cargo is, though, isn't it? It's just utility paradise. Everything that you've got, you can use. You're going to use it. Just fantastic plays by both sides, really. You know, getting the picks that were needed, using the using the map to its advantage, really, and. It was close there. It was a bit dicey, really, for the No Fun Intended side again. You know, the Imperial keep getting into these positions where it's the 1v1, 1v2, and they're getting there and very nearly closing things out, but just can't quite do it right now. And I imagine a shift in the objective now, this is definitely going to be one that they need to watch out for. Lots of smokes generally will come out on this one, and Mosok are going to be going for the cap. It's just a very quick objective. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, I guess, how Imperial do decide to defend against this. They're no strangers to those close quarters, quick plays. So I imagine they're probably going to be getting up close and personal with No Fun Intended and trying to challenge them, maybe even on their own kind of side of the map. And then leaving their kind of defender around and to mop things up if needs be. It's a very, very tough objective, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolute chaos in the center of the cargo crates, and we'll have to see what we get here as we do, again, swap back to sides. Objective gets changed, and we go in to round number 3. Anticipate another quick attack, or maybe NFI will stick to their sort of methodical offensive pushing. Who knows if they do adjust their pace here. Could be what they need to throw Imperial off, but let's see what they deploy as we do get into round number 3 on map 2.
Look at this juicy ass.
Definitely don't want to lose if you're on Imperial's side here. It goes into NFI's map pick for map number 3, and boy, that would be a tough spot to find yourselves in if you're down 2 maps already.
That it would, but the defensive flashes have come out just to put a stop to any early aggression from No Fun Intended. Phantom Operator, though, pushing in, like I said, going on to the opposite side. Does find one. Now he's going around, takes out Jittery as well. He could find himself getting just Dewey. Now reaction to that does go down to, no, not Mikey. The confirm comes out. Deadshot now pushing around, trying to get the pick. And the trade comes out. No Fun Intended very quickly down to 1.5. Shadow Warrior got to get the revive here. Fantastic play by Phantom Operators. Wow.
They have been a key shooter for the Imperial side so far today, and really continuing to execute on some good plays, good angles that they've held on defense, and ultimately a nice effort by the Imperial side there. Clearly a focused play where all the flashes come up to try and blind, allowing Phantom to advance up through the center and find the kills that they did find. A very nice team effort from Imperial to throw off NFI with, like you said, counter aggression. They threw aggression at NFI, even though NFI has sort of been waiting for it the entirety of this series.
Yeah, you do sometimes anticipate the aggression, but there it was, oh, nice nade coming out there just to check the objective. But yeah, like I was saying at the very start, the teams that can play slow and also play quick on this map certainly find themselves able to get points in a lot more situations, as your team can't really anticipate what's going on there. Shadow Warrior does get a nice pick onto Nope Not Mikey though. Imperial are down to 3 defenders. Leo holding out the objective from the front, and he's all down to Shadow Warrior and Deadshot. Probably a dynamic duo really to be left for the No Fun Intended side. These two have played together quite a lot. So I anticipate they're going to know exactly what each other are going to be doing. They're going to be bouncing off each other. They've got less than 4 minutes remaining, a lot of time for this objective to trying to find at least one more pick. And with Imperial kind of holding back now, just waiting, holding what lines they can hold. And it all comes down to a question when the push comes in. Special Ops sees the movement, gets a nice peek through the little container, and dwindles down to just Deadshot now, who's got to try and push in across these lines of sight here.
And this is, a nice pickup from Special Ops, or excuse me, from Deadshot on to Spec Ops to get them back into this. And again, we stay close to this in this series. 1v2, 1v1s, 1v3s. It just keeps coming down to these last couple of kills, and we'll have to see how Sieg and Leo defend, as there's a little banter up through the center there between Leo and Deadshot, both very aware of each other's positions, and it doesn't necessarily matter much as there's still 3 minutes left, and if either one of them want to see each other, they're going to have to push out up through that middle lane. And so for now, Deadshot is going to drop back, maybe rotate around, tries to take some shots where they think Leo is, and it's going to be a matter of time before we do get that push, because, well, there is 2:45 on the clock.
It is a lot of time, really, for Cargo. At least when you know roughly where people are going to be on certain objectives. So Deadshot has got a lot of time to be able to try and work something out. Maybe the tunnel push here could be a good one if he can stay quiet, get around behind Leo and Sigmire, maybe find a pick onto Sigmire, and then Leo's rotation. He could just watch and wait for that. There's quite a lot of options here, but in the moment, we're just seeing him moving around near the center 2 containers, just to see if you can see any rotations, but Imperial know that they've just got to hold out here and try and just catch him off guard. If Leo and Sigmire can work together when they know where the push is coming from, then the refrag certainly could come out. It does seem like got a little bit of smoke usage there. That could be a bit of a distraction. It could work in his favor. The sound covering a little bit of sound. Sigmire comes around the swings and does get the pick, but Deadshot gets the trade as well. So Imperial will get their first point for map number 2.
Like I said, at any point things can start to shift with a map like this and with teams that play like this, with how close Imperial have battled for these rounds. And as they do get one on the board, they'll go on to the attack now, again onto an objective that is relatively tough to defend under the Chaos. And we've seen Imperial push with Chaos already on Cargo, so I anticipate that we will see a heavy laden smoke play here, at least some utility up over the top, and a pretty aggressive advance through the center. And if NFI have been reading the room, so to speak, and been paying attention to the styles of their opponents, then they should recognize that there's a potential for at least a quick push to come in here. And so we'll see if NFI kind of then deploys counter aggression like we saw on the defense from Imperial, or if they do kind of allow the push to come to them. It's that spice of Onward that you get, the variety of Onward that's out there in terms of how many different strategies there are in different ways to approach even an objective like this. You know, you can commit all the way to that tunnel push and try and pop out from the flank, like you said, to try and approach that objective. And so we'll have to see what NFI or what Imperial are brainstorming right now, because, well, you definitely don't want to lose map 2. Obviously, they're not out of it. If they do, they still have, well, it could be 3 more maps to play if they did want to come back. But yeah, it is a best of 5, and so there's plenty of opportunity left, plenty of game left, even if they can't secure this Cargo map. But that's obviously not what's on their mind right now, Jamie. They're thinking this round, let's win this round, and we'll see if they can as we do go back into the action for round number 4.
Yeah, the key thing there was securing the no cap, really. Even if No Fun Intended hadn't come in and killed them all and got the point, you can still turn around Cargo at any stage. And we have seen it on teams. We've seen these guys do it. So Very well done there. Lots of smokes coming in like we were discussing. You're going to potentially see this heavy push. Phantom Operator going in aggressive again. Has gotten back through on the objective side. Deadshot swings the corner, gets one, gets two. Puts a stop to that, but nope, not Mikey pushing in through the center. Does find himself a pick. I think a team kill comes out there. Trying to, no revive available. C4 does come down, takes out two. And like that, we're down to Special Ops all alone. Game Reaper pushing in, trying to come through center two. Knows that the push is coming in here. Special Ops got to get in. Here's Sound Fuse.
Another team kill.
Comes down. Oh! It's even calling.
A absolute huge double kill from Deadshot on the side there. If they don't connect onto that double, it's a big threat in the smokes on objective. We saw team kills coming in through the smokes because Deadshot would rather make sure that there's a dead person rather than an alive one in those smokes on the objective. They didn't care if it was a teammate, and ultimately it works. It secures them the objective, and they do come out 3-1, but hats off to Imperial for trying to go in for that play, and almost worked. If they had just found Deadshot on the corner, it could have been a very different story. And instead, it's NFI in a 3-1 lead. They do go on to the attack, and we do swap objectives, but this objective is not particularly easy to defend, as it is kind of out in the open, and I suppose not exactly easy to cap on, but the way you have to defend it, there's a couple of angles you have to be cautious of, and if they get properly smoked, we could see a 5-1 for NFI to take map 2, but alternatively, you could see a 4-3 if Imperial can take the round in a cap. So, again, the score lines, what do they mean? Not a whole lot until it comes down to that matter of fact moment. Because, again, if you look at these KDs, Jamie, I mean, we almost have an equal amount of kills on both sides.
Yeah, both sides are fighting and battling. Every player is pulling their weight. I think the issue Imperial have at the moment is they've used aggression from Phantom Operator now already, so no fun intended, probably going to be anticipating him pushing in and trying to see what picks he can get. So they are going to have to potentially play this one just a little bit more reserved. Like I said, this objective, definitely not one you want to be sitting around waiting on. The flash is coming out. Phantom Operator going in through center 3. See what he can see. He is going for the aggressive push again. Jittery waiting. May not have this. The trade does come out though between them. And like that, we are in a 4v4 very quickly. The aggression sort of paid off there as you've got one player taken down, but Special Ops does see a little bit of movement from Deadshot. Not able to connect those shots though, so he won't be able to just pull that out. Just doing moving around in the center, about to get ready to push through onto center 2 and challenge Special Ops. Well, no fun intended, just waiting to see what more aggression does come out, but there isn't going to be much from the Imperial side as they sit back and wait, try and dwindle down that time for the map and wait to see what equipment usage does come out, as we haven't seen any smokes yet, and this one certainly is one you want to be smoking. The first one does come out. It's a very nice throw just to block anyone's vision from the crates there. Another one coming in to block anyone viewing from Yellow Room. These are calculated smokes at the moment for very common kind of positions. Just shows that time that they've played. Just doing it Special Ops trading there in center 3. Revive will be able to come out, and the callouts from Special Ops will come out as well. I think from No Not Mike, he does get just doing he gets Revive there. Game Reaper now holding out. Special Ops still going to be able to get some callouts. Smoke's coming out. Lots of smokes now coming out. Leo does get picked, and it's just everything's going on at the moment. Sigma is pre-firing into the smokes. Lots of smokes coming out. Nobody's coming from center 4. Taking over onto center 3. Game Reaper gets a pick onto Leo there, and Shadow Warrior and Game Reaper now got to attack onto Nope Not Mikey. The smoke's still going on, so you've got to be checking for them. You can't really see anything that goes on. Game Reaper gets a nice pick onto Sigmaya there, center 3. Nope Not Mikey all alone. Got to push through, see what he can get. Does get a pick onto Game Reaper, and Shadow Warrior now got to push in all the way from center 1 and see what he can do. This objective very tough in a 1v1 situation, especially for Marsot, really.
Yeah, Mikey holding down the line, trying to keep Imperial in on map number 2, and Shadow Warrior is just a kill away from clutching NFI, their second map, pushing them into their map pick for map 3, an opportunity where they could secure 3 maps and the series. So Imperial definitely don't want to let this one out of their clutches just yet, and it's, I guess, no surprise that we're down to another 1v1. Mikey has to watch both sides because they don't know where this push is coming from. And so, if anything, it is a slight advantage to Shadow Warrior. It'll all come down to the Onward timing.
That it will. The pressure for these sides, well, for both players at the moment, know what this means. Shadow Warrior knows if he gets this, takes that map. Nope, not Mikey knows if they get this, then puts Imperial a very good chance at getting the cap in the next one, like you said, and going through and taking the win. But it all comes down to these final 3 minutes, which it's got to feel like an eternity for these players at the moment. Shadow Warrior just seeing any movements that he can see. Nope, not Mikey is heavily anticipating the push to come in from the west side here. It's a bit of a dangerous spot now for Shadow Warrior. What equipment usage has he got? If he can scavenge a nade, then he has got the skills to be able to throw a nade onto the objective, knows how to do that, and we could see that pick coming out. There's just so many options available. We keep seeing this in every single round in these 1v1s. Everything, they all just keep coming down to a 1v1 or a 1v2, don't they, as well? It's these sides so even, really, in the plays.
Yeah, it has been a great back and forth. It's what you'd expect out of the semifinals, but right now, NFI just really managing to come out on top at those final moments. Will Mikey be able to at least prevent that from happening here as they do turn? The shots come in, the trade comes through, and it goes to NFI for map number 2. A good effort. Couldn't do much better from the Imperial side, but 7-5 at the end of that round. And a 4-1 loss. That is a hard pill to swallow, Jamie, if you are Nope Not Mikey right now.
Yeah, that pressure was mounting up there, and you're going to be saying to yourself, if it was just a little bit further to the left, if I had this other angle, it would have gone entirely different, but got to be able to shake that off now. We go into the third map, still not out. They're on the back foot, but I think Imperial do well in those kind of situations. We've seen them bring it back countless times, so it is still really anyone's game at the moment. The next map pick, like I said, I'm anticipating going to be Quarantine, and I know Imperial is still very strong on those big maps.
Right.
So it's not going to be an easy win by any means for anyone at the moment. And
close quarters has been working for NFI, granted, barely. Although scoreline-wise, very well. So maybe we go to a subway for map 3 for a little close quarters action. That certainly could be an option. It looks like, though, for map number 3, we are going into a touch bit more range, although that's kind of up for debate. It's about 60-40 on range close quarters, and it is going to be Snow Peak for map number 3 here, coming in from, I believe, NFI. They could have picked side potentially, but it looks like they did choose the map, and NFI will start on the attacking side. Imperial will start on the defense, and yeah, Snow Peak. What do the stats say here between these two? Because again, we can use those stats from regular season because these two teams are both from the EU region and have faced off against each other. We won't be able to use stats when we look at the EU-NA battle, which is going to be happening right after this. Boss fight versus Resurgence. You're not going to want to miss that one, so do stick around even after this series. But what do the stats say for what could be series point for NFI? Well, it technically is series map.
Well, Imperial have played this 5 times and won it 4 out of those, and no fun intended, played it twice and won it twice. So they technically haven't played it too much throughout the season, but again, I wonder if it's one of those where you've been scrimming it and you're not sure if the opposing side's really been playing it all that much, and you're leaning into that kind of how warmed up is the team on the map. So it's still really anyone's game. I think this one plays very similar to Quarantine, and you do still have those smaller kind of contained areas for the short battles, don't you? The first objective, I don't know if we can see it in the north. Again, going to come down to that northern hangar area, so it's going to be Marsok getting in. We may see some defenders kind of go a little bit far, see what flanks they can do. We've seen it on Cargo, which is an interesting map to do that on, as it's a lot shorter. You're not got those advantages to be able to sneak a defender in, so we will see that those opportunities available today, especially for this objective. So I wholeheartedly anticipate a defensive kind of push on this one. So all anyone's game, really.
Yeah, and we are just moments away from getting back into to the action. A reminder that there is a decent chunk of prize pool on the line here this afternoon. 7,640 in that prize pool with 7,000 in cash coming in from our sponsors, as you can see there below. ProTube VR, VR Cover, VRML, Arma, and Asterion all contributing in to this prize pool. And so these teams competing for a chunk of the action here this afternoon, and we'll see if they can secure it as we get into round number 1 on map number 3. NFI are just 4 points away from getting themselves a guaranteed at least 3rd place position in that prize pool split. Imperial looking at a potential to be kicked down into 4th place at the end of their season, not where anyone really wants to finish. And so we'll have to see if Imperial can put something together here as Phantom continues to be aggressive on the defense and pushes up into an early defensive position on the other side of the lake by bunker to try and catch out some rotations from NFI.
Yeah, that was the aggression kind of that we were anticipating, really. It's a pretty common spot, really, or an area to send a defender, hold that middle lane. It does have its disadvantages in you don't know what spawn has been available. There's so many different spawns that we don't get to talk about too much, really, today. But Marsoc do get different spawns when they come into maps or onto objectives, so it's something they really need to be calculating in. If they don't know exactly which spawn they will get, so a push that could be safe for one spawn won't be for another, and we're going to see Phantom Operator spotting the movements of Raffaello. He has been brought in for the no fun intended side, as opposed to, it seems like, potentially Jittery. So maybe he's opting to be a bit more of a firm favourite on the kind of longer range maps. Well, the Phantom Operator did take shots. He avoided getting taken down early on here, and that does give away the knowledge that there is going to be a defender waiting on the around on the isolate. We can see the laser coming in from Game Reaper, and Shadow Warrior knifed that shot. I wasn't watching that.
Yeah, maybe an unintentional. Yeah, oh, it looks like they were defusing a C4.
Yeah,
or something. Did that knife kill? I don't know. Maybe they didn't know that they were next to each other and they just ran at him with a knife. Who knows what could happen with that knife? Maybe there was maybe they disconnected and they asked to get stabbed, or who knows what the problem was there. But it does look like we are down to 4 for NFI and Imperial 5, so certainly a decent start on the defense for them. No real advancement up on the Imperial side as well, and so for now, it's going to be a little bit of a waiting game.
Yeah, poor Phantom Operator. He has called out that he is pinned down. Game Reaper's laser is just trained on that corner. As soon as he comes out in the open, he's going to get shot. So he's got to stay so tucked into this corner and just wait, because Game Reaper can't sit there for the entire time, whereas Phantom Operator technically can. So he has got that time advantage on his side, but when Game Reaper does make the rotation around the mountain, he will have the angle onto Phantom Operator. So that timing going to be key here. Just do it. Also moving in from the middle, kind of standard approach, coming in from no fun intended, going in for surrounding the objective, take control of the north if you can, and then just work your way in around the hangar and then pick apart the defense from the exposed angles that they're on. So a lot of pre-fire going to come in. Still keeping an eye on Phantom Operator, just waiting around in the middle. Should have an angle on to just do it if he moves around. Raffaello also coming in. But because Phantom Operator can't peek over those Hescos, on fear of getting shot, Raffaello is going to be able to move up close, and going to be a bit of an issue very shortly here for Phantom Operator.
Yep, Raf could easily peek the corner. They should know that Phantom's here in the corner if they understand the call-outs that have been coming in from their teammates. Just do it, reinforcing this position here, and there's the swing from Raf, but there's 2 down now. Up through the center, both Just Do It and Raf are down. So is that going to force a rotation from either the north or the south pusher? Certainly not the south. There's no way that Game Reaper can rotate all the way over here, but there is definitely an option for who is that, Shadow, to drop back and rotate around for the reses.
Yeah, the res opportunities certainly are there, but it's a big open kind of angle. It doesn't seem like Imperial really are watching for this at the moment. Game Reaper goes down on the isolate to Leo. That puts a stop to that kind of push. So the revives here are going to be key. Seems like we may get the one onto Raffaello. Shadow a little bit concerned about an angle, but no lasers have come across here just yet, so can hear them, Raf calling out to a Shadow.
It's only me. It's only me.
Yeah.
I think he got spooked by his teammate.
Is he peeking?
Oh, I thought he was. Oh, yeah, maybe either that or he was calling out someone else he saw down by the docks there. And yeah, because right now when you're a downed player, you're not completely dead. You can be resurrected by your team, and you can call out what you are seeing from that down state. And so you still see around you and agree. You can still call out to your teammate what you're seeing. And so everyone gets rezzed here. And 3 up for NFI, 3v4 for Imperial on defense with 30 seconds left. All of NFI are going to have to crash. We just heard the call out. Oh no, it's only 30 seconds left. And so Imperial now just have to tuck in. NFI might not even be able to get to objective in time. Yeah, they won't be able to.
It is going to be a very, very tough push. You've got to be able to go in through all those bullets. Raf certainly going to try his hand at it, though. He's getting in very close. Leo doesn't take the shots onto him. Now the free fire is coming out. Leo does swing around, get the final hit there. So it's all down to just doing 4 seconds remaining. Not enough time at all. And Imperial did ever so well to just stay tucked in and not get picked off there. It's what you need to do on this objective, and they're going to build themselves on momentum and hopefully roll with that for their own sake.
Yep, map 3 with an early lead for Imperial. Will they be able to maintain that becomes the question as we have swap objectives and swap sides and get that variety of the game of Onward going. Obviously, for now, we just swap sides, and so now Imperial will be attacking the same objective. NFI will be defending, and so an opportunity as well for, no fun intended, to get back into this one, tie it back up, and then shift into a new objective. And if that objective's indoors, that could lend itself into the NFI hands, considering how well they have played those close quarters objectives on Bazaar and Cargo. But at the same time, it's still a toss-up because Imperial fought hard for those as well. And so we're just into a good quality, best of the best EU battle right now. And I'm happy that we are broadcasting. And I'm happy that you're all tuning in, whether you're on Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, or Meta Horizon Worlds. We appreciate you enjoying the action. That's right, you can catch this action live in Horizon Worlds on a giant theater-sized screen with other people in VR. It's a very cool way to enjoy the VR esports action. You can check that out again at Horizon Worlds. It'll be live today for this matchup, and when we start our NA-EU matchup in about 2 hours from now, and then also later tonight for an Echo Arena matchup. So a lot of showcases hitting you on Meta Horizon Worlds and on this channel, twitch.tv/VR Master League, and on Facebook and YouTube. We appreciate everyone hanging out here. We go back into it for round number 2 on map 3.
Indeed we do, and it does seem like Imperial going to be given that quick spawn all the way in the north, so the early aggression from No Fun Intended will be matched with surrender. Gonna get the Raffaello goes down. Shadow Warrior does find himself a knife pick onto Leo and Special Ops. Very quickly puts a stop to any of the northern approach. Gives the call out so as well. The spawn here. So between him and Just Do It, they could potentially just lock down Imperial in this northern quarter of the map and close things out very quickly here. All depends on how they decide to push this. Nope, not Mikey. All the way in the north, going to find himself battling out with Just Do It very, very shortly here.
Does peek around. Mikey has the 3/4 coverage with Just Do It out in the open, and so they're going to find that kill. Do It will be able to call out that there's one in the north, but it does turn things into a 3-3. So now Game Reaper is watching that north side. Shadow, not necessarily worried about a flank, but is still holding up through the center, and they only have one on objective. So if there ever was a south rotation, it would be a very exposed south rotation. As shots from Game Reaper come up over to Mikey. Mikey still hasn't confirmed the down body of Just Do It over there.
Yeah, this is a very, very tough objective, as I said in that first one. You're really relying a lot on what spawn Morsok get, depending on your defense there. Shadow Warrior in a very nice tight angle. Does find himself another pick onto Sigma. A Phantom Operator does know exactly potentially where he is, or at least very, very roughly of where he is, with not much of a rotation available, so going for the smart route of taking the bunker and then try and come around behind Shadow Warrior, but nope, not Mikey was the one to get the pick onto him. So we are down to 2 defenders now on the objective. The Confirm not coming out on to just do it though, so he's going to be able to give a lot of call-outs here.
Yeah, 2.
And doesn't, I think they're talking to each other?
No, it's Echo 2, it's Echo 2.
No, just do it.
No,
Doesn't
he was
want to
just
communicate
quiet.
anything,
No.
because if they do, it would give away that they're down, and Mikey would turn around for the confirm. So for now, just do it as staying silent. Yeah, Mikey's the one doing all the communication to Phantom, and the duo has to work their way up into technically a 2v2 now, because there's definitely not going to be a res coming in, and so it really is going to come down to how they hold down on this objective with smokes coming in, at least a couple of them, and a little bit early because there's still 3.5 minutes left.
Yeah, plenty of time to go. I think it's just being used just to see if they can draw out any rotations from the no fun attended side. Not going to have too much of an effect and potentially allow them make some certain crosses through some open angles. I can see a little bit of a gap and a little bit of coverage here between the fences where Game Reaper won't be able to pick Nope Not Mikey and Phantom Operator as they move around on the objective. But as I say that smoke did dissipate, so not a lot of use there. A bit of a concern on this objective when you've already used your equipment and not used it well, as you certainly do need the coverage to make that big open angle. Deadshot trying to swing around on the south side of the objective, see if he can see any movement across on the ice lane. Not going to spot that as of yet, and with 2 minutes 40 remaining, Imperial do have a lot of time to be able to just scan around on the objective and slowly make the way in. You only need about 30 seconds as long as you're around it by that point, so they, for all intents and purposes, do have all the time in the world at the moment, but Deadshot going to be watching with that. Got the 12x, not going to be as much use in CQ in the close quarters kind of combat potentially, so that's something to be aware of if the push does come in from the west side of the objective. He's got to try and take those shots very, very quickly, and as people are exposed, Phantom Operator moving around near the bunker getting ready to make that cross. All comes down to the waiting game at the moment as Imperial are dwindling that time down and not making too much ground here. Don't want to see them running out of time, as we have seen that in a couple rounds on the Bazaar. Didn't see so much on Cargo as it played a bit more closer, but yeah, that time is going down now.
Yeah, Deadshot still holding the main angle on the approach and trying to peek up over through the center on that ice there. Phantom hasn't quite pushed forward yet, but yeah, we're going to maybe see even a similar sort of panic from the Imperial side on their push with their timing if they do not try and work up a little bit sooner here. Phantom, not sure what they're shooting at, maybe some Phantoms as they do give away their position up over through that center spot. Maybe they're trying to draw the attention of Deadshot so that Mikey can crawl forward here and be a threat, but for now it is a waiting game, and now as a minute comes in here on the clock, Mikey should be aware of this. The smoke comes in from a long-range toss from Phantom that allows Mikey to push in, and a couple of smokes here coming in to try splashes, denying Deadshot vision as Mikey pushes up to the lake.
Yeah, some good flashes there. Unfortunately, didn't kind of capitalize on that. The Deadshot's going to be able to just watch that angle and get the pick. Bit of a battle between Game Reaper and Phantom in the open quarters near the bungalow, near the, just on the ice lake. We'll give no fun attended their defense point.
All tied up one apiece. Swap objectives, and we go over into the middle of the map. One of what you could consider a long-range objective, one of 3 on this map, but I also do tend to see it unfold actually more in the mid to close quarters combat, because you do have fights in the alleys, so to speak, and if you don't, then you have a convergence around what is a small objective space. And so if Imperial play it like they have, it depends on spawn, I guess, a lot for both of these teams, truly. NFI definitely been methodical with their Marsoc approaches, but I wonder if maybe now they've recognized they were a little too slow, at least in their last push, with having to secure all those reses. And so I am curious to see what kind of attack they roll out here. If they do get the south spawn, the north spawn, that determines a big element in how you push this objective. If you're inside the bunker, the mountain, that determines a lot in terms of how you push and roll out. And so the spawn point is going to be a big element for both Marsoc teams when they do go on to the attack, and we'll have to see how NFI approach if we do ever get a cap here in our semifinal series, or if we're just going to continue to trade rounds down through kills. I guess we'll have to find out as they do get that hill spawn. We could see a quick push, but I imagine they're going to take their time rotating and swinging around from the north all the way to across the lake down to the south. It's going to be a bit of time before we do see the advance forward here, but Imperial certainly in good spirits as they're seemingly laughing and joking around out of spawn and setting up into what should be a solid defensive setup here. Or excuse me, yeah, no pun intended, joking around as they are obviously in the lead and feeling good.
Yeah, difficulty on this objective is making that decision of do you send defenders far off and taking tight angles and watching the objective, or do you keep them around it and super exposed? A lot of those angles around the objective do lead themselves to getting picked off by Marsoc when they're pushing around. Some gunshots from Nope Not Mikey there. He got a little bit spooked, and Just Do It does recognize those gunshots, so gets a nice pick onto him, and that's opened up the garage push, and the rest of the defenders all around the objective, so no pun intended, are going to be able to get really up close and personal with this one, and we've seen them perform very well in those very close quarters kind of plays. That Imperial really need to watch out that they don't get caught off guard from that. Once the attack comes in from the horseshoe and through the center as well, it then becomes that much more difficult to try and hold those angles. But the advantage they do have here is those angles getting into the objective are super exposed. So Marsoc are going to have to make the choice of, do we use our utility on the objective when we're making that final push, or do we use it to actually be able to get to the objective and see what we can do when we're actually there? It's always the trade-off you have in any of these plays. But like Nightfire said, we will see a little bit of a slower kind of setup phase here, as you can never really be too sure of how defense is going to go on this. Sometimes you'll see players getting pushed through a horseshoe, you'll see players getting pushed out into the center and just kind of waiting for Marsoc to get around by them, and then they'll pick them off from behind. So there's just a lot of angles you've got to be checking before you can actually commit to any form of push on here, and it's something you've got to be watching for. That south, also a very good angle to be able to come from and get around on the backside of the objective. Just so many angles the defenders really have to be watching out for and trying to anticipate how the push is going to go.
Yeah, it does force you to be a little bit more spread out than maybe they would normally be on a defensive setup. And so, your point, will this late angle from Special Ops be what they do need to hold down this objective? It seems like it's a bit risky allowing the offense to take control of that garage space, but at the same time, NFI don't know that that's undefended. You can hear pre-fire coming in through the penetrable cover here up on the tower just to make sure no one's tucked in up on top and ready to shoot down on the Game Reaper. Game Reaper checking the stairs to make sure nobody's tucked in on the stairs, and as they've cleared all of this out, they will eventually be able to continue to push forward, which does have its risks. If either Leo or Phantom try and swing around for a rotation, they could get picked off, but for now it really does come down to Spec Ops catching out the eventual cross from Game Reaper and Just Do It. When does that come in as well? Probably pretty late, probably more around the 2-minute mark, more around the minute 30 mark. We'll see that push, because it's going to also be determined on the advancement of the rest of the team was coming up through the center, and so I don't think we're going to see any contact from that south unless Deadshot swings around, and it looks like it is going to be a heavily northeast focused sort of push here.
Yeah, the smokes have come out here, not going to blind Special Ops, so he has still got a bit of a slither of an angle on this approach here, and seen a lot of smokes get used, but not actually, or well, we've seen them thrown, but not then actually get used. No one's really pushed on them. They kind of use them for that distraction and see if they can make any more rotations. Not going to have an effect. Those smokes have now dissipated. Another smoke come in. Again, not going to block Special Ops side, so he's going to be able to hold that super late angle. Cover for any kind of pushes. Just Do It has made it up closer to the objective. Sigma gets a nice pick onto Deadshot. Phantom Operator swings around, gets a pick onto Shadow Warrior. Just Do It does take down Special Ops, so the northeast now is completely exposed. Just Do It making his way onto the objective, which is pretty much open. Sigma gets a very nice pick onto him, though. Survives that, but Game Reaper coming around, does swing around and pick on Sigma. These defense now in the south. They've got to hold off this approach, and you've got to keep an eye on that northeast. You don't want anyone making their way into that building without you seeing. And Raph and Game Reaper now got to work together to try and pick apart the remaining two defenders. Leo and Phantom Operator in some good positions, though. Game Reaper coming in from the from the northeast, going to see if he can make it onto the objective. He just needs to get behind the Osama and get in. Gets the shots onto Phantom Operator. Trade does come down. 1v1 now. Raffaello versus Leo. Oh, nice pick by Raph. Watching for the objective, watching for the rotation. Knows it's got to be made. Does get that pick, and that's going to be a crucial pick. The point for no fun intended. The Marsot wins are definitely what you need to kind of break away on these bigger maps.
Absolutely, and much like we saw on map 1, where they did go down 0-1 and then come back, they are now on a bit of a path here. 2-1 on map number 3. Their map pick. They'll go on to defense for next round, so there's no way that they can lock in the map and series points in this next round, but it is definitely getting there, and so we'll have to see now. Like you said, if Imperial can put up a Marsoc round, which really does determine your victories on in a series like this and on map picks like this, and so a tall order. It's going to, again, be determined a lot on where they spawn, how they approach. Imperial have been playing pretty aggressive on the offense, so if they do get one of the, either that inside the hill spawn to the east or the south spawn in the west, then there could be opportunities there for quick plays. Otherwise, there are some spawns that really do kind of put you as far away as you could be from this objective, and you do kind of have to rotate around to even get close to it. And so we'll have to see what Imperial get when they spawn in on the attack. But yeah, NFI are just playing good here today. They're clutching in these key moments, and that's what's really getting them these map wins and round wins.
Yeah, that's the main part, is being able to close out those rounds, and we can't forget, really, no fun intended, I don't know if they've made it to a semi or quarterfinals, but I know they've played a lot of like round robins and a lot of the Challenger Cups and wildcards and things like that, so they definitely have, they're no strangers to the kind of pressure there is on these kind of moments, really. So I do wonder if that's kind of having a play there. You know, Imperial, first time they made it here, got through the round robins, and it is a lot. So there is a bit of that there. And I think they've just really been unfortunate in those 1v1 situations. It's just not gone their way. They've made the trades. They're doing what they got to do. We're looking at the scoreboard, and it is so even between the sides. Everyone is pretty much getting their picks. Like I say, it's just closing out those final rounds. And I just wonder if the format is just getting to them just a little bit here.
Maybe going into a brief timeout, 15 minutes here as Imperial try and slow things down, and it's a smart timeout for them. They do have a disconnect, so it could be also technical, but I do think it's a wise choice to be taking a break here, Jamie, because you do need to slow things down. You need to stop this thing, what's happening with NFI, and currently a 4-1 first two maps, so definitely a lot on their plate. And we do have a brief a break here. We will go quickly and address our sponsors that are contributing in to the VRML. We talked about them a little bit earlier. For a total of $7,640 in the cash prize pool this season, $7,000 of that is hard cash, and that is going to our first, second, and third place champions. First place gets $4,000 from ProTube and VRML, VR cover kits and custom Arma jerseys. Second place, $2,000, and third place, $1,000. So these teams are right now competing for an opportunity to essentially guarantee themselves $1,000 for at least their season of gameplay, right? If you lose here, you cannot get third place. You don't get the chance to battle it out in those finals, and so I guess I don't know if maybe we will have we do have a I'm forgetting, if you are eliminated here, you do play for third place. If you win here, you're guaranteeing either first or second, matter of fact. So I actually have to get my facts right there. If you win in the semifinals, you're guaranteed to advance on into the finals. We'll have our losers bracket, so the two losers here will play for third place. But I don't think it's a double elimination sort of thing, if I do have all of my facts correctly here. So I do believe the losers here have to compete for third place. So I guess they're not out of the money just yet, but they certainly aren't going to be up in that first, second, prize pool range. But anyway, that prize pool and the cash does come from our sponsors. Those sponsors include ProTube VR. I've got a ProTube around my neck right now. It comes from actually 2018. I've had it for so long. You can see the engraving on the bottom of the ProTube stock. But it is they are fantastic stocks. They've been a partner and a sponsor for VRML for a very long time, and we always appreciate their support. They have great haptic feedback mounts now, which greatly enhance they add force feedback to when you're shooting guns. They obviously also have the ProTube stock, which enhances your aim and stabilizes it in any of your favorite shooters. They also have a pistol haptic feedback mount. So again, do check out ProTube VR if you're interested in any of those mount options. We're also sponsored by VR Cover. They offer fantastic comfort options for any of your favorite VR headsets. A must pick up if you want to extend how long you can comfortably sit inside that headset. We're also sponsored by Asterion. They offer fantastic RGB mounts for any of your VR headsets with built-in USB chargers, and they have great mats that can be utilized to help feel your play space instead of running your hand into the wall. You'll feel that you're at the edge of your play space because you're at the edge of your mat, and so a mat's a great way to sort of artificially stand up walls for you, if you will, if you really do want to play competitive and aggressive VR games where you're diving around and there's a lot of physical movement. I do recommend you check that out, and you can get $5 off any purchase over $20 or more by going to AsterionProducts.com and using VRML, the number 5 off Asterion. Again, that's VRML 5 off Asterion. They'll get you $5 off any purchase over 20 or more. We're also sponsored by Arma. As you can see, fantastic VRML jerseys customized with names on the back. They're great. They're great holiday gifts, truly. I gave one to all of my nieces and nephews, and my nephew wears it every day almost now. When they're walking around, I get constant pictures of them in their VRML jersey. It's a really cool jersey. You can put your gamer tags on the back, make it customized, make it special for the holidays. So do check that out over at Arma. And obviously VRML contributing into that prize pool because we love to see VR esports grow. So VRML also jumping in there, and I think that is the sponsor push. Again, you can catch this live on Meta Horizon Worlds right now. You do tune in there. We're obviously live on Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube as well. So do check out all of the platforms, whichever one is your preferred. We're going to go to a brief break, probably about 10 minutes, and when we come back, we're going to be finishing off map number 3. We may have a winner at the end of it. We may not. We could be going to a map 4. We could be going to a map 5. Don't go anywhere. After this series, we also have another matchup. The number 3 EU team versus the number 3 NA team worldwide. Don't want to miss that best of 5, so don't go anywhere. More Onward VR esports action coming at you. welcome back, everybody. We are about to dive into round number 4 of map number 3 that could decide the series if NFI come out on top. We're on Snow Peak. We're into the action. No fun intended are defending, and Imperial are attacking. Thank you for patiently waiting during that brief intermission and our little ad pitch. We appreciate you all, again, hanging out and enjoying the action. And well, here it is, the action unfolding with a deep spawn in the north. It's going to be a bit of a slow rollout for Imperial.
That it will be, you know, like we were discussing very early on, the spawns on these objectives certainly do make a difference on how people defend, how people attack. If you can identify what spawn it is, it definitely changes up your defense. You know what you need to be watching, you know what rotations people need to make. The spawn that Imperial being given will allow them to make better use of the Ice Lake and the far kind of southern push, which is something we didn't see from No Fun Intended. It was more conversed in the northeast, coming from the Horseshoe and surrounding that kind of area on the objective. So it will be interesting to see how Special Ops decides to move around on here with Phantom and Leo, as that seems to be where the brunt of the push is going to come from. And it is going to require a little bit of cohesion with the rest of the team to be able to push in and get the distraction all the way from the north kind of side, and just allow that push to get ever so close and get your attackers on the backside of the defenders.
My question is will they be ready for Game Reaper, who's now set themselves up in a very aggressive position? They are super far away from objective, deep here in the south, but they're essentially covering the entire lake. They are the ones that are going to deny the ability for Imperial to cross, and ultimately I don't know that that Imperial will anticipate there to be a defender this deep on this corner here, and so it will be interesting to see if Leo and Phantom do try and pick off game on this corner, or if it does ultimately, like you said, kind of come down to that garage push, which we do see coming through now with Just Do It being that lone defender against Sieg and Nope Not Mikey.
Yeah, it's very, very tough to anticipate where, even from the desk, where everything's going to come in from. Special Ops did get spotted by Game Reaper on that position, so his movements have been called out. So No Fun Intended aren't going to be caught off guard from a push there, but it's just whether they're anticipating the numbers. The kind of northern side of the objective is going to be left alone, and with only kind of 2 defenders on the objective, it's a bit of a tough one, really. If Just Do It goes down, you've then got control of the garage, and then you've got your defenders that are pretty far away, and we know how this one can go with the rotations and Marsoc having that advantage of the high ground looking down on the objective. So these defenders that are pretty far away could find themselves being a bit of a detriment to the team. It all just comes down to how the push does come in and what reactions we see from No Fun Intended, as Just Do It is watching and waiting for Sigmire to push through on here. He doesn't know that he's there, but we obviously do know, and this push will come in very shortly and probably start things off. 3 minutes now remaining, and I think we're seeing a bit of a push going around back on the north side, which it's a bit dangerous really with the timing. We're seeing Imperial go down to the wire more often than not, and now that they've given up those 3 minutes of moving around there, it's I wonder if they're going to be able to get in with the team at the right time here.
Yeah, you can look at the overhead. You see a very deep rotation in that west side on the defense. And interestingly enough, what was that Phantom Leo combo has now shifted over to the inside of this mountain. So they're going to be potentially redirecting their efforts to be more focused to come up through that mountainside. But is it a little too late? It's going to be kind of awkward for them to be pushing through here, because they are going to have to challenge Raph, who is and has been waiting in this horseshoe.
Yeah, Nope Not Mikey and Sigmire are about to come around on the side of Just Do It. Have seen some lasers coming in. Raph going for a bit of a rotation, though, back through the garage. Could catch these guys off guard, behind on the back. Deadshot does go down on the objective, though. Trade comes out between Just Do It and Sigmire, and the push coming in from Raph behind Nope Not Mikey isn't going to be aware, so he could find himself just putting a stop to this and then taking over from Just Do It's spot and then holding out over by the garage and have a very good position to be able to defend the objective from. But then he's also got to watch out for that rotation that did come around, but 1 minute 30 remaining. It's got to come in very quick. Raph opting to decide to take the outside of the garage, so he's not going to be able to spot Nope Not Mikey, and Nope Not Mikey has heard the footsteps, so now he is watching and waiting for this. Raf taking that position, moving back in on the objective. Not aware of any position here. The trade does come down. 1 minute 15 now remaining. And again, Leo and Phantom Operator really need to get in on the objective now. Game Reaper very far away to be able to defend this, so it does just come down to Shadow Warrior. And if Game Reaper's not careful, he could find himself getting picked off as he makes that rotation back onto the objective. Time dwindling down, 1 minute remaining. They've really got to be aware of this and got to get this push going in now. It's a very good setup. Probably the closest Imperial being on an attack tonight, so they really need to be able to get in here.
Yeah, and a big rotation from Game to recognize the threat ahead of them, get back here to defend, reinforces the defense to be a 2v3, and now Shadow has a good denial of entry up through the horseshoe from this position. Smokes do come in, and now Special also is reinforcing this push with nades and utility up over the top to try and deny vision onto Shadow, and they're going to find the headshot to kick things off. Game Reaper's alone in defending, but they do have at least the overwatch.
15 seconds now remaining. Game Reaper just got to tuck in and make sure the push doesn't come in. They've set themselves up so well, but they're not fully aware of this time. Now they're going in. 5 seconds going to be remaining. Game Reaper just tucking in here.
Yep.
He may have the advantage of not being able to go down. You've got to get the cap out. You've got to get it out quick. Less than a second remaining, and it's not enough time.
Game is a sandbag away, but Prone's down, and that, I mean, that's just good awareness from Game Reaper. Really good play all around, truly, from that defensive rotation from Game. I don't know that they found too many kills at the end of the day until they killed the 3 at the end there, but they just played that so well. They were in a very risky defensive position, ultimately one that was vital in determining that the push was going to be focused in the northeast. And then they end up rotating just at the right time to reinforce the objective once they've lost a couple of defenders. They recognize the time. They take the risk that the team's not going to push fast enough in to get the cap, and they tuck in underneath the sandbags. Time ticks down, and round 3 is into the hands of NFI. They are a round away from securing themselves a Series W, and I'm feeling nervous for Imperial right now. Imperial has to be feeling nervous because we go into the box objective, which is a very close quarters OBJ, and no pun intended, have been playing well on the close quarters.
Yeah, that they have, and it was so unfortunate game for Imperial. I mean, they had a plan to start out with, and that plan was the right one to go with. If Leo and Phantom Operator had continued with that stealth push, they may have even caught Game Reaper as he made that rotation on the back. Potentially, they could have found themselves getting picked off as well. It all depended on, obviously, when they pushed in conjunction with that garage push. But the garage push had the effect that it needed and shut down 2 or 3 defenders. So just a great play, and it's so unfortunate, really, as again, that time just really had an effect on them. But they got to shake that off now as we do go into the 5th round, and like you say, it's that close kind of quarters objective. It's one where a lot of equipment is going to be used. The smokes are going to be super powerful inside there, and it's got a lot of rotations, and it could go anyone's way really once those smokes do start coming out. I don't think any team really has a major advantage there other than the fact obviously Marsok can cap to get the win, so that's just something that you've always got to be aware of anyway. But I think here it's a little bit more prevalent for the for when the smokes do start going out. Well, lots of pre-fire going to come out. You've got to check, see what kind of pushes we're going to see from the defenders.
Coming in from Deadshot here. Oh, actually a flashbang up over the top does blind Mikey. Mikey's going to counter flash. No, a nade just over the top. Leo finds the kill on the Deadshot. Mikey survives another day, and Shadow Warrior didn't push up with Deadshot there, so at least Shadow and Raph don't suffer the wrath of that stacked north defense. But there's 2 up there, and maybe they weren't quite ready for that.
Yeah, it was a great play by Nope Not Mikey to just lay down on the ground so he wasn't picked out there and taken down by Deadshot. And Leo providing the backup that's desperately needed. It does leave Shadow Warrior with this little bit of a funnel now. He's got to approach up the hill against Nope Not Mikey and see if he can make his way around. I think the main thing here is the push coming in from Just Do It and Game Reaper in the tunnels to kind of distract him and draw away the defense from the outside there. but this objective certainly does rely on a lot of team cohesion and some good positioning and map knowledge, really, to know where you're going to end up through the tunnels and in conjunction with the objective building. You don't want to all get kind of bunched up in one little angle or let that time dwindle down. But Imperial at the moment looking very, very strong. 3 minutes 40 remaining. They've taken down one. And they've got a little bit of the ground here to be able to pick off a couple attackers as they make their way onto the objective. They've just really got to suppress any tilt or anything at the moment and hunker down and just hold this defense.
They do have weak on objective defense. It's really just Spec Ops and Siegmeyer that are on the objective. If Raf and Just Do It push the 2v2 entering through the door, Game Reaper could make it a 3v2. Leo then has to re-enter with Mikey and Phantom. And so there's a real opportunity here for NFI to kind of flip the switch on Imperial. And, well, that's obviously going to be a nice start to get things back as they do find one down here on the north.
Oh, I killed.
Yeah, definitely going to be a crucial pit. Leo does recognize he needs to rotate back in, but still remains on this corner. It's a tough one when you're on defense. You've got to know that I've got to defend this objective. I'm not going to get this 1v3. Try and take a couple shots, but doesn't quite connect, and so knows that now he does need to rotate in. Nice C4 goes out by Special Ops to take down Game Reaper. But Just Do It is getting ready to push in. Leo getting pushed on both sides at the moment and knows that he has to get back in on the objective, because if that attack does come out, he's not going to be able to get in. Phantom Operator takes down Shadow Warrior in the north, and it does leave Raf now to try and attack onto Leo. Phantom Operator got to make the rotation back in onto the objective at some point, though, as he could be pretty far away. Nice pick there by Leo onto Raf, using that high ground advantage to take him down. And it does just leave us to Just Do It to try and take on. Pushes into the objective, which, like you said, for the most part, exposed. Could find his way into a box. He's got a lot of angles to check. Now Siegmeyer goes down. Just Do It about to get taken out from behind him. Does. Ooh. Just goes to show you, yeah.
That was almost the comeback there from Imperial. That was almost the I mean, like I said, once they made the entry, a 1v2, and then it's a re-entry for NFI, and that gets risky. You're funneling yourselves in one at a time, and, well, fortunate that they did reinforce onto the objective in time, find the kill, and we do get a point on the board. The second point for Imperial, the first time that they've gotten to up against NFI, and man, can't be a more vital time than now to lock that one in. The trouble, of course, coming up, Jamie, is that they have to attack. And what do you obviously got to prioritize just eliminating the opponent here. But that's a challenge, especially if NFI just set up inside, then you're going to force. I mean, it's really interesting how NFI can play this, especially because they have such a big lead with 2 maps already. They don't need to win this map per se. Obviously, you want to because you win the series. They're a round away from taking it and advancing into the finals. But, you know, they could really just all tuck in and force Imperial to make a strong entry into the objective.
Yeah.
There's a lot of what ifs here as we go into it with Imperial on offense and being spawned up in the garage area.
Yeah, so no real advantage really to the spawn there, but like you say, do you just all sitting on the objective and allow the defenders to come in and let that equipment go out? But some good nade places or nade usage will find yourself getting a couple picks, get those downs. And let's not forget the M203 can be used. We haven't heard it used as of yet, but with the objective being so close inside, it could be an option. You know, you're guaranteeing a hit as long as you can get to the building, aren't you? It's not like you're trying to get that long range shot. So you could definitely use that to clear some areas out. It's all a lot of debate really as to how people are going to attack. Shadow Warrior has made it around into near the horseshoe, so he's going to get into a little bit of an aggressive spot again. And no fun intended, like these positions where they've got defenders pretty far out and trying to take out attackers from behind, get those flanks in and move the way in. But we've seen it a couple times. They have been caught off guard where the defenders on the objective have been taken down, and now you've got to make those rotations back in. And it hasn't been too punishing for them yet, but with Imperial now on their second point, they could have that more momentum, just a little bit more confidence on what they're doing to potentially try the more outlandish kind of stuff. I mean, at this stage in the game, you've really got to be kind of trying something and just to throw No Fun Intended off and just throw them off balance just a little bit.
Yeah, and I do think the Imperial push here may actually kind of lean into the weaker setup for NFI. Like you said, they are positioned outside. They are positioned to prevent from an attack from the south, but it really is kind of, again, stacked up inside. We got 2 coming in through the horseshoe. If they end up challenging the inside of the objective space, it'll be up against Just Do It. They have the option of instead pushing down the alleyway and pushing into this objective room where no one's really watching this entry point. Raffalo's heavily distracted by both Mikey and Siegmeyer out in the north, and it's really, again, just 2 inside this objective space, Deadshot and Raff. And so if Imperial can make their entry from where they're moving now up through here, Special Ops and Leo pop out from that doorway, it is going to be a very effective entry point.
Yeah, and Game Reaper caught off the objective, narrowly avoids getting spotted by Phantom Operator moving around on the isolate there, coming back in from the north. He's recognized that the attack's coming in, so he's got to move back on the objective and provide that much-needed support. But now that does allow Phantom Operator a lot more ground than he was potentially going to get initially, and try and converge on the defense around the objective. Lots of gunshots coming out. Special Ops just, again, checking angles. 3 minutes remaining. And it does seem like Imperial are waiting for the attacks to come in. A team kill comes in. Deadshot taking down Game Reaper, anticipating a push there. Obviously a little bit confused by the rotation. That can be the detriment to those aggressive kind of plays. If your defenders aren't fully aware of what they're going to be doing, and you see a little bit of movement, usually you'll shoot first, ask questions later, especially if you're not anticipating your defender to be coming from there. So communication is so key on this, and that's going to be a bit of a disadvantage now for the No Fun Intended side. They now got to defend from just inside on the objective. Deadshot being the only defender on the outside, waiting for the north push from Siegmeyer and Nope Not Mikey. Could find himself getting one before he's aware. Does get the call out so that the push is coming in. Shadow Warrior finds one through the doorway. Nice angle there. He is just watching and waiting on this funnel. Smoke's certainly going to be needed, but we've seen a bit of equipment usage come out from Nope Not Mikey. Used the nade, did use the flash as well, so I don't think there's going to be any smoke available. Shadow Warrior does get challenged by Phantom Operator. Can't quite connect the shots, and he goes down. The smoke that was needed does now come out. But is it going to be too little too late? We're on to 3 attackers taking on 3 defenders. A good flash comes out to stop Nope Not Mikey pushing on that smoke. That means that the smoke could potentially dissipate before he makes his way. Shadow Warrior makes his way and now outside onto the alley. Gets a good rotation. Nope Not Mikey not expecting. He does get the trade though. It's only a trade. Is down. The revive could come out, but the time, again, it's working against Imperial. Special Ops and Leo not going to be able to have the time to get that rotation, so they do need to push in here in a 3v2.
Yeah, they're finally making their way in. A little too late, but it is going to be an opportunity for, again, that 2v2 if they come through. Shots are coming in early onto Leo. Special Ops could be pushing on to Just Do It soon here. As the nade comes in, it's a nice nade. Does get a good toss and does down Just Do It. Leo's now going to rotate back over to Special Ops side. They find another kill. Deadshot goes down. NFI are left with 1 in a 1v2. The push out comes in a trade. The triple for Special Ops to clutch it in, and Imperial are not letting go of map 3 as we tie things up 3 apiece. This is not done yet. The series isn't done yet. NFI are maybe thinking a little bit too far ahead as Imperial climb back into this series.
Now that was the kind of play that you expected, really, in a 3v2 kind of scenario. You know, everything you've got to come out to bring you to this. You know you're going to have that defense round next where you're going to probably be just a little bit more confident on it. We are going to go into the southwest hangar, which can be it's a tough one to say, really. It all depends on that setup and spawn. If Marsok do get that garage spawn in the south, or they're even closer south spawn, and then that's going to play really well into No Fun Intended's kind of playstyle with the CQC. So Imperial really got to watch themselves there, but great play there. Finally able to kind of get through and just push over the line, as it were, and get the point victory. This is the kind of most they've played, really, past Cargo. You know, it's they really come alive in this. So I'm thinking that they're potentially a little bit more warmed up, a lot more confident, and that timeout certainly has worked in their favor.
seems to be the case as they obviously refocus themselves. They put a pause on the no fun intended's momentum. Granted, NFI did actually take it up 3-1 right off of that pause. It's maybe because their back's against the wall. Truly, you know, it's down to those final moments. Like we said, they are a team that can come out from a deficit like this, and so maybe Imperial's starting to get things right here, starting to feel the momentum, starting to connect with their shots. They're aligning in their vision as a team, and well, they have a round to go to get their first map in this series, the first of 3 to come back if they want to take the W. And well, at least we got a round 7 here for one of these maps, James.
Yeah, that we do, and it's a great round 7 to have, really, isn't it? There's so much on the line at this point. No fun intended. Take this, then they win. Imperial battling to stay in, really, at the moment and go into their next map pick. So it is still all to play for. We've seen the garage spawn, so no fun intended going to get a little bit of ground, but again, they're going to probably converge around on the south and stay around the central south areas. So if Imperial can identify that, they're no strangers to kind of boxing in attackers and then just surrounding them and kind of pushing them the way that they want them to go. And that's something that is a very powerful strategy to play, really, and they do that quite well. So I wonder if we're going to see that coming out here, as No Fun Intended got a lot of open ground to kind of battle in, and Imperial have stayed pretty tucked in, really, on the objective, not making any kind of aggressive plays or anything, just playing how they know and just trying to catch people off guard. Drone has come out, nope, not Mikey, has identified that, and I think taken that down. Yep, has taken that down, so there's going to be no real knowledge there for the No Fun Intended side. They may know where Leo and Mikey are, so we could see them getting a little bit boxed in on this position, but still, they've still got a lot of ground that they've got to try and push through to get around to Leo and Mikey. So if they can work together to close off any of those pushes, then the knowledge from the drone won't be too beneficial here. But again, it all comes down to that time. 2 minutes have nearly gone down, and not a lot of ground is being taken by Marsoc as they're just slowly working their way up to try and see what they can actually see and see what movements there are, but not a lot of information to be given by the Imperial side here, as they're just staying so tucked in and not wanting to peek those super long range angles. As you know, as soon as you peek that and you lose that defender, that's when it kind of begins. So good to see them recognizing that and really staying focused on this round.
All tied up, 3 apiece. Everyone still alive as we do get in to the back half of the round. And I say everyone's still alive, but maybe not for long, as Game Reaper and Leo identify each other. Leo does get tagged, but Game Reaper finds a couple more bullets than Leo did, and a nice kill to kick things off for Imperial. They are starting their defensive round nicely. As a nade comes in, it doesn't quite go high enough to go over the top of the hill. I think that was the goal. So Leo will survive. That flash an indicator that Leo's alive. And so if all this information's being processed by NFI, then Just Do It knows that they did not connect with their grenade, and they still have to worry about at least one on the other side of this mountain. Do they know there's 2 is the question. Like you said, did the drone identify 2 here? And would you expect them to both still be here after the drone identifying 2 here is the kind of the second question that you have to consider on the NFI side. So how will Shadow Warrior approach? And if they take the low angle, they may find a bit of an avenue to catch Mikey off guard.
Possibly, but it does look like he has identified... No! Oh, he did the movement at the very last second there. Shadow Warrior does get spotted, taken down by Mikey. Imperial looking very strong, really learning from these past mistakes and just knowing that if we can just watch and wait for them make those grounds, and we can take them down, and that is certainly what's going on at the moment. Just Do It now panicking just a little bit, trying to work out how he's going to be able to push around here. Listen out for Leo making the call out, seeing what he can see, but when he swings around this corner, I don't know if he's going to be fully anticipating the second defender to be sitting there. So it's going to be a bit of a halo gunfire, but Leo is distracted covering the central push area, so I wonder if he's going to be waiting for this. Wasn't anticipating it, so it does go down. Just Do It now. Got to move around Mikey, going for left position, but oh, the flash! That was a good flash, but just not in time. Nice bit by Just Do It, opening up this south bucket.
A third for Just Do It. Phantom Operator goes down, and no fun intended, getting picked apart but Imperial suffering from rotations and Raph and team pushing in on what is now just the two left for Imperial. Spec Ops and Sigmire. Just Do It launching rounds downrange as Spec Ops flashes Raph over the top, and Just Do It's applying the high level pressure. It's going to find Special Ops, and Imperial are down to 1. Sigmire has to clutch a 1v3 with a minute left. How do NFI approach this? Are they going to consider going for the cap? Are they going to be on the hunt for this kill? Sigmire has to know that they can't push out into the open, but they do. NFI finds the kill. They take the map. They are the victors. They will advance on to the World Finals next weekend for a chance at first place. But what a final there for Just Do It. 11-7. Headshot negative KD, certainly not a ideal KD to be having there at the end, but that is going to be our first semifinals round, Jamie.
Wow, just what a final play there by Just Do It. If there was ever a moment where you've got to shine and get that great play in there, that was definitely the moment to do it. Very, very well done there. Decimating the self-defense, moving around, getting the high ground, and using the map knowledge, and just taking down Imperial there. Commiserations to them, because that was a fantastic setup by Imperial. It's just unfortunate that that play did come out there. So very well done by No Fun Intended, and great to see them going over into the finals with those kind of play.
Yeah, it really was. And well, that's it for our first series of the day, Jamie, and we can reflect on it a little bit more as we will, but I do want to prepare the rest of our audience here that we won't be diving into our next matchup until another 40 minutes from now. I think we will leave the stream live, and so you can stick around and wait for the action to come, but we're going to do a little bit of a breakdown of this series, look forward to what we have coming up, and then at approximately 12 p.m. PST, we will be diving into the start of our second semifinals matchup today. But I mean, let's talk about how Imperial played here today. If you're going to be, I guess, maybe more about how NFI are ultimately the champions, they're going to be advancing on. If you're looking at, who you could be going up against, looking at going up against NFI in the finals, if you're either Boss Fight or Resurgence, we don't know who's going to win that yet, but, what is the threat of NFI? I mean, I almost feel like you want to replicate what Imperial did here today, because again, they came down to so many 1v1s. I mean, maybe just executing at the end would be the real difference. I don't really know what Imperial could have done a whole lot differently in this matchup today, Jamie.
That's the difficulty, really. They obviously found a formation that kind of worked towards the end there, and it was working to a very great fashion on the back half of Snow Peak. Like we say, that final play by Just Do It to take down the self-defense, it was a great play by him and that skill, but had that not gone the way, had Mikey got the refrag that was needed onto Leo, then that would have been the Imperial victory, really, on that one. They were looking ever so strong. They had that objective locked down, and it was just unfortunate, really, throughout the game that those kind of quick plays on Cargo, the equipment usage, and just the general fast shots and the snapshots and the known kind of common positions that were being taken and the pre-fire onto those positions was the kind of downfall there. When you're playing against a team like No Fun Intended that does have that experience on their side, then you've really got to be wary of the spots you're picking and just how common are they and how prone will they be to the pre-fire. Have we got the cover that's needed? And I just don't think they had that for Bazaar. Cargo obviously goes very different. I think the fast plays and the great teamwork by No Fun Intended, having played together for so long on such a common map, really came into its own there. They just know what they're doing, and despite team kills, they were powering through. So it's definitely one that the winner of Resurgence or Boss Fight are going to be watching out for when they watch this stream back. Is that quick play on Cargo that they know, right, we can't just sit back. We're going to have to match them to that aggression. We saw the aggression from Phantom Operator on a couple rounds on their Cargo there really went off well, and No Fun Intended were not anticipating it. So there is opportunities there to be able to catch them off guard. It's just knowing when those opportunities are.
Yeah. What a great series to tune into here this afternoon, and it does have us looking forward again to that boss fight Resurgence matchup. The winner there goes up against NFI, but what are we anticipating there? I expect almost a bit more quicker pace. You know, boss fight in particular has certainly been a team that they have a variety of strategies. They have the ability to approach the objective quickly. They have the option of collapsing in those final 2 minutes. They have both strategies in their pocket as attacking. What do we expect from Resurgence? I mean, they certainly put out a pretty aggressive play style, if I recall correctly, in the group stage last weekend, but both those teams have never faced off against each other.
No, not really. Obviously, with the cross-region challenges and things not being available this season, it is a bit of an unknown. So you've got to rely a lot on what streams you've been able to watch of the teams playing, and get that knowledge from there. So it is going to be a bit of an interesting one. Boss fight obviously been around since season 1 or 2, so, and been in these final situations so many times. And just not being able, I don't think, to be able to get that first place. So they're definitely going to be looking for that. And with their roster changes throughout this season, they've definitely had their issues. But I think now coming into the through the round robins, they really kind of got that kind of together, got those issues kind of worked out, and they were playing so well in there. And Resurgence also, they've been dominating throughout the entire season. They are a very strong team to be playing against. They know how to have that long play. They know how to get those long-range picks. But if you take them on a small map, then it's even worse there because they are just so quick and have got those those plays down. Whereas Boss Fight don't really have that super aggressive fast plays that you would expect from an NA side, but they are going to be watching for that, and then no strangers to defending against it. So it's going to be a very tough matchup for both sides, but a fantastic game nonetheless.
Yep, should be exciting to tune into, and again, it's going to be 40 minutes from now. So we're going to go into a long intermission. It's going to be a good opportunity if you're tuning in on Meta Horizon Worlds to go and charge your headset and get ready for what could be another best of 5. It could be 5 full maps of Onward action. Again, coming at you at 12 p.m. PST. We'll stay live, so you can stick around if you do want to, but until we come back, stay classy, don't go anywhere. It's more Onward semifinals, Worlds action, NA versus EU coming up. Welcome, everybody, to the Onward VR Master League World Semifinals. My name's Nightfire with 2 E's. I'm joined by my co-caster, Jamie, and we are in for an NA versus EU battle, Jamie. So that means that we're going head-to-head on the caster's desk, obviously, as we are going to get into an incredibly exciting matchup.
Heck yeah, we are. You know, this is going to be a really fun game. I like watching boss fight. I think everyone likes watching boss fight and how they play, and the calculated methods of movement and just great precision with the equipment usage they tend to throw out there in Resurgence with their super awesome plays, you know, the aggressive, the quick on those corners, and again, all out great equipment usage also. So, battle of the best tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it is number 3 EU versus number 3 NA today, duking it out. And for those not in the know, it's been a long road for these two teams to get here. 15 weeks of regular season gameplay that have led them to ultimately a round-robin group stage where they had to battle to be one of 3 teams that qualified within their respective regions. From there, we had the World Quarterfinals last weekend where they battled up against opponents from the OCE and EU regions respectively and won to now be advancing into the semifinals where we do get a NA-EU battle, and Resurgence are the last representation for NA left. EU obviously doing really well so far in this postseason, Jamie.
Yeah, both teams really have been coming out. You know, we were talking about it earlier on in the previous cast there. Obviously, boss fight did start out with a bit of a mess in the rosters. You know, there was different players coming in, different players coming out, and they seemed a little bit all out, not fully in there. But towards the back half of season 13, they've really come back into their own, got those roster changes sorted out. Everyone's kind of working together and working together. So we've seen them go through the round robins of the Challenger Cups. Not that one specifically, but we saw them, you know, on the lead up to them, just how well they were playing. So yeah, in the Resurgence, they have just had back-to-back victories all throughout the season. So they've been a very, very strong team from start to finish. So this is going to be just a fantastic. I'm really looking forward to it. That kind of classic EU play style going up, the kind of classic NA style. Really, it's going to be one to watch. Really.
Yeah, it really is, and I know a lot of players are very excited to tune in and catch this action live to this afternoon. For those that don't know, if you look down beneath me, we have a lot of TBDs. It is a best-of-5 series this afternoon. It means we play 5 maps. Each map is a race to 4 points. Could get 5, but you don't need it at this stage as the points don't matter. You just have to win the map. So first to 4 secures a map win, and obviously if you win 3 maps, you advance on into the finals. Each team gets a ban. The home team Resurgence bans first. The away team Boss Fight bans second. Resurgence ban Downfall, Boss Fight ban Cargo. And so you can see a bit of a pattern there, Jamie, in that the long range ban and the close quarters ban.
Yeah, it was kind of really to be anticipated. Boss fight very well known for their kind of long-range plays and the shorter-range plays coming in from Resurgence. So yeah, it's not really to be unheard of there. So I imagine we will start. It will probably start out with the kind of a couple small maps, maybe just to see what we're what teams are gonna be anticipating from each other, and then more than likely move over into the kind of long-range maps. So Suburbia, a good kind of standout initial map really to ascertain how your opponent's going to play.
Yeah, and that is where we're headed for map number 1, a pick from Resurgence, a clear indicator again that they are going to prefer that close quarters in their map selection, which means that if we do go all 5 maps, there's going to be a priority in the close quarters over long range, and so it'll be interesting to see how Boss Fight execute when it does come down to them having to play on these smaller maps. They do still play well on these maps. And it's not to say that Resurgence have any sort of astronomical advantage. You know, we can look at stats from the season, but that may not necessarily paint a good picture of how these teams are going to perform today against each other because they've never fought against each other throughout the season. But I don't think Boss Fight are any slouches on Suburbia this season.
No, I mean they have played it quite a few times. They've played it. I was just looking it up. Well, they've played it once this season, but obviously as a team, you know, they have played it a lot. The interesting thing is the lineup that they're really bringing for the first game. We've got Little Sayonara, we've got VGG Shuk, who are two newer members really to the boss fight side. Mantis as well, but Mantis being on Vikings before, you know, season champions as well. They've got that experience there. So they've got three very well experienced players, like Jill and Scooby, in there, being on the team pretty much from when it began, and bringing that against Resurgence, obviously, with a kind of standout side that's been around there since the beginning of the season.
Yeah, and a bit of a false start here as we're not quite ready to get into round one, but it does give us an opportunity to dip on over and look at the active rosters for Resurgence. We have Ree, God of Shinobi, Faded, Chawai, and Rambo. And yeah, again, no strangers to the game on that roster either. You know, these are going to be two teams that are very familiar with any map that we pick into this afternoon. There's really no space that these teams don't understand thoroughly. And one thing that I think we should also keep an eye out on is the shifting roster of Boss Fight. I imagine that as we shift to different maps and different, even potentially objectives, we will get shifts in the roster from Boss Fight. It's definitely something we saw in the quarterfinals from them, as they had a couple of people there rotating in throughout the course of the best of 5.
Yeah, they do have a pretty deep kind of active roster, so they do like to draw upon that kind of experience on certain maps and the different players' kind of advantages when it does come to those maps, versus Resurgence, who I think they do have a pretty in-depth kind of roster, but they do tend to kind of stick with the similar sides throughout games, so you're just constantly working on that team cohesion, that team coordination, and that kind of bonding. Can be a bit of an issue when you do look on the sides of live boss fight, where they do have that in-depth roster, they're bringing people in constantly. It's hard to really build up kind of a full squad kind of cohesion. There's always a little bit of not doubt, but, you know, uncertainty, I guess, on how someone specifically may push one angle. So that can definitely have an effect, but it doesn't seem to really affect boss fight too much when they play.
And for those maybe wondering, Jamie's eye hasn't been poked out. If you are tuning in on the NA side of things and you missed the EU broadcast, we're just dressed up for the Halloween spirit. It's Halloween weekend. I've got my military vest on. Oh, I've got my awesome my required Pro Tube stock draped around the neck, and obviously the HyperX headset with the Quadcast S mic. It's the full package for any true competitive gamer. But yeah, we are dressed up. Jamie's got an eye patch. So, you know, we do what we can do. Okay, his eye isn't poked out, but he's a pirate. We may try and have him mix in a authentic ARG into one of his callouts this afternoon. But outside of that, we are obviously excited for this NA-EU matchup, and we are just waiting for both teams to ready up and dive into this first round. Because, again, this is a highly anticipated matchup. I know a lot of people have been looking forward to this battle here.
Yeah, this is, I think, been one of the most spoken about games of the day. Not to take away from, no fun intended, Imperial. That was a great game that lots of players and people came in to watch throughout the various regions. So it's, you know, it just shows that these are the teams that people are wanting to watch, and the people are getting the games that they want to see. So yeah, it's great, but it does sound like we are actually going to start out on the first round now. So let's get it underway, really.
We are diving into the action, the NA versus EU battle. Who will come out on top? Will NA stay alive? Will their hopes stay alive in this series, or will it be an EU finals, as we do have already one finalist advancing forward after today? That will be Imperial, as shots come in from Lego, and Scooby tucks in with a flashed. Definitely flashed out as they do push up, but this is a quick push from Resurgence. They are sticking to their play style of fast as they are diving in here. Chawai looking for kills over the top. They know Scooby's tucked in. Scooby botched the C4 placement. They wanted it to go up and over, I think, but they have managed to tuck back in and can utilize that C4 for a later deployment.
Yeah, unfortunate placement there, but Little Sayonara nicely spotting out Rhea mid-house, takes him down And that kind of puts us up to that push, but God, Shinobi taking Legil out in a very common position there. Rambo trying that long-range approach there, does get spotted by Mantis, so he gets taken down. Resurgence, true to form, coming in fast, but at the moment, people are going down fast also. Boss fight really holding out well here, and the remaining members of Resurgence really need to find an approach here as God of Shinobi's danger close to Scooby. Scooby just needs to view over. He doesn't get the spot, but Mantis definitely does get the pick whilst Chewy takes him down. So now Scooby, the remaining defender on the objective, got to defend against this, gets taken down by Chewy. Lil Sayonara now has to make the rotation. Objective is wide open at the moment for a cat. Lil Sayonara just depending on this little line of sight that he has got. But Chewy has an angle on him and takes him down. Return very fast. 1 minute 25, 35, yeah, 25, take out boss fight entirely.
Hawaii seemed almost confused by the chaos, and they're the ones that found 4 kills. Almost the ace for Resurgence out the gate here, and they are certainly, well, sticking to their strategy of fast and furious. Now is, though, when, you know, these early rounds are very interesting to watch. You know, what do these teams take from these early rounds? Are they going to, you know, is Boss Fight now going to expect in their next defensive rotation a much more aggressive team and be ready for that? Because you can counter into the aggression. You can play a more passive defense. You know, there's so many strategies and styles that either one of these teams can deploy because they have them in their playbook. And so I'm looking too far ahead as we're still so early into these rounds. Obviously map 1, round 1 just finished, but out the gate, kills on both sides, Jamie. So, you know, both teams looking good.
Yeah, I mean, right at the start there, Boss Fight looking kind of the strongest, really. They took us down to a 3v4, and then just those fast, quick peaks from Resurgence. Chwai there on lane 4 does get some great angles. He's notorious for those quick shots. He's very good at them, and they were basically obviously the detriment of Boss Fight there. It's hard to say really from the caster deck how any of these rounds are going to go. Resurgence just turned that around astounding, and you know, Boss Fight are no strangers to that either. So this is going to be a fast-paced game, I think.
Yep, we'll see if we get a bit of counter aggression, so to speak, a similar sort of offensive rollout up through the middle here, as there is some suppressive fire. We are seeing Sayonara getting challenged by a flash up over the top. Shinobi tries to get another flash, but botches it as it bounces on the underside of the awning, and Ree's going to try and swing wide to catch Sayonara peeking out here, and Sayonara is in a very precarious position as Ree does find the shots. It's a trade, 1-for-1, although Ree is resable. It's going to force a rotation all the way around that side to get the res, and so will Boss Fight be able to capitalize off the lack of extra attention here on the defense. Who knows, as both Lego, Scooby, the rest of this team is just positioned and waiting to see if Resurgence are going to apply any more pressure.
Yeah, very kind of standard play coming in from Boss Fight, you know, taking it slow, watching the angles, knowing what they got to do. Rambo does push in, gets a pick onto Legil, very quickly refragged though by Mantis, who gets very quickly refragged by Chawai. And then we've got Scooby-Doo now pushing in on lane 4. Got to try and watch for these angles. Does find God of Shinobi on lane 2, but then again, very quickly refragged. 3 times Shook on lane 4, and that's just crazy.
We're going to see the pause button put into play here by Boss Fight, if I had to guess, going into these next couple of rounds, because Resurgence are delivering wholeheartedly too aggressive of a play style right now, and they overwhelmed them on that defensive round and are up 2-0 now out the gate. It's an aggressive start, but I've seen Boss Fight almost, you know, a dozen times come back from adversity like this, come back from rough starts and then simply run away with a series. And so Resurgence really have to be careful about their opponent that they're going up against here, one that they're not familiar with, and they can't get too overconfident.
No, you definitely can't when it comes to a team like Boss Fight. Yes, you may have a little bit of an advantage or an upper hand, but the objective shift will have an effect. You know, we were on a very, very quick kind of objective there, one that you've got to be fast on, and aggression definitely wins on that. We move over to mid-house now, where that aggression doesn't really play in too much of a favor. If you can get a few attackers up those stairs and pushing in, quickly get your refrags, then, you know, you could end up with a Marsoc left in there once the defense goes down. But for the most part, you're going to see a bit more static kind of play and just covering the mid-house, covering the entrances, and they're trying to pick off the opponents from far away. So really, Resurgence may need to try and adopt a bit more of a slower play style to be able to pick off boss fight to allow their aggression to come through on this one.
Yep. We'll see how they play as we get into round number 3 of map number 1. Out the gate, objective 1 has gone to Resurgence wholeheartedly with both rounds in their favor. But now, as Jamie says, we do rotate to a new objective placement in middle house. And so with that objective shift, it could mean a shift in scores. Back in the favor of boss fight, but we'll have to see. As early pre-fire from Shook down lane 1, and then again more pre-fire to deny Ree and Faded the opportunity to push too quickly up the middle. This allows Sayonara and Lego to get positioned inside for Scooby to set up on the outside at carport, and essentially boss fight to tuck in and get into their positions on defense before Resurgence can really deploy anything too aggressive.
Yeah, something you have got to watch out on defense. If Marsoc are a little bit too aggressive with the pre-fire and the flashes, you can find yourself not even actually being able to make it to the mid-house defense. So something you know, top teams definitely do use against newer teams and other teams anyway. So something you have got to be watching out for. Push around on this one and finds Scooby. Shoot tries to get the angle. Can't quite shoot over the Hesco, but does manage to. Gets a nice refrag. And Rambo now trying his opportunity. Duke not watching, does get taken out unprepared. Rambo now takes out 2. Finishes off Scooby, I think it was. Little Sayonara now getting attacked by Faded. Legil all alone on the objective. Got to defend against 2. This is where it becomes more difficult. Mantis gets a nice pick onto God of Shinobi, saving that, but Faded pushes in and gets Legil. Wow. I'll just stop trying to call how people are going to play this, as that was fast.
Yeah, another 450 round, and Resurgence are maybe trying to set a record for a semifinals win here as they are out the gate 3-0 and really just kind of overwhelming boss fight. It does make me wonder if that roster is maybe not their ideal roster. Maybe it's just what they had to utilize to fill what, you know, who was available for the matchup this afternoon, because we don't see key elements like Radar, who is in chat. We love to see you chatting it up and mentioning that they're at work. There is another one of their players sick, but either way, boss fight got to step up here right now because Resurgence are running away with a 3-0. They have this defensive round now in middle house where boss fight are going to have to win a Marsoc round, or map 1's going to go right into their hands. And then we do get into boss fight's map pick, which could potentially get us into that range space, maybe abandoned or Snow Peak, which would open up things a little bit for boss fight and prevent Resurgence from having a minute 10 round, you know. But the aggression here is definitely working well for Resurgence, and gotta wonder what boss fight are trying to come up with as a strategy to counter this.
Yeah, I think it's tough when you don't have those cross-region kind of plays. So when you're coming up a complete uncertainty. Before we would have had the Button Cup, so potentially these teams would have been matched up. So they would have had an idea of what to kind of expect. You know, back in the day when Globo and SMC and all those kind of teams were in there, you had a chance to be able to get a flavor of how they play. Boss Fight haven't had that luxury, so it seems. You know, at the moment, Resurgence are double like walking around, picking them off one by one, and then just getting in on the objective. Nice pre-fire though from Scooby does take down Chawai. Rambo got to make the rotation to try and get in on the revive there. We could see the objective somewhat exposed. Faded, the only defender really on there. God of Shinobi does get a nice pick onto Little Sayonara, taking him down, and that allows his kind of push to basically shut down anyone pushing from lane 1 in conjunction with Reek. Gets a nice angle, trying to pre-fire into lane 4. Can't quite connect onto Scooby, who's not anticipating the push now. God of Shinobi pushing in, trying to get aggressive. Legil goes down to Chawai. The trade comes out between Shuk and God of Shinobi, while Chawai and Scooby have a bit of a trade there as well. We're just down to one attack. Mantis got to try and go for this revive. Does find a pick onto Ree, and he's got to check this tablet and get the knowledge that that's available here.
1v2, and a minute on the clock has ticked down. Where does Mantis go from here? Like you said, that rotation back for the res is available. And Mantis now does check, ends up throwing their tablet, but realizes they're the last one alive and that they have to get the res on the Shook, so they do drop back, and they're fortunate that Faded isn't watching out the window for that cross because that could have been a kill. But Mantis does rotate around and should turn this into a 2v2 where Boss Fight can try and get around on the board.
Yeah, good job they did check that, and yeah, Faded could have just had a nice angle on the rotation there to pick him off. Luckily, he is staying tucked in, just waiting to see if anyone else does push around on the Volk side of lane 1. Well, the revive going to come out, and this is where they really need to work together between Shook and Mantis. I think Spawn House certainly would be a good position to take, as you do get that overarching look onto the objective. You can pick people off, but between Faded and Rambo's position at the moment, it is probably going to come down to the trades and a very quick push into the house and just pre-firing some more corners, really. I think it's, other than that, then there isn't going to be much of a push available here. Some equipment usage should be around. A nice nade through the lane 2 kind of side of mid-house could definitely take down Faded. But again, it's just what equipment is actually available. Everyone went down very, very quickly, so I anticipate there is going to be a little bit available to be able to scavenge off your teammates. I'm looking at a dead body here, and a smoke and a nade certainly available on lane 4 by the school bus there, but it's easy to say when you're watching from up here.
Yeah, very risky to be out in the open like that, looting your body, but they have a confirm of 3 dead. You can hear Shook identifying that they have seen 3 downed enemy bodies, and so they know that there's 3 down. For those that maybe don't know, there is no indicators, there is no overheads, there is no lasers in this game, and so it is all a matter of identifying off of uniform color and communicating through the radio with your teammate or within proximity, and so that's how these teams are organizing and trying to push these objectives. We get a bit more clear perspective with our overhead and caster tools. So, you know, oftentimes what we say is not what is apparent to them in the battlefield with shots coming in. But let's kind of tune in and see what they're strategizing as they're thinking about how to approach.
I'm just thinking I might put a smoke out the front of the house.
Yeah, it's so tough now in this kind of scenario.
So you have to be up the slide to look at the side.
Hold on. Dayton.
Trying to listen into the comms of the teams, Sammy, as we hear them strategizing and getting ready to push in here, but smokes come out. It seems that the push hasn't quite come through. Maybe they wanted to get that smoke up onto Faded's window. But either way, Mantis is going to be able to push the carport here, and Rambo might be the first on the chopping block.
Just got to peek that window.
Another smoke M203. That one's to blind Faded. The rotation comes in, and Rambo finds the kill on the outside. Shook goes up next, and it's a double for Rambo inside. 4-0 out the gate for Resurgence. They don't drop around. Is anyone undefeated? Faded doesn't die. Rambo doesn't die. That's a pretty dang good start to a best of 5.
Yeah, just fantastic play by Resurgence, really, you know, pushing in, using that aggression, playing out well on the first map. I think this is kind of like a statement, isn't it? You know, if you allow us to do this, then this is what's going to be going on, and that's the course of how things are going to go. So Boss Fight really need to, you know, understand what's not gone right there. Take them maybe onto a bigger map and just see how they do perform on there, and then you'll get an idea for what to kind of maybe anticipate for that third map. And so lots of things to be able to choose from here. It's unfortunate that came down to just a peek through a window, because I think if Mantis had peeked above that window, Rambo wasn't really watching that window fully. He was kind of a little bit more focused on the door. So I think the pick would have gone there, and then now you're in a 2v1 scenario pushing up those stairs. So really unfortunate. It just goes to show how, you know, just how close it can be, or how the rounds can go, just the flick of a kind of, you know, just from one peak or one pick or something like that. I guess that's the best thing about Onward, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And we definitely get a shift in how those peaks and picks can unfold as we do go to a bit more of a ranged map. It's Quarantine for boss fights map pick here, and that's no surprise. It's definitely a boss fight favorite, one that they are very good at playing, and it does not necessarily isn't a it's not something that Resurgence can't deal with, because it does have a lot of mid-range and ultimately close quarters fights, but there is just that option to play it a little bit more slowly, a little bit more like the boss fight sort of offensive strategy is, and really doesn't allow for Resurgence to get overly aggressive. If they do get overly aggressive, that opens up opportunities for caps for boss fight.
Yeah, I think the one thing to note here really is boss fight pretty much will play this every kind of game and every kind of match unless it gets banned. So it's a map that they do play a lot versus Resurgence, who have only played it once this season and possibly, won't be as warmed up. Could be playing it a lot in scrims in anticipation of boss fight, so they could have been doing that preparation this week, which is what, I anticipate. Right. But there is going to be a little bit of the advantage, maybe leaning towards boss fight in that scenario. But coming off a 4-0 loss, it depends how they're feeling at the moment now. Can they shake that off and then just focus on this map now that they know they can play, or is that going to have a bit of an effect now on their judgment, really?
Yeah, it is. There really is the potential here where we get a complete reversal in pace, momentum, everything, and boss fight come out 4-0 on their map pick, just because of how little boss fight have played Suburbia and Quarantine. And as we get down into the lower half of the best of 5, the map pool, obviously becomes less and less. And so you get maps where both teams are good at it, and that's where we may start to see a little bit more of that back and forth. Maybe something like Subway or trying to think of another mid-range map. Like you said, Downfall, actually that's banned. Abandoned has a little bit of that close quarters long-range combo like Quarantine does. And so it'll be interesting to see. I definitely am not counting boss fight out right now, but Resurgence have had a dang good start with 4-0 in a matter of a couple of minutes, really.
Yeah, but they've been in these finals. They've been in these quite a lot, so they know what to get. So we will just see how they do focus and come in on this objective. We've got the crash building objective, which is a very, very cappable one. You've got to be watching out for it. Not many opportunities really for the flanks, which I think Resurgence may try and use to their full advantage on this map, as they can be pretty soul destroying really when somebody gets around on you on this map. So it's something you've really got to be watching out for. Shook going to be hearing the call outs from God of Shinobi, so he can call that out to the rest of the team. So they're going to anticipate that defender covering that western push. A very, very crucial kind of spot. The nade comes out,
so
doesn't
close.
quite go far enough. See the explosion. Oh, the retaliatory nade. It's a flash. So God of Shinobi going to be able to get around Shook. Doesn't know exactly where he was, but he's not going to hear the movement, not going to see that movement. And now God of Shinobi is just above him. He's got to try and work out exactly where he is. Call that back out to his team, who are going to be watching for him in the kind of broken down plane. All the while, little Sayonara making his round on the west. It does seem like boss fight going to try and surround the defense here and potentially work to get those picks that they're going to need to allow the cap to happen.
Yeah, a very interesting move from Shinobi. Rambo's reinforced the position that Shinobi left open. Good rotations from Resurgence to try and maintain their 4. We might have to cut over to Chawai because there is a duo rotating over to their side here in the north soon enough. Lego and Scooby, if they can be successful, that'll be big. But then also obviously keeping an eye on little Sayonara, who could sneak their way in for a cap if they work past what is this defense that's really not too close around the objective.
No, but the gunshot's definitely going to alert Shinobi on the pick there, but that does open up that kind of middle push now, which is a bit of a dangerous one. Legil, dangerous with the M203. Something you got to be watching out for. We've seen it through the season. He has just got some great picks. Chawai gone down, only going to be able to call things out, but still going to be able to give that information to the team. If Shook's kind of positioning here, smoke coming out, not going to have an effect on Shinobi, who's re-peeking back on where he's just where Chawai got taken out. Try and get an angle onto Legil. Can't quite get that though, and Shook really determined to take him down here. as he knows that that's basically the main defender stopping the push really for the cap here.
Yeah, and if they can get around Shinobi, they can actually get to this objective and have an opportunity to cap, but for now, Shinobi does have that sort of end-all, be-all angle with how Boss Fight are looking to approach this. They haven't sent Scooby or Lego up deep north, and if Scooby and Lego approach up through the center with Shook, then yeah, they're going to be running right into Shinobi's line of sight. So where is the utility? Where is the nades? Are they going to try and kill Shinobi up in this second floor, or is it just going to be a matter of getting rid of Faded and then trying to push the objective? They may actually try. I wonder if they're intentionally leaving Shinobi to try and push this objective.
Does seem like Shook wants to take the shots, knows that he probably could, but just moving slowly round. He has got an angle. If we just look from the bottom over here, he's definitely got that angle, but Shinobi a little bit distracted. I think with Mantis can hear the footsteps, so he's expecting a push coming up here. If he just looks over, he definitely will see him. Faded getting tested as well with some pre-fire. And at the moment, Boss Fight are just trying to set themselves up for the cap, really. They know where the positions are, and I think they could potentially go for the kills, but they're really kind of trying to push in on this defense here. Scooby coming around on the far northwest as well. He could be trying to come from the top. Fady gets a pick onto Mantis though, and it's something you gotta be watching out for. Shook is moving in. If he can stay low.
They really need Lego to distract Shinobi. Lego to distract Shinobi. Scooby can draw the attention of Faded. Shook is prone, tablet out, trying to work their way up, and Shinobi is smoked out on the bottom floor. Shinobi doesn't have a great line over to this object. I don't even think they can see Shook prone here.
Yeah. You won't be able to because I think because of the plane, he'll be at the point where you just won't be able to actually see him.
Oh, he's punching in the code. Shook's capping for Boss Fight, trying to get 2 points, and they do secure it. Faded can't see from where, and neither can Shinobi, but Boss Fight are looking for a little bit of a scoreline reversal and have done it with a fantastic start as they go up 2-0 on their map pick.
Yeah, you know, that was I think we could see that coming in from the casters deck. You know, they weren't taking the shots. They knew that they could get the angles, but why, when you can kind of work towards trying to get an attacker in for the cap? If they go down, then take the picks and just take the single point. But that's just, you know, that's just that experience. I think with Scooby and having that experience, being able to sit there in North and basically just call everything out to his team, you know, having that in-game leader is crucial for a map like Quarantine, and he does that ever so well. If you listen to him on his comms, he's constantly calling things out, constantly, you know, directing on the battlefield, and that's really important for them. A
big comeback for them as a 4-0 start. I mean, they didn't have any points on the board, you know, not looking good for them. And honestly, it happened too quick, I think, for Boss Fight. Now that they've got 2 on the board, things can start to get a little dangerous for the likes of Resurgence. They really have to watch out for this Boss Fight team, because if they start to get momentum, they can run with it. Like you said, Scooby's a very effective leader. And, well, off of this cap, I know Boss Fight are just going to be looking to stay tucked in and really force Resurgence to come to them. I think would be the right choice, but they also might go on the hunt a little bit. Everyone always goes for a couple of picks. A little counter aggression goes a long way sometimes, and so curious to see how Boss Fight do defend as we do go into round 2. Same objectives, but we swap sides, and Boss Fight have to prevent Resurgence from trying to get that cap.
That they do, and they're going to be watching for those plays coming in through the center. I imagine they know how they went for it, just they know how most teams are going to go for it. So that is going to probably be the main area where they're going to defend on this and try and understand where Resurgence are coming from. Again, they're a side that they know how to make the rotations needed to cover whatever angles a team is attacking from, so they can kind of direct how the plays go from the offending side. So it's all guesswork really up until the first couple minutes once they identify those spawns and the positions. But Mantis potentially going to be the main one to spot the movements here. Chawai getting close on that center and just trying to see where he can spot any movements, and that's basically what it comes down to a lot of the time on Quarantine. You're looking for pixels, you're looking for just something to doesn't quite look right, and then try and shoot at it and see what happens, really.
They're gonna have to
The setup for Resurgence so far is looking interesting, and it may, if they can play it right, play against Boss Fight's defense. If you look at it now on the overhead, you can see they have 3 positioned in a way where they can still monitor the south if there is a rotation in from the south side that goes around middle building, but they only really have 2 on objective. So there's a chance for all 3 to rotate up through the north that we have up on that north side, rotate all the way north and push down to objective for essentially a 3v2 until the defense rotates back, and then you can maybe catch them on the rotation with the 2 at the middle. I think that may be the plan for Resurgence here, but right now it is still that, like you said, that setup phase. Why it does take some
One
shots.
guy's all the way at the back. He just rotated back objective.
Yeah, it's the toughest part on this really isn't attack force, is just understanding where the it seems like Ree got the shots onto him, but yeah, you've got to understand where the defenders are, and then that's when you can start to formulate your plan. You don't want to use your equipment too early, but it does seem like Resurgence are getting a little bit invested into this kind of western push. It could be pretty strong. If they can get into the craft building, I think the area itself will play very well into their playstyle. Baby gets a nice pick onto Sayonara, got to defend the front of the objective. He's just been capped on from there, so that is basically going to be at the forefront of their mind. Ree watching for any rotations. The smoke's having a good effect to just strap boss fire really. Ree with a nice pick is actually taking place on the objective. He's on there waiting. Scooby pushing in, does get the pick. Well, yeah, just an important pick there that was desperately needed. And Faded with a very quick pick. Rambo now on the offensive. He's a fast capper. He's a very, very fast capper as well. And there it is.
Oh my.
Ooh. Caught off guard. You know, that, like I said, that this area just plays well into, I guess, Resurgence's playstyle. You know, they get the picks on the rotations and you get that quick cap in. Whew.
We
Great
go
answer.
cap for cap on map number 2, and Resurgence tie this back up to an even game, where we go to our now next objective over in the South Hospital building, or at least the outside of it. And I think this one definitely lends itself more into the defensive favor than offense, but with what we just saw, who knows? That objective is not normally that easy to cap, but again, they just played it just right. The 3 pushed in from the north. It forced rotations from the south. We saw the push up through the center to gain control of that rubble, the 2-story. And once they had control of 2-story, they could fire down on the defense that was trying to rotate back to prevent the cap. Legel couldn't get there in time because they had to deal with a couple of defenders to get into that middle building, and it allowed enough time to cap from that north push. Just a really nicely executed play from Resurgence, and very clearly a play. You could tell the coordination was exactly as time. You know, as soon as shots came down into the middle building, the center 2 were pushing. You know, the smokes were there, and they were denying vision, and the pressure was coming in simultaneously from the rooftop and the sides onto the objective building. It was just really good coordination from Resurgence, and ultimately both teams coming out the gates swinging here on their offensive rounds, tied 2 apiece again on quarantine, going to our next objective.
Yeah, just fantastic plays by both sides, really. Coordination definitely coming out and doing it in different ways. One person leading the coordination, then you've got the other side there just playing to each other, you know, and just having that natural coordination. So it's great to see. I wonder if we could see another cap come out, because again, this objective, some well-placed smokes, some good early picks, and it does lead itself into a bit of a Marsot favored kind of area. So yeah, I guess we just got to see that. But again, it's going to come down to that setup phase as Boss Fight scanning the area, trying to work out where defenders have pushed from. I imagine the brunt of the attack possibly will come in through the center. Hawaii with the first pick onto Mantis does get him from that long-range angle in the southeast. And that's a very powerful position to hold here. Boss Fight are going to know they've got to take him down. Oh, and Scooby gets caught out on that rotation as well, back onto the east. And he'll be able to get the call-outs, but I don't think the revive opportunity is going to be available until Hawaii gets taken down.
Yeah, it's going to come down to little Sayonara trying to get this pickup over on that side. Scooby's going to have to accurately call out where the threat is coming from and hope that those shots don't confirm. their down body, because that is what Scooby can do right now. They can call this out. The trouble is they can give Sayonara a little bit of false sense of confidence. We do have another oversight from Ree on the top floor, and they catch out little Sayonara trying to rotate for the kill onto Chawai. 3 are down, and boss fight have Lego and Shook left to deal against Resurgence, who do suffer a disconnect and are down to 4, so it's a 2v4.
Unfortunately, they're on the disconnect, but it does, with the east now being open, Chawai technically could come around and just loop around back through the center and just keep an eye on the north. But from there, and at that point, you're limited with your options really as an attacker. Jill and Shook really need to kind of coordinate an attack between them, come in through the gas station potentially, and then take out this center defender and leave Chawai off the objective and get those 2 remaining picks. But it's a tough ask, really.
Not an easy play for sure to make, but it is doable if there's going to be a team to do it. Boss fighter is certainly one that you would expect capable of pushing through and finding the kills they need, and maybe Chawai recognizing how far away from objective they were, as they do seem to be rotating back a little bit here now in that center building at the very least. But yeah, Lego's just really kind of fishing for anything. The rotation out of middle 2-story ends up with now the objective building definitely heavily stacked, and Lego at least identifying a couple of folks on the objective building there.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think Resurgence have realized from the last one, we can't be too crazy with the rotations. We've got to defend around the objective and make sure that we can see it at all times. So they've really adjusted well to the cap in the last one. And it's a tough ask at the moment on the movements, really. Legil just trying to stay low and get through the gas station if he can and take out any defenders on that first floor. But the issue he's going to come into is the rooftop, where Ree will be able to just get the peek. So Shook's got to be the distraction, really, in the center whilst he loops around, as Goddess Shinobi does have a super tight angle here. So any movements near the gas station will get spotted, and the gunshots will ring out. But the call-out's coming in on some positions on the enemy, but we've still got Chawai all the way in the back going for a bit of a rotation, so hopefully he doesn't get caught out on that. But obviously really confident in the defense at the moment, and why wouldn't you be, really? It's looking really strong, but a couple picks could change that up, and it's like you say, something that boss fight aren't strangers to, really.
You think what?
Yeah, let's see what the duo can do as Shook takes some shots now, and Chawai has a line down on Lego, who's completely exposed to Chawai, but luckily Chawai is focused over to Shook, and I don't think has seen Lego blending in against the brick, and so they won't see Lego on that cross, and Lego will survive at least the angle from Chawai. Shook is still kind of trapped here and hasn't pushed out of this down building, and I mean Chawai is really positioned here. I doubt Shook is going to be ready for anyone behind them at this stage.
Now we're faded at the moment, getting a little bit exposed there to Legil. Legil must have seen the head popping up. It seems like Faded may have just seen a little bit of movement there as he came down just a little bit quicker than usual. Pulling that out to the team. He can just loop over there and does get the pick, so we come down to Shook now, who needs to attack from mid-burning. Could potentially have an angle to get 1 or 2 and cause or force a couple rotations out, but it's all going to be a bit of a tough one, as now he is going to be stuck in this building, so got to try and work out what angles he can get, and he's laying down at the moment. But Ree may have that overarching loop, does narrowly avoid getting taken down. Some nice shots there by Shook, but with 1 minute now remaining, the smoke coming in just to distract the push around. Chawai could just get on the backside here and take him down when he tries crossing from mid-burning. 45 seconds remaining. No, and he's moving in, coming in from the north, getting ever so close here. Should have an angle. Oh, he goes around on the west as Shook goes around on the east.
How close can Shook get? Not close enough. Faded shuts it down. Resurgence take a defensive round, and Faded surprised that there was one in the middle of their defensive setup, with especially Chawai on the roof behind them. Yeah, it makes no sense how they managed to work through, but they did, and Resurgence still do hold the line. They go up 3-2 off of a rough start on Boss Fight's map pick. They do have a lead.
Yeah, that they do, you know, Chawai there, the kind of star player really, he's putting a stop instantly to that Eastern push and just getting the crucial picks that were needed, stopping Little Sayonara, stopping Scooby from getting around on the backside of that objective, so just excellent play by him, and then making the rotations around, and then just a nice tight defense by the remaining members of Resurgence to just ensure that Boss Fight couldn't make the crosses across the road. A little bit of equipment usage possibly needed on the objective there. If Faded had been blinded, then maybe the cap opportunity could have been there if he got picked off, as they do have to make the rotations. But yeah, it's always a tough one in that scenario. With 30 seconds, 45 seconds remaining, it's you've got to get those big brain plays out right there and then. And yeah.
Big brain plays indeed. We are live in the semifinals. It's the second game of today. The winner here guarantees themselves first place or second place prize money. First place comes away with $4,000 in cash, BR cover kits, and custom Arma jerseys. And second place coming out with $2,000 in cash. So first or second, you're in the money. And so a win here advances either one of these teams on to those finals, where they will go up against Imperial, right? Who just won.
No pun intended.
No pun intended. Thank you. Excuse me. I knew I was wrong on that. Who will go up against No Fun Intended, who just won earlier this evening. And so the pressure is definitely on right now. Resurgence, surprising to see them play so aggressively with this pressure on the line. And maybe it's just overwhelming Boss Fight, but we'll see. If Boss Fight can get back into this off of a defensive round, tie this back up, then they're going to have to take a Marsoc W. So it's definitely a bit of a road ahead of them. But if any team's going to be able to do it, it's Boss Fight. And even then, they're not out of it yet because it's the best of 5. So Resurgence will still have to win a third map. It's just going to be their map pick. And well, we haven't really quite talked about that yet because we can't. We got to focus on the action in front of us. Scooby-Doo setting up for Boss Fight as maybe the point on defense and could potentially catch out a rotation from Shinobi or Chawai.
Yeah, very, very similar style of attack here coming in from Resurgence. 3 in the north, 2 in the south. They're trying to push through on the south. And yeah, they're going to be looking for what picks they can. Legil doing a similar position as what Chawai did, trying to get the one range angles. If he can try and get them, he does spot Chawai. So now got Shinobi got to try and battle in between Scooby-Doo and Legil. Going to be a bit of a tough push, but he can get the call-outs of those positions. The rest of Resurgence is going to know that defenders are off. Nice angle, nice pick by Shinobi. Takes down Scooby-Doo. Now Legil got to desperately try and find this pick and put a stop to the push as soon as he can.
A slice of a head Shinobi sees and lands the shots. You know, connecting these shots in VR is an understatement. How good they are at shooting is something we don't ever talk about, but this is all done in VR. They're aiming with their hands. They're holding their hands in front of them. They're stabilizing them with tools like the ProTube VR, and you know, it's really impressive to see these shots connecting like that from Shinobi, and ultimately these teams really have been shooting quite well. At this stage, you don't see a lot of missed shots. It's really just a matter of trying to outmaneuver your opponent, and we'll have to see if Legal can outmaneuver Shinobi here with this rotation on this side. It looks like Shinobi IDs them first. They're going to catch the kill. That's going to be 2 for Shinobi, and Resurgence have an advantage. 3v4. Make it 2v4.
Ree's close on the objective. Ree's just on the outside of the objective. Little Sayonara moving around. He could close this out with a cap here. 1 defender to take on 4 attackers. And Ree knows where he is. Nate comes down, and there it is. Gets the pick to give Resurgence the second map point. Whew. Big pick in the east there. I think the big play there was Shinobi, you know, getting through, taking down the defenders covering the east there, Scooby and Legil. And then it just, you know, I think Scooby would have been there to pick off anyone from his position, moving from the center once they knew the east was kind of dealt with there. So just great play all round and just some great cohesion by both sides, really.
I'm just thinking now about, I'm you know, talked about it a little bit, but I'm just thinking about the finals already. You know, with these two teams, you know, NFI dominating their EU matchup, winning all 3 maps, Resurgence positioned to take all 3 maps here and advance on to the finals. That final matchup's going to be crazy. Very much looking forward to that, but we're not there yet. 2 maps have been locked in by Resurgence. Map 3 is Resurgence's map pick, so it's not an ideal space for Boss Fight to find themselves in a position where they have to win every map that they play from now on. And like we predicted, it is going to stick into the close quarters bit, and it is going to be Subway for map number 3. Resurgence will go on the attack, Boss Fight will defend, and our first objective, conveniently enough, for Boss Fight is in the basement, which is normally a pretty defensive-favored objective space, but I want to talk about this map. I want to talk about how these teams have been playing so far. You know, what do Boss Fight got to do to take a Subway map against Resurgence?
Well, the first thing they're going to have to do is just draw upon the wealth of experience that they do have as a side on this map. They've played it a lot, and they are strong on it, so they know roughly what to expect. So, and they've got to work out, I guess, how Resurgence have been playing those other rounds on their attacks. They've been sending a lot of players down the same routes and just heavily pre-firing lots of angles, you know, making a lot of noise, using a lot of equipment. So I think that the main thing they've got to do is just not panic, really, and just hold down the angles and kind of weather the storm, so to speak, and try and take out Resurgence when they're pushing in, as opposed to trying to get those kind of longer range angles, because at the moment they're just getting picked off themselves.
Resurgence is looking good. They're locked in, and we're ready to dive into the action as they go on to the attack, and Boss Fight have to defend to bring this thing back, and retook the drone into the basement. I'm very curious how the drone deployment's going to be utilized here for them on this push.
Oh my god. Okay.
Wow, that's not
Yeah, Scooby trying to place C4, also really not happy with kind of where it's gone. I think it was clipping a little bit into the ceiling, so as per the rules, because you can't spot it, it definitely can't be used there. So he's not happy with that one himself, as he's now got to try and hold out on the basement push, and without any C4, without that equipment, it's very, very tough. VG Shook gonna open things up by taking Ree out up in the north. Good pick up to be able to get, keeping an eye over on the service tunnel entrance there. If you can have defenders moving around, kind of holding out on this top platform and making sure that the attack can't come from both above and below, then defenders definitely have a much easier time. Rambo gonna be the next one to push out. Does get spotted by a little Sayonara, whilst the battle in the basement goes on with Mantis and Chawai, and Chawai's gonna take well, the trade's going to come out there. Scooby knows this push is coming in. God of Shinobi and maybe the last 2 attackers.
Ooh.
And the nade detonates the hidden C4, which then takes down God of Shinobi. Scooby, want to be happy about that now.
And Faded's low, and the trade and Boss Fight are going to come out on top with a nice denial of entry in the basement. Good shutdown of the approach up top. Felt like Boss Fight was ready for the aggression that time.
Yeah, that they were, and you know, I think they've kind of took them to the kind of close range kind of fights, but had a longer range kind of angle. Shook obviously had a good angle from the south stairs onto the service tunnel entrance, so he's only got that. He can pick them off once they're making that movement, and Sayonara had his back to be able to cover that also. So again, they're just picking them off when they're trying to make the movements into their positions, which I think is what the Boss Fight need to obviously be doing, and hopefully they realize that, and that's what we're going to see more of now.
Yeah, a very solid, again, start for Boss Fight. But they've had this before. They had it on Quarantine. They started 2-0, and then they got capped on again. So a strong start doesn't mean a guaranteed win up against an opponent like Resurgence. This team clearly has come and is locked in to play this afternoon, but doesn't get much better than that. Now they go on the attack. They have to approach this basement, and like you said, you've watched Boss Fight on Subway. They are no slouches on this map. Just because Resurgence did pick it, Boss Fight are a team that can play Subway well, and so there very much is an opportunity for them come out the gate swinging, so to speak, just like they did on Quarantine, but on Subway here, and ideally not allow Resurgence to tie this back up one apiece. We then go to a different objective, and who knows where that could be. That could be in the north stairwell. That could be an opportunity for a cap attempt from them, where they then go back into the defensive round. It's not where we want to be. as boss fight. And so a big round here coming up for them on the attack. We'll see what they can do as everyone is in lobby. We do get a sub for Resurgence. Playboy Nug has come in, and curious to see how boss fight, or how that will affect, excuse me, the Resurgence side of things.
Yeah, it's, you know, you've built up a good foundation so far. You've gone through 2 maps, and now we're throwing in another player who may not be as warmed up, who may not have that cohesion. So it is interesting to see how that's going to affect things up. But Riga to get really aggressive early on, going straight through to the red room. Will find himself going up against 2 members of boss fight very early on. Takes both down. Fantastic play, but Mantis still getting a pick of his own. Knows that Ree's now in this red tunnel. Got to watch out though for the push. Is watching the angle. Could find the pick. Does get the pick onto Ree. Only down. And just like that, we are into a 2v3. That aggression coming out very early on there. It does seem like Playboy not going to go around for the refrag. And there it is. Hawaii with 2 crucial picks. Shuts down the defense. It just shuts down the attack.
And a little celebratory end zone dance as they lock in the double to get their win. Resurgence tie it up, and where do we go with our next objective? It's not the north stairwell, so it's not a as capable objective, but it's the south, which is certainly a wild one, and it will be interesting to see how these teams go up against each other on it. And as a reminder, if you haven't picked up on it, every 2 rounds objective changes. Every round we swap sides, and so with a new objective, it's a whole new world, so to speak. With both these teams never facing off against each other, each objective is a new opportunity to get 2 points.
Yeah, that is, and all boss fight really need to do is just hold out on the defense. Make sure, obviously, the cap doesn't come in and that they don't go down, but just win those defensive rounds and they can go into their next map pick. And then at that point, you know, the map pool's certainly starting to dwindle down. You're going to ask yourself, what are you left with? And maybe the remaining maps aren't going to be into Resurgence's kind of, favored maps. They've already picked 2 probably of their favorite maps, and the question has got to be asked, what's kind of left from there? But they have been given the quick spawn on this, which is going to be a bit of an issue with boss fight. We know that they aren't handling the aggression quite well, and we're getting a 5-man push here. 3 are probably going to go through the main alley, and there it is, Hawaii. Sorry.
Nope, you're fine. Nice flash over the top. The aggression is here, and the excitement is out as Mantis finds the kill. Nug finds the refrag.
Little Sayonara just got to hold in here on the main alley. Knows that he's got to hold out for the push that's potentially going to come in, but Sex Alley basically open. Legil going to be the only defender there. He's got to watch out for the aggression that comes in around that corner. 2 people pushing around with nades and flashes, and we've seen the flashes. They're on point, so he's really got to be careful. There is a C4 placement, though, just above the sign. So maybe that's what he's going to be kind of waiting on. That certainly will stop any aggressive push around the corner. Definitely the play to use. And Lil Sayonara also got to watch out here as we're seeing 2 more players now pushing around onto the main alley. This push about to come in. C4 gets detonated. Doesn't have an effect, though. And that push is now about to come in also. We've got 2 angles we've got to be watching here. There's 1 for Legil. Playboy don't go down. Dwight comes out and gets taken down himself. Great defense. Lil Sayonara finding a pick of his own onto Faded. And there it is. They know they're on the last pick. He's got a Shinobi push. He's then take down Little Sayonara. But he's got to come in on the objective from an angle that's going to be covered.
A 1v3 in a matter of seconds in Resurgence. They might be getting shut down here on another defensive push. While they did get the quick spawn, it did play into their hands. Boss Fight are seemingly doing a nice job of countering plays here on Subway, at least on the defensive side of things. Curious to see how they'll approach this objective if we do swap, and we're not out of the woods yet, as we've seen some big 1v2s, some 1v3s come through for both sides. Shinobi certainly capable of finding the kills they need, especially with how they're all spread out. Scooby will go down first, Lego will rotate in, that'll be the second kill, and then Shook will come up from the basement. So there's a 1-2-3 chance here for Shinobi.
Yeah, that placement ever so important. You've just got to realize where that push is coming in. The smoke going to destroy things, and there's C4 that didn't even spot. It was on the commission change side. Oh, nice play. Didn't even see Scooby place that. Maybe Sayonara did it on his way through. I don't know, but
yeah,
great play by Boss Fight, you know, holding on to those defense, and that's what they need to do.
Yeah, very good, solid defensive C4s in particular that get them some good kills. or at least denial there. They're both C4s getting placed on both sides, and good shutdown with a lot of utility. The flash coming out the gate to prevent a very aggressive rotation out of their spawn, and Boss Fight just doing a really nice job of being patient. Lego waited for both flashes to get thrown out. They didn't get around the corner, so the flashes weren't good, and ultimately Lego's then able to peek the corner, find the double unflashed, and Boss Fight now go on to the attack. They get a similarly fast spawn. How will they approach this objective? A cap can get them a map win, and we go on to map 3, but I don't know if that's going to be what's in store here as we go into round number 4.
Yeah, it does seem like we're going to get a different kind of approach here. 4 coming down the main. Oh, no, 5 going down the main alley, so going to be expecting the team kill onto Scooby. Walks in, Bristol, Little Sayonara. Legil does find Playboy Nog. Green now got to hold against 3 or 4 lasers. Does manage to spot Scooby, take him down after he got picked up already. Legil trying to get the angle, does get the angle, but the nade got through. There, oh, that was close. That was close. They nearly didn't spot that, and then Chawai and Shuka gonna have a bit of a trade here. Boss Fight looking very, very strong. Chawai only down, so needs the confirm. Mantis got to push around on this corner, and does get a nader at. Oh, well, gets a flash.
Good flash. Gonna blind faded. Chawai gets confirmed. Shinobi battling with Mantis on the corner as utility from Sayonara comes down from this lane. I think a flash hit Sayonara, or Sayonara is defusing his C4 with the pistol. Not sure what happened there, but Lego's coming up to reinforce as Mantis tries to pressure Shinobi. They're trying to hit this objective from both sides. Can they sync it up is the question. Can Mantis peek out, catch faded, smokes onto the objective, Lego and Sayonara push in for a cap? Is that what's on the table, or are they just going to try and find the kills? We'll have to see. The smokes are coming.
Yeah, the key thing here is talking to your team and trying to work something out. Flash does come back out by God of Shinobi, stops Little Sayonara from pushing in. Legil coming in, good smoke on the objective, could get in there, try goes for the cap, doesn't quite get in the corner in time. God of Shinobi does spot that and takes him down. Faded now got to hold out onto Sex Alley. The push in the south would have been the best option here through the overpass and coming up those stairs, but again, we have that as the line of sight. And the battle between Little Sayonara and Faded through the smoke, that's soon going to dissipate. Mantis now bringing up the rear, and this is going to come into a 2v2. As will anyone be able to push down there? Mantis has the angle to take down Faded. God of Shinobi now got to expose himself, and there it is. Boss Fight with a super strong attack. Do come out undeterred and get the 3rd point for map number 3.
Like I said, an objective swap can mean 2 points into either one of these teams' pockets, and Boss Fight do just that. A Volk and Marsoc win into their hands gets them a 3-1 lead on map number 3. A must-win map for them. They cannot lose here, or they are out, down, in only contention for 3rd place. Not an opportunity to be the champion of the world in Season 13, but for now, at least, they are still in contention. We do get another new objective, and so another chance for, I guess, 3 points technically to go to a team. And so Resurgence, see how they try and execute on this objective, but they kind of have a little bit of a cushion, right? They do have 2 maps as a buffer. It is their map pick here, so it's not ideal to lose it, because Boss Fight then get into a map pick for theirs for map 4, but saw how Quarantine went for Resurgence, and so maybe they're just confident no matter where we go, but I wonder if they are going to try and commit for a cap play here when it does pose obviously a risk to try and get up into the objective.
Yeah, if we see a Boss Fight win here, then I'm 99% sure we're going to end up on Snow Peak. I think they will go for that. Resurgence only played it 3 times, won it once, and lost it twice. So, and Boss Fight are strong, so they're going to be feeling more confident potentially on that. But we do have this objective to go through, and this center platform objective does, I think, play in favor of the defenders well, and especially if you can defend the basement objective, you can defend that, then this one is a little bit slightly easier. It all comes down to the push, and we're going to see a very aggressive push coming in through the basement, all 5 players, and that's going to be a bit of a challenge as Boss Fight are pretty much set up top. God of Shinobi going to be the first one to try and attack onto Little Sayonara. Then does come out, doesn't quite connect, and there's the first pick onto. Oh, he does get re also. Shuts down the service tunnel. That's 2 very, very big picks there. Faded now a little bit concerned about pushing up here. Doesn't want to do it on his own. Scooby gets nice C4 in the trade.
No way.
I'm only down.
Oh, just like that, we're into a 1v4, and the team know it. And yeah, you've got to be a little bit concerned if you're Resurgence right now. You know, it's their map pick. They were probably feeling very, very strong, and yeah, it's a bit of a scary moment for them right now. But Faded could find a way of coming in through the basement and taking apart the defense one by one. They are very spread out. There's no real opportunity, I don't think, for refrags for boss fight if Faded does start picking people off. So it's something they've really got to watch out for now, and just work together to know where he's coming from and then get that final kill.
Yeah, they do have one Naya down here, and Shook is waiting to see if Faded is going to push out here down in the basement, but this is looking like boss fight with an opportunity to go 4-1 into their map pick for map number 4. It is not done yet, is what boss fight have just declared on Subway, and we'll see if Faded is going to keep Resurgence in this one or not, but you know, up against boss fight in a 1v4 where they know the kill count and have an opportunity to stay tucked in, definitely going to be a challenge.
Then it will be, but we are here at the final stages of the season. Players have been playing these scenarios out more often than not, more likely, so not going to be too concerned about it. Let's say with a pick on Shook, he gives away his position now, and you've got 3 minutes 40 remaining, so Faded does have the time to watch. So if he can take down Shook, Mantis is then going to be exposed from the tracks as well, so he could find himself getting 2 easier picks, but then he's obviously just got to deal with Sayonara, but with a peek from the south stairs, he could find that, and then Legil is in an awkward position, so there is still an opportunity for Resurgence to hold this down. Faded just got to hold those nerves and get those picks as and when he can. He does seem super committed to this basement push, which probably would be the best option really in this scenario, knowing that boss fight aren't going to send anyone for a flank. So you have got a lot of time to just get yourself composed and see what angles you can get. But now Shook has rotated. It's a good position. You can see just above, and I don't know if Faded is going to be anticipating that. You've got a slither of an angle to try and take him out before he gets you.
Yeah, and Faded doesn't want to peek this. He wanted to use the flash to get it up into the stairs and flash the stairs and then approach. And Shook is there on the corner. Faded tries to connect but can't quite as Shook stands up and relocates to a different corner on the stairs. How does Faded approach? 220 left, the last one alive, 1v4. There's so many worries in their mind. As you can see, they're also concerned about potential flank. Mantis is also making their way into the basement, but they don't need it. Shook's gonna find the kill. Boss fight. Are you joking? Oh, wow. Quite a scream from Shook there as they celebrate locking in a map win, and yeah, they're still alive. This is still going. We are headed to a map 4. It's a best of 5 here, so 2 wins doesn't get you anything. You gotta get 3. And boss fight, well, maybe they're on the track to a 2nd and 3rd win.
That's the thing. I'd be interested. I mean, we can't do predictions right now, but what are people saying in chat? Are we going to see that map 5? Are we going to see that map 5? And what do you guys think is going to be the next map? I'm thinking Snow Peak personally, but who knows? Maybe we'll even see a side pick, but would boss fight want to give Resurgence the opportunity to take them on a map like Tanker? I don't know. So I imagine they may go safe and go Snow Peak, but yeah, let's see what chat are thinking on that.
Yeah, where do we go from here? Reminder at what's stake, 7,000 in cash on the line here, 7,640 on a total prize pool, 4,000 in cash to first place. That means that the winner here at least gets a chance to compete for that prize pool, but obviously we have that finals and 3rd place match next weekend, Saturday, same time, same place, same channel. So you are going to want to tune in and catch that action live next Saturday, November 5th. Going to be a very intense, action-packed couple of games there, and obviously we'll have one finalist determined at the end of that weekend. And so yeah, it is good. It's a good time to be watching Onward. The postseason is intense. The action has been great, and this series, Jamie, is delivering. The question I have still is, where do we go for map number 4? You know, what is Boss Fight's pick gonna be?
Yeah, that's the difficulty one. But like I say, I'm still thinking that it's going to go towards Snow Peak. Well, I think this entire season really has probably been one of the most kind of competitive for a while. You know, the teams that have come out, the plays that we've seen, and you know, there's just been so many strong teams that these teams have had to fight against and had to beat to be able to get to this point. So it's you know, caught a lot of the games, and it's just been brilliant to see. And it's great to have these final plays, to see these, you know, these teams going against each other and what they've got, you know, and yeah, it's still just on the run up to what we're going to see on the finals. You know, I just hope these teams haven't peaked too early.
I know, right? It's a long day of action, and yeah, no surprise there. We are going to Snow Peak. Into that right lobby, but map 4 does seem to be Snow Peak picked by Boss Fight, and that's really no surprise, as we did anticipate them to want to get into a little bit more range. And Snow Peak, kind of like Quarantine, has that option of close quarters, mid-range, and long range, and so it could be interesting to again see how they battle it out on Snow Peak, how that objective placement determines the points, and you know, I'm curious how Resurgence play on this map. You know, what have their stats all season long been showing? Are they familiar with Snow Peak, or is this going to be Boss Fight with maybe an opportunity to catch them off guard?
Yeah, so I did bring that one up in the Subway. So they played it 3 times and only won it once. Not really too many opportunities there for Resurgence to have played it, and yeah, they haven't done too well on it. Whereas Boss Fight played it 5 times, won it 3, but just knowing that team and know they've played it for many seasons, and it is a strong map. It plays very similar to Quarantine, so it is one that it does play well to their playstyle. But as we saw what happened with Quarantine, who knows how it'll go, you know, a slight blip in the defense, a quick pass.
And Subway.
Yeah, well, that's it. Yeah, I think, you know, chat may have been thinking this is going to be Resurgence's final map, and, you know, and Boss Fight have just put a stop to the aggression. They've worked out how to deal with it, and yeah, it's still just all to play for.
Again, how this unfolds on Snow Peak as we do wait for both teams to get into lobby, and then we will dive into the action. While we do have a brief break, it gives us some time to shout out our sponsors who support the VRML and help contribute into the prize pool that these teams are competing for. Those sponsors include ProTube VR. I've got my ProTube dangling around my neck as part of the Halloween costume, but this is a custom inscribed VRML ProTube stock. You can buy ProTube stocks over at ProTube VR. They also have force feedback mounts that have recoil in the stock that'll help enhance your immersion in VR. They obviously have the standard stock with the magnetic attachments on the bottom, on the under rail, which helps stabilize your aim in any shooter. And they even have a pistol force feedback mount that adds force feedback into any game that you're using one hand in. And so do check out the ProTube stocks. They're a sponsor for us for a long time. I've had this since 2018, and so we really do appreciate their support. We also have sponsors like VR Cover, who offer fantastic comfort options for any of your VR devices, greatly enhances the time you can spend in VR, and are easy to clean, so a must pick up for any VR device. Check out vrcover.com. We also are sponsored by Asterion. You can go to Asterion products right now and find the RGB mounts for any of your favorite VR headsets with built-in USB-C charging port, and they have VR mats that help identify your play space off of the feel of your feet rather than your hand going through your wall. So you can better identify your play space before it's too late. I do recommend you check those out, and you can get $5 off any purchase of $20 or more at AsterionProducts.com. by using the code VRML5 off Asterion. Again, that's VRML, the number 5 off Asterion at checkout. That'll get you $5 off from any purchase over $20 or more. We're also sponsored by Arma, offering fantastic custom VRML jerseys with any of your decals on the back. They're a great Christmas present if you are shopping early for Christmas gifts for your nieces or nephews. I got them last year for mine, and they are thoroughly enjoyed. I'm going to get the new versions of the jerseys again this year for Christmas. They will be thoroughly enjoyed. I do recommend them as a Christmas option, so do go check that out over at arma.com. And obviously VRML contributing into the prize pool because we like to help and support VR esports and want to see this space grow. I think that's all our sponsors, and I've recently been informed that it is a timeout called by Boss Fight leading up into the start of this map. So we do have roughly another 10 minutes until we do get into the action, maybe maybe 11 minutes until we get into the action, but it is going to be a brief timeout. And so we're going to cut to a brief break. When we come back, map number 4 of the semifinals. Don't go anywhere. It's Boss Fight versus Resurgence. welcome back everybody to the Onward VR Master League World Semifinals. If you're just tuning in, you've missed 3 intense maps of high-tier Onward action. The number 3 EU team against the number 3 NA team, Resurgence versus Boss Fight, battling it out here this afternoon. Boss Fight being the EU side, Resurgence NA. I said that weird. But it is shaping up to be quite an interesting match, Jamie, as Boss Fight go into Snow Peak on their map pick. They've taken Subway away from Resurgence, arguably one of Resurgence's best maps. What are we anticipating here on Snow Peak after this timeout that Boss Fight have taken?
Well, I don't know. It's hard to really say exactly how they're going to play, It's not a side that you can really truly pinpoint. You could probably have a guess and say, that they're going to, go in, hold the kind of long-range angles, try and pick off people as they make rotations. But I think we may just see a bit more of a kind of collected and a bit more of a cohesive kind of side, as opposed to what we saw on the quarantine there. So, yeah, it's impossible to say, but that's what I'm expecting.
Yeah, it is impossible to say because these teams have never gone up against each other throughout the course of the regular season, and now they are battling and sort of feeling out each other's strategies. Resurgence, clearly aggressive. They've deployed very aggressive play styles so far in this series and really throughout the entirety of this postseason. They've been a team that's played aggressive, and so whether it took Boss Fight to experience that firsthand or they just didn't really expect it to come out as quick as it did on Suburbia, I don't know. But it seems they've made adjustments, and we'll now see if they can take a second map as we go into Snow Peak for round 1.
Yes, indeed. That's I think that's on everyone's mind at the moment, I guess, is Boss Fight. Are they going to be taking this and then going into a round map number 5 deciding? Got it to be opening things up. Does spot Little Sayonara moving around though in the north, or at least covering around there on the north side of the horseshoe there, and takes him down. We have got the inside objective in the tunnels there. Rhea and Mantis having a bit of a trade over again in the north. Mantis only down though, so the revive opportunity is available there. As I was trying to say, the north tunnel's kind of objective, or well, the east tunnel's objective, should say, is a difficult one to kind of prepare for. You really need to know where the attackers are coming from. If you get that quick spawn, then you'll see attackers basically on the objective very fast, and we know that can play into Resurgence's kind of play hands. So I'm sure that we'll be expecting to see something from them on the next one. But yeah. Boss Fight now just trying to set up at the moment. You've got to come in through the north, try and draw the defenders away from the objective, and then have your tunnel push come in from the side and then pick off those defenders as they're moving around trying to cover that north. Can be a bit of a tricky thing for teams to do, as you're often going to have a defender covering that north to anticipate the push coming in. I think Shook and Rambo here going to be the first on this side to actually come into any form of battle.
Yeah, as Rambo did rotate around, is set up, and oh my goodness, Rambo DCs on Resurgence's side. Resurgence are only down to 3. The unfortunate reality of being an online league is that with disconnects, and if they happen in the middle of a round, we have to play through them. We can't reset the round for every disconnect or for any bug that would happen throughout the course of a series. And so the teams know this, they have to play through it, and it's really just like you have to kind of accept it as a pick almost that Scooby and Shook secured, and then kind of just keep playing on as they are down now 3v4, and they do not have control of this north side. Ooh, and a drone coming out. Seem to spot out much though, and Shinobi, I think, shot it down, but I don't know what they picked up on that drone. Faded, still tucked in deep, and the rest of Boss Fight really not up to the objective yet. Can't quite see on the overhead just yet, but Scooby and Shook are way far ahead of Lego and Mantis, and it's because Lego and Mantis are anticipating counter-aggression from Resurgence. They're expecting flanks, they're expecting another push up through the middle, because that's what Resurgence have been doing.
Yeah, it's they've been playing out all these rounds. They saw it on Subway. They know that they're not afraid to send a defender way off the objective, even if they've only got one left. There could still be a defender somewhere way off the objective. So that air of paranoia that you bring to teams is definitely a bit of part of the mind games. And at the moment, Scooby can't push on this corner without God of Shinobi spotting the movements. Both sides have used all their utility, so it's going to be a swing. Yeah, there's the call out from Scooby, waiting on Shinobi to use a second flash, and I think he heard that also, so... Probably not going to use it now. Or use it just to make him push, who knows?
I mean, hey, if you hold on to it, then...
They're never going to push!
Yeah, exactly. They'll never push in from this side, and so it works out at the end of the day, but... Scooby is going to have to make a commitment. He's trying to draw out the utility with a little pre-fire there onto the corner. They're also not sure where Shinobi is. The Shinobi peeks that short corner out. You can hear the call outs up from the backside from Faded saying that they can cover it. Doesn't need to work out, so the trio still holding down on objective, but the push still not coming through, and Boss Fight really stacking the north entry.
Yeah, and that time is very slowly dwindling down, though. 1 minute 30 coming up. Scooby got to commit to the push. Does get taken down by Faded, who has a nice angle onto that. Shook going to be able to take some pre-fire shots. There's the second flash that they were waiting on. God of Shinobi does spot Shook as he's blinded there, so Legil now got to hold down on this angle, expecting a push to come in. That's not going to happen. Resurgence, despite the drop, looking very strong at the moment on this, and it's got to be putting up some questions in the tent of how do we push and get a Marsalt win, because that's what Boss Fight really need here. But between Legil and Mantis, who are very committed to this northern push.
And it's not over yet, you know, but Legal here, if anything, may have an advantage because Shinobi's calling out that they don't hear anyone else. And that the push should be coming in from a different position. And oh my gosh, I think Resurgence had another drop.
Is that where Faded went?
I think so.
Yeah, it's dropped. I thought he rotated round.
It's now Shawai and Shinobi. That's a 2v2. Boss Fight certainly could secure this round. Shinobi on the short corner finds the first kill. Mantis M203, Shinobi down. Shawai is on the deep side, though, and is still watching as Mantis pushes forward here. Shinobi should be able to call this out. Shawai does hear the shots. They try and pre-fire. Mantis continues to push closer and closer to objective. Where is Shawai going? Oh no.
Going for a flank.
Way too long of a rotation. Way too far away from objective. Mantis could just cap. Oh, Shawai's dodging the shots. Mantis doesn't cap in time, and it ticks down. Resurgence still win, despite 2 drops and Shawai being alone on objective. There was a good 10 seconds where they could have capped there. That was very risky.
Wow. Yeah, the timer was kind of eluding me there, as even I was getting focused in on those shots.
Yeah.
So no wonder Mantis kind of did there, but that was really unfortunate. Great knowledge, really. I mean, risky.
Yeah.
Because the cap definitely could have come out there. You know, you only need 2 seconds at best, really, on it for most players. You know, the caps now do come in a lot quicker than they used to. So players need to be aware of that. So very lucky that, you know, Mantis did get honed in on the kill. And it was unfortunate, really, for the boss fight side that he didn't go in there a little bit sooner with that M203. You know, maybe if he had been the spearhead for the attack after God of Shinobi was doing stuff, then he could have got the M203 in a little bit sooner there. But, you know, you've got to cover that flank as well. So it's a very, very tough kind of trade-off there. Just but a great play by Resurgence. You know, they were down 2 drops and 3v5. They held it. So
Yeah.
very well played.
Yeah, Shawai really wisely dropped. I mean, I say wisely, but again, it could have been 2-0, which would have made that play not so good. But they end up I was wondering why they were going so far back, so far away from the objective, and it was to just avoid the fight. They ultimately do, and yeah, everybody tunnels in except for Shawai on the time, and it is a nice defensive round win. We're now just waiting on some technical hiccups on the Resurgence side of things. I can hopefully sort this out, and we can be into our next round. So a false start there as we do wait for the 5th to reconnect on the Resurgence side, and then we will be into it. But I don't know, boss fight. It's interesting how they are trying at least some new things out up against Resurgence. It seems to me. I haven't really seen that heavily of a stacked attack from boss fight. Usually they'd be a team that would push in from all the angles. You know, they'd be coming in from the south, the east, and the north. You know, and then pinching in on the objective at the same time. But instead, we're seeing the entire team almost setting up onto the north. Maybe it's just an effort for them to stay more together and to counter the aggression that Resurgence have been throwing out there.
Yeah, it's the tough part really in these kind of playoffs. You know, you can build up or paint a picture of how a team are going to play based on what you see throughout the season, but when you do come into these final stages, especially a team like Boss Fight that has been cast so often, the plays that they have got have been rehearsed. Maybe they against a team that they know have probably been watching all the streams, they are just trying something somewhat different in order to kind of throw them off. And in that attack, it very nearly kind of paid off, really. It's hard to say exactly because of the drops, but you know, I think they had the players ready to push through on the north. They had the reserves of players to, you know, bolster when somebody does go down, either be it with a trade or a nade or whatever. So yeah, it's different side of boss fight that we don't tend to see in the run up. It's only in these stages that you do see them trying those new kind of plays.
See if it does work for them, as we do still wait for a reconnect here. We could be going into another timeout, or I guess I don't know if Resurgence. Okay, then we'll start.
I believe a timeout has been called.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, we do have to wait, or could be waiting for another 10 to 15 minutes for us to get back into the action, which we would hate to see, but we can't control the technicalities of the space that we're in. But definitely an exciting start to Snowspeak, and I mean, Resurgence definitely off to the start they need on their opponent's map pick. What will they do as they go on the attack is the big question, because if we do trade down defensive rounds, that ultimately does take us to a round 7 where Resurgence will be on the defense. But yeah, we could be theory crafting, I guess, for all day in terms of what things could look like, but I don't know that, like you said, it really is kind of anyone's guess at this point how Boss Fight are going to try and counter Resurgence's aggression, and what kind of strategies they are going to deploy if they are going to try and go for early picks on their defensive round, as that'll be coming up next. But it is going to be a bit of time, and I gotta wonder if this time will also potentially be a factor in Boss Fight getting that momentum off of a Subway win and looking to go right into another map win on their map pick. It's interesting because Boss Fight did call the timeout at the start, so who knows, Jamie, how this is all going to impact the playstyle. We're going to cut to another break, unfortunately. We do appreciate you all sticking around, whether you're on Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, or Meta Horizon Worlds. It's an opportunity to charge the headset. We could be going 5 maps, and you're going to want all the battery you can get so that you do not miss the action. So get another little extra battery in, charge the headset. When we come back, it'll be round number 2 on map 4 of this semifinals. The Worlds coming at you. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for patiently waiting for us to carry on with the semifinals and determine who is our second finalist that will be advancing on into the postseason next weekend on Saturday. For now, we are ready to get back into the action on Snow Peak. It is currently 1-0 Resurgence with Boss Fight on the defense and Resurgence on the attack. We can get back into it. And again, we appreciate you for bearing with us through that timeout. We ran into some other technical issues that had to be sorted, and we should have everything good now. Should be on the way for our next couple of rounds. As in the action, we go right away with the quick spawn from Resurgence. Shinobi taking shots down main tunnel. And Sayonara also trying to pre-fire Faded, and Ree, who are looking to challenge Sayonara down the long lane and can't quite connect. As Sayonara does finally go down to Faded, shooting through the boxes.
Yeah, very, very strong start here for Resurgence, taking down that north tunnel, so that eastern tunnel. So Faded should have a lot of ground to be able to get up close to the objective and pick people off who are rotating. That is a cross that somebody has to make now and cover that tunnel, because you don't want to allow Marsoc to be able to move all the way up around there. And we're going to see the rest of Resurgence pushing through on the other sets of tunnels, as they are going to be opting to try and surround around the objective. And Boss Fight playing a little bit fluid on this, not as tight around the objectives as we have seen on some other scenarios. Mantis actually holding a very kind of late angle, waiting to see if he can see any movement coming through the horseshoe. So if he can stay quiet and then hold out on the push, he could find himself on the backside of 3 attackers and taking them down, and giving Boss Fight the an advantage that they definitely need. Shoot does find one, so Mantis now just getting ready to push in. Kawaii not watching for anyone to come on this rotation, trying to back up God of Shinobi, waiting to see if anybody moves around. Does recognize that potentially somebody could be coming around there. There's C4 gets thrown by Mantis, and just like that, God of Shinobi gets taken down by Shuk as well. Faded now, the only one on the objective, getting close in there. Is a little bit exposed though. It's a bit of a funnel here. Flash does come out, trying to allow him to push in.
Lego has eyes on. Faded's going to have to hit the front, which they do. Mantis goes down. Shook peeks the short corner, doesn't spot anybody as Faded drops back. A nade comes in, and it's Flash. They're trying to pick up a Flash themselves. They can't, and they drop back in time where Lego doesn't quite peek around the corner, doesn't quite go too aggressive. Oh, no, a team kill, incidentally. Faded's going to try and apply pressure off of that. Has the Flash in hand. No, Scooby hears the push. They're going to re-peek off the res. Everyone is A-OK. And Boss Fight hold on their defensive round. We are tied up 1 apiece.
Yeah, just a great defense by Boss Fight. You know, Mantis on the outside there, getting ready to come in for the flank, getting ready to push in and take down the attackers coming in from the side of the objective. And the crucial thing really was the kind of trade early on, taking out Reed, getting that knowledge, stopping anyone kind of getting up close early on to the objective, and putting a little bit of pressure there. So very well played to them, and hopefully they can, for them anyway, hold on to those defensive rounds and try and find that Marsoc win.
Yeah, we'll have to see how things shake up as we do go back into the action soon for round number 3. Again, just a quick tech swap of lobbies, and we should be all sorted out for the remainder of the series. Granted, unless we'll do some behind-the-scenes stuff that you won't ever see. So don't worry about it on your end. We appreciate you for bearing with us through our technical hiccups that we have had today. And, I mean, at the end of the day, we're locked in for a great series here, Jamie. This has been a wild ride of Resurgence firing out the gate with crazy aggression on both Suburbia and Quarantine. Recapping after Boss Fight come out 2-0 to tie the game back up, and then winning 2 rounds to take it 4-2. But then suddenly Boss Fight turned it on. Subway worked out so much differently for them, where they go up 4-1, and now Snow Peak, we're all tied. At this stage, I think we may be in for kind of an even back and forth, an even battle back and forth between these two teams, and I'm very interested to see how that does ultimately unfold, as we do have teams in lobby ready to go, and we should be getting into round 3 any moment now. As again, I appreciate everyone that has been bearing with through the technicalities of the afternoon. It has been I mean, even to look back, I guess we could look forward maybe, Jamie. We got to start thinking about the finals again, you know, with NFI qualifying in 3-0 off of their maps. You know, definitely looking good, but Imperial obviously playing well. I mean, what are we going to, how do those finals look? Already starting to kind of think towards that, as we are on what could be series point for Resurgence, and Boss Fight are still trying to battle back. And so we could have a EU-NA finals if Resurgence can figure out Snowpeak here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously no fun intended, definitely going to be watching this cast at the edge of their seats, really. They've got to work out exactly who they're going to be going against and what to kind of anticipate. Now, Boss Fight, again, a team that has been streamed heavily over the season, so they've got a lot of information to go on to work out some things. But with the new roster changes, I don't know how useful all that old kind of information would be, you know? Resurgence being they're a newer team, I think, to Season 13, but obviously not a new team themselves. They've all played together in various shape or form, so they're a very, very strong side. I think, no fun intended, probably going to be a little bit concerned, really, as, you know, both these sides are, you know, battling it out. They're super even against each other, really, you know. It's hard to guess, really, how any of these are going to go. I think it's just going to be one of those, on the day, you've just got to react to the situation, as both sides here are going to throw a lot of different things at No Fun Intended. So they've got to be really careful, I think.
Again, apologies for the delays in this series, as it is the most intense moment of the series, and we've had to go to 2 45 minutes worth of breaks. We do, again, apologize for that. Now we should be good. I say that knowing that anything could happen at this point in terms of disconnects, so who knows what could happen technically, but hopefully we'll be good as we do get into round 3 and more Onward action here. Map 4, a series decider if Resurgence can take it. Otherwise, Boss Fight trying to take this to a map 5, trying to take this the distance, where they will then be able to fight for an opportunity at that first or second place in the finals next weekend. Out the gate, Sayonara is going to connect with Shinobi.
Yeah, Rian got a Shinobi pushing up here on the south there. Weren't fully anticipating these cell spawns, so once they realized Sayonara and Amantis were at the top of the rock there, Rian did tell him to move back, and obviously Sayonara got the shot there, so nice confirm. That's one defender taken down from the cell side, and we saw earlier on just how crucial this southern push can actually be on this attack. Getting the player up high above the objective, they just have so much ground that they can just see and pick apart the defense as they're trying to make rotations onto the objectives. So Resurgence really need to watch out for that, as it is something the Boss Fight do very well. Going to decide to fall back, knowing that he isn't going to be able to defend that against 2 attackers. So probably smartest thing to do, and then just try and gain a little bit higher ground and see if you can spot any more movement. But with Boss Fight at the moment just setting themselves up, getting ready to approach around the ice lake, getting ready to approach in the south, and they're just trying to work out where these defenders are. You can build up a little bit of an idea of common positions, and you know that some of them are going to be taken, but again, it still comes down to really knowing where the defenders are situated and whether a cap opportunity could present itself, or you can organize things for a cap. So at this point, we do go into the waiting game, as it will take just a little bit for the Boss Fight to get a bit closer to the objective here.
Yeah, take a look at the overhead. They're set up more favored to the north. They're looking like they're going to want to approach in from the lake. Oftentimes a little less prioritized, and you do see there is at least 2 defenders here that are covering the lake from Resurgence, both Faded and Chawai, with eyes over here, because it is a very powerful approach point, and Chawai is making sure that Boss Fight is doing what they're doing right now, as they're able to see over that ridge line that Faded wouldn't normally be able to see over. They do catch little Sayonara trying to push forward, and so that's a nice down to kick off for Resurgence defense, but they are into now a 4.5 v5. Or 4.5 v4.
Yeah, I think the concern really on the boss fight side is they know they need a Marsot win, so that does just apply a little bit extra pressure when it comes to these attacks. When you're seeing an attacker go down or a teammate go down, it does just hit that little bit harder than usual. So, oh, what a nice M203 from Legil, North Hanger, all the way down onto the objective. Not going to kill outright, but a down, that just means one straight bullet, and that's a player killed. So very nice angle. It just goes to show how much they actually practice these. I see him get those great shots more often than not, and it's nice to see it. It's a difficult thing to do in VR as well. So it does seem like we are going to see the push coming in now. Little Scooby and Little Sayonara pushing in, getting closer. Legil got the overarching loot, waiting to see who he can take out. Faded there, watching and waiting. Didn't get the pick, Legil. Why he did? Who now is going to get challenged by Sayonara, who's not anticipating the push from there. He did get the pick onto Legil, and just like that, Little Sayonara does get the refrag there. Faded now watching for this, but Sayonara not watching for that position. Playboy Nug does take a couple shots onto Sayonara, who's now flashed. Gets down just in time, can't quite connect the shots onto Playboy, and very quickly boss fight get put down to 2 attackers. Shook now got to try and push in from close to the isolate, but Faded going to be here, and as Ree goes down. Very nice pick by Shook, who's very quickly refragged by Faded. We're down to a final attacker who could be pushing in from the from an unknown position.
A 1v2. Doesn't this seem familiar? We found ourselves in a lot of 1v2s, 1v3s, 1v1s this afternoon, and that's because these teams are so evenly matched. It's so close in these battles. As now Mantis has 1 minute and 30 left to work, try and get close to this objective, try and shut down the final 2 defenders, and certainly within the scope of possibility as Resurgence definitely, like you said, don't want to lose the Marsot ground. It puts boss fight into a position that they need to, obviously they're hunting for, and so this is a big point of contention here for Mantis to try and lock in these 2 kills.
We did see earlier on in the cast just how you can get those angles onto the objective. There's quite a few high points, but I think Mantis he stayed ever so quiet on the south side. The Playboy and Faded aren't really anticipating this push. They're really committed to covering that center side. And if Mantis does get around, he has only got 45 seconds remaining on the clock, mind you, so whatever play he does make has got to come in quick, but Faded is scanning for this area. Playboy Nug also just on the backside there. Seemed like, don't know if Faded actually saw the movements there, as Mantis now moving around on the western side of the hangar. Will try and push in on the objective. Does get one pick, and like that, Faded does get the refrag to take him down, giving Resurgence their 2nd point for map number 4.
Just barely, but Faded does find the kill over the top. 24 seconds left, so time was definitely an element, but a defensive round into the hand of Resurgence. They continue to trade defensive rounds. This is exactly, like you said, what they need to do. And so boss fight obviously now need to lock in a defensive hold here. We'll go to another objective. That new objective placement will give new opportunities for the boss fight team, who are now in a must-win situation here. Cannot lose Snow Peak or they are out. They are down into that 3rd place position, or at least contending for it next weekend. And so yeah, we'll have to see how boss fight respond. I anticipate them to be pretty meta. We'll have probably a couple of Overwatch positions over the lake, pretty tucked in defense over the south side, and if anything, a lot like what we saw there from Resurgence, which is a pretty standard sort of defensive setup in terms of monitoring the lake side and up through the middle.
Yeah, I think the thing they're going to be thinking about most here really is we just cannot allow this cap to come in. Oof. And you know, yeah, for this objective, I think there's a couple of them, and because of the open ground and the angles you have got to cover, like we saw with Mantis coming in around on the south there, it can be a very, very dangerous situation. And so it is something that they've got to be really paying attention to. And sometimes, I don't know, with those additional thoughts in your mind, sometimes your judgment does get clouded. You think more about having to defend an objective instead of taking an angle that you know probably would be better, and you're going to get a pick that could change things. So it's very difficult in these kind of stages of the tournament.
Let's see how they attack as we get back into the action for round number 4 on map number 4. It is a awesome day of world semifinals action, and happy to see our second series definitely delivering on at least a fourth map. We'll see if we can get a fifth, but that's yet to be determined if Boss Fight can hold here and then take a couple more rounds. Not there yet, and like you said, a cap away from this being done, so let's see what Surgeons can do on the approach. This Shinobi almost IDs one up through the center, and grenades coming out. M203s being launched. I'm not sure what those explosions were up through the center, but nothing is connecting there, and maybe little Sayonara could be running into a double if they swing wide.
Yeah, Ree and Playboy Nug certainly very exposed here. If little Sayonara does just swing this, but he's going to walk into the line of sight of Playboy Nug. That onward timing just working against him, as he was just a little bit better set up on that corner. So now Resurgence are going to be allowed to move around freely in the south and get very, very close to this objective. Boss Fight side saying ever so reserved. And again, I think this is going to be a couple minutes where we're going to have the kind of setup phase by Resurgence where they're just trying to identify the positions of Volk and then see what they can do. I did hear a drone earlier on at the start there, so I wonder how much information's actually being given out by that. Scooby does spot God of Shinobi moving around by the bunker there, taking him down. So we're in a 4v4 while Faded gets taken out by Shook, and a very nice long-range angle there.
Yeah, exact same two angles that they were holding on Boss Fight side. Team kill comes through for Resurgence. Lego finds Ree, and Chowai is alone in a 1v4 with Mantis holding down the lane that Chowai is about to be pushing.
Yeah, that's a very, very quick play there. I mean, within 30 seconds, I think we lost 3 or 4 attackers. Just, yeah, not the way that you'd want it to go, but Resurgence, I think, are still going to be pretty confident. They know that as long as they can just maintain their Volk victories, then they're going to take this map and take the series. So I think they're not going to be overly concerned, but they've got to watch out for the momentum that potentially Boss Fight could be getting. Chawai does get a very nice pick onto Legil there while he's exposed, and now gets a good rotation in. Does mean, though, that the rest of the defenders also have to make a bit of a rotation. They know where Chawai is going to come from, but they also don't know about the team kill, so they could potentially still be working off the basis that there is 2, and we need to be defending another angle. And Mantis going down. Chawai making these big plays tonight, super crucial. Makes another nice rotation, coming back round on the I-Plate. Good flash goes out, blind Scooby potentially behind that, and he's going to now just tuck in. Hope he doesn't get shot. Shoot got to rotate back onto the side where Mantis has just gone down. Very lucky that Chawai wasn't there watching for that. But Scooby's going to be getting all these sound cues, so could just swing around. Hasn't used much utility, knows what he's got to do. Big fan of these plays, does get a shot on Kawhi, can't quite connect them, and we've got a bit of a battle coming here. Kawhi versus Scooby around the Heskos, shots ringing out, both players going to be running out of ammo, and I just wonder how much ammo has Chawai actually got. He's taken down 3 or 4 defenders already, so he must be dwindling down just a little bit here. But it all does come down to this. Shook just got to hold down and can't really help out all too much as he's possibly anticipating another attacker coming in from somewhere, but doesn't want to get picked off himself. Chawai desperately looking for those angles to see what he can do. With 2 minutes 30 remaining, he's got a lot of time to keep playing around here. Does find Scooby, and Shook now got to hold out all alone and find a better angle before he gets taken down himself.
You know, Chawai is right on the other side of him here. Reloads, has to have heard that. Both of them have to know they're right here, and you can see Chawai's trying to hold the slice through the gap so that they can minimize their exposure. A little 3/4 cover angle if Shook pushes. But Shook doesn't need to push. There's no reason to swing. Unless you anticipate Chawai is pushing, then you can swing. And so until they hear the footsteps, it is really like a standoff here on the other side of this crate.
This is the second standoff of the round. Chawai did become the victor between him and Scooby. Is he going to be the victor between him and Shook now? He's taken down 3 or 4 attackers, defenders, should I say. Done very well in this situation. Boss Fight really got to be kicking themselves and just wondering how has he been able to actually get around and pick off the defense one by one like that and still make those rotations. It's something that they're going to have to put to the back of the mind for now, as can't go in with that tilt. Chawai making another rotation, Shook staying ever so still. This is a bit of an issue when it does come down to the Marsok and Volk advantage. Marsok have all the time to be able to make rotations, do whatever they want around the objective, whereas Volk have the advantage of being able to rotate in, and there it is, the peak! Shook does spot it while he's messing around with the smoke, and there's the scream! Oh, great play.
Wow. The pressure is on, and Shook clutches up for the team. Chawai nearly 1v4s, but a big kill gets locked in a sigh of relief on the boss fight side inside the tent. I can tell you that much. That one was danger close. They did not want to find themselves in a 3-1 position on Snow Peak, where they are again backs against the wall. Instead, they find themselves all tied up, going into a new objective. And frankly, this one I've seen capped. So let's see what boss fight can string together on their approach here, because a cap isn't out of the question, and Resurgence have to defend like it's a possibility.
Yeah, this is the kind of dangerous situation now for both sides. They're both 2 points up. They know that a straight cap will give somebody the map win. So there's just that added pressure. If Boss might get this, they hang on to that, hang on to the place in the finals. Whereas if Resurgence take this, they get their place in the finals.
Yeah.
So it's just all to play for really at this point. So the plays I think from both sides maybe we're going to see a little bit more constrained kind of defenses. Is you're not going to want to give Marsok a kill early on. You want to retain your defenders for as long as you possibly can, and try and obviously hold the defense. So I think may see a little bit of a different side from both sides now.
Well, let's find out as we get into it. We're all tied up 2 apiece on Snow Peak. Boss fight on the attack, Resurgence on the defense. If we continue to trade rounds on defense, Resurgence will be our champions. Boss fight must take a Marsok win now or in 2 rounds from now. We'll have to see what they can do as we get into it. Backs against the wall. Quick spawn for boss fight. How do they play this out? Do they find any early kills? Does Ree get aggressive and catch anyone out front, or does it turn into a 5v4 right away for boss fight?
Like I said, much tighter defense really from Resurgence for all around the objective. Ree being the only defender really off the objective, but even then he's staying tucked in. He knows that, you know, I don't want to push out and potentially see 3 or 4 just looking at me, so hold this angle, wait until they come into my line of sight and just let them get close. The danger they could have is that drone though, as that's going to give them quite a bit of information. I think some gunshots being just on some kind of common positions there to see if a defender is sat there. But like I say, Resurgence, knowing the pressure or what can happen if they're just slightly off the objective, a much different side for this defense. You know, we've seen them making some kind of, you know, out there kind of flanks or a little bit aggressive kind of defense pushes, but at the moment just staying in, holding down, and not wanting to give anything away too early on. As boss fight going to be able to get around the objective and identify what positions are being taken, and then work together to try and get the attack in. But this is a very tough objective, you know. In my opinion, it does play a bit more in the favor of Marsok because they're already above you. They can see majority of the positions, and a team that can coordinate a very cohesive attack and surround the objective certainly does come out on top. And we know boss fight can do that. The question just comes down to, will Volk allow them to get close enough to be able to formulate that plan of attack, or are they going to take them down on their on the approach to the objective?
Yeah, the key element is going to have Shook pushing in from the south side of the lake. Excuse me, the west side of the lake here. They're going to rotate all the way in from the south. And I think they're going to keep pushing all the way over to the far west side of the lake, where they're then going to push up from the rocks. And if they don't do that, then they're just going to go straight down the middle here up to the lake. I don't know if this long rotation would be necessary if that is ultimately their play, because you could have done something similar to what we see from Little Sayonara, who pushed up in front of this mountain instead of going around it. But I think the play should be that Shook pushes all the way west and then ends up collapsing in behind the defense while the rest of the offense pushes in from the front, challenging positions like Ree, as that nade just barely goes a little too far, and Ree stays alive on the corner here.
Yeah, he's in such a common kind of position. You can, majority of the times, guess that there will be a defender sat there covering that angle, so you know you've got to clear that out either with a nade or Legil with his M203. But I think he's probably wondering, do I really want to use it here, or do I want to try and get it in on the objective? You know, it's going to be probably have a bit better use there, but to clear Re, they've got to clear Re to be able to actually push in on the objective. So he has got to be taken down, and at the moment the time is dwindling. We've got 2 minutes 30 remaining on the clock. If they don't get him gone, then the attack will be too rushed, and he'll just find himself getting the picks fairly easy.
Drone down, drone down.
Yeah, time is ticking. They are gonna have to make their move, and for now, it's still Resurgence just playing it very tucked in. You know, they're not playing into what they've been doing all series long, essentially, which has been challenging boss fight early on defense.
Yeah, it's great to see that they do have that, you know, have that play about them as well. Of, you know, we can play tight. We're not always going to be aggressive. I wonder if boss fight, you know, set themselves up for the first 2 minutes and highly anticipating an aggressive sort of play, and that's why the time has dwindled down. You know, there's lots of challenges when it does come to playing against a team when it comes to this, but it does seem like the attack now starting to come to a head. Ree gets tucked in there. Mantis coming in from the north pass, could potentially spot him on the backside, but Little Sayonara and Scooby-Doo are moving in from the south side of the objective and getting a little bit danger close here. Duke gets one, Ree goes down to Sayonara. So now we are down to 3 defenders to take on 5 attackers. Smoke's come down, got a Shinobi, could be revived, but Little Sayonara is just there. And another pick does go on to Chihuahua by Legil with that M203 that we were anticipating. And then the confirm does come out. So Faded now got to defend the western side of the objective and successfully does. But that does open up the push coming in from the east. With Kawaii, a revive is available there. Don't know if the confirm is available as Legil trying to scan onto there. Mantis trying to scan. The revive will come out, but Scooby getting ever so close to the objective. Got to watch him out with no smoke. But Playboy Nug spots Mantis in the north house. I thought it was a smoke.
One on me, one on me.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I don't see any smoke coming out of it. Maybe it's just a bug on our end, but either way, Scooby not pushing forward. Instead, we have Lego and Shook rotating in from the back. Lego's here. Faded catches another one. They're holding this side well. Shook's now trying to approach from the back of Faded. There's 2 there, and it's a double for Shook. Boss fight take the Marsoc round that they need to put themselves in position to win this map.
That was, yeah. That was textbook kind of push on that objective. Like I was saying at the very start, you get that cohesive attack, you get that good, you know, coordination for the attackers to be coming in all around the objective at the right time, and just that happens. You know, you can't react quick enough when the east is coming in from the west, and yeah, you'll just find yourself getting picked off. So very, very well played to boss fight. You know, it's an objective they've played more often than not, so it is a bit of a textbook one for them, and they just played it exactly how they needed. That is a huge point, and now they just need to hold back and not let Resurgence do the same thing to them.
It's interesting, you know, the moment that Resurgence kind of tries to shift, they feel that a little pressure's on and they try and adjust their strategy, it kind of collapses on them a little bit. You know, they almost needed to have a little more aggression out the gate because they allowed boss fight to get and surround the objective. You know, they allow Faded to get behind them like that, and it's really just kind of a textbook boss fight push at the end of the day. You push around 2 minutes, 1.5 minutes, everyone comes in from different directions, and you know, Resurgence really kind of just let it happen. So hats off to boss fight for getting the setup and ultimately playing the push perfectly, and let's see now if they can defend to lock in map 4 and take us to a map 5 decider.
I mean, that is definitely something that we want to see here on the desk, and I know you viewers at home definitely will want to as well. So, but I'm sure, you know, Resurgence want to close this out and secure that final place in the finals. So, you know, I don't think they're going to conform to our wishes, but we shall see nonetheless how it does go, as we're seeing a very similar defense come in for the boss fight side. Only one player being off the objective, and the rest of the team all holding out and just covering and waiting. But we're going to see a bit more of a push coming in from the Ice Lake, as we've got 4 members of Resurgence getting ready to push across here.
This is so scary for boss fight right now. If they don't detect this or they don't shut this down, it's going to be a resurgence trying to fly from the west side of the lake as a full squad and pushing in for the cap on the backside like we saw boss fight ultimately doing. And so I think that's the plan for resurgence with how stacked they are here. But they could end up kind of dispersing a little bit as we do see Chihuahua on a bit of a shift. Ree's rotating deep. As you take a look at the overhead, all the way around on that south side there. They're going to get all the way around to the east and make their approach in. And so it's going to take a little bit of time before Resurgence do try and execute on their plan, but I think it's going to be a heavy stack attempt on this west side.
Indeed, and I mean, at this stage, they, you know, if they do get that attacker in and get that cap, they have won. So it's not really all that risky of a play. Go into the next map pick, you know, it's going to be their next map pick as well. So that's probably what they're thinking. It does seem like they're planning for that. The only stickler in the plan at the moment is going to be Little Sayonara. If Reed doesn't identify him here and take him down, then the entire push on the ice lake is going to be there. Ree is just narrowly avoiding going in front of him. Little Sayonara's got to see this and take him down, so he goes for the headshot there and takes him down. So now you've got the bunker completely unchallenged. We've got the defenders only coming in, the attackers only coming in from the ice lake. This is not a great position really for Resurgence to be in on this attack.
No, Lego's there with an eye on as well. He can call out to Sayonara. So Sayonara going to be a big threat, like you said, to this whole attempt here. And you can see Resurgence are trying to get rid of Lego. They have eyes on the bunker now because they know they lost that fight. And it's definitely put a wrench in their initial sort of plan, I imagine. Curious to see how they're going to continue to try and execute this, and if they're going to continue to try and send Shinobi up onto this path to the objective.
Yeah. Stayed ever so quiet really as he has been going around here, so it's going to take a little bit of play from the rest of his side to be able to just get him over the finishing line. But I think even if he does make it there, Scooby-Doo sitting in a very late angle just waiting for anyone to push through there. The pre-fire has to be on point before you've even basically gone around that corner. You've got to be going around the corner pre-firing already. So it's some very, very tough positions really for Resurgence to try and work out, but they have made it successfully across the lake here. We've got Playboy Nog and Shinobi ever so close. Little Sayonara has gone down to a very nice pick, and that has opened up this push. And if we take a look on the map,
I mean, that's the key. That's the key that's unlocked this play. Lego's still here. That's going to be the pin number 2 that they're going to have to tumble down if they do want to try and push in here. But they know Lego is here, or at least should have a good idea of it as the nade comes in over the top. It's a flash, a double flash, a triple flash from Scooby and Lego as Lego pops up to see if they can spot anything. A nade comes in a bit too far. Nug tucking in against the side here, and now they certainly know where Lego is. They're going to try and push them out, and they're going to find the kill. They're going to swing. They're going to trade with Scooby. And Scooby calling out that they have to rotate back. Where is Shook? They have eyes on over here. And as Shinobi pushes in, they should be able to get the res onto Nug. Mantis is holding a high angle as shots come in on the Shook. Mantis has an eye in. It's Faded and Shinobi. The res is not safe, and Mantis catches Shinobi through the wall. Now Faded, curious where that final defender could be. Does ID Mantis on the rotation, catches him out. And it's all up to the lone defender, Shook. A 1v2, it ends up in a trade, and that's for the benefit because it's not a cap. And another Marsoc round, this time into the hands of Resurgence. Everything boss fight just accomplished with that push in for their win ultimately now has been nullified, and we go tied into a round 7 on map 4.
Wow. I mean, it's a good job the camera's not on, because I would just be shocked Pikachu face, you know. That was just crazy, you know. It's what seemed like boss fight, you know. They've got the isolate completely locked down, But then the pick onto Little Sayonara in the bunker, then just, like you said, opened up that push. You know, the quick shots onto Scooby, he's calling things out, so it gives away his position, and Resurgence are able to just get those picks. They are so lucky that they got that trade, or well, Boss Fight's lucky, they got the trade at the end for it to not be a cap, as Shook was just too far away. He should have been rotating in with Mantis, and they could have pretty much shut that down. So a little bit of a lapse there, maybe in communication, and Resurgence capitalize on that perfectly and give themselves the advantage again. Boss Fight got to be a little bit concerned here.
Yeah, we may have to do some technical wizardry here to adjust things, as we did go back to the previous objective that we played at the start. So we'll have to kind of sort out how we want to technically deal with this. Hopefully it's not a lobby rehost or anything of that sort, but it may take us a little time before we get into it. And it looks like, yeah, do bear with us as we sort the tech side of things. And again, it should be just mere seconds, so don't go anywhere, obviously. We're not going to go anywhere. We're going to stay right here. You can look at our beautiful cosplay outfits that we're in today with Jamie as the pirate. Jamie, I said there might be an Oregon store here this afternoon. There is. We got one. All right, beautiful. And I got the military vest on, the camo, with the VRML jersey underneath, of course. We got it representing. And, yeah, do bear with us here as we do sort things out. But we appreciate everyone that has been stopping by. And whether you're hanging out on Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, or Meta Horizon Worlds, we appreciate your support and for tuning in to the action here this afternoon. So far, it certainly has been a exciting full day of Onward, Jamie. Starting off with NFI and Imperial, and now Resurgence and Boss Fight. I mean, it doesn't get much better than this, tuning in to the best of the best in Onward, battling against each other. And I would recommend you check this out on Meta Horizon Worlds if you do have the opportunity. Go download the app for free on your Quest or Quest 2, and you can watch this action inside a giant movie theater-like space with other people in VR. A very cool way to enjoy the action, so do please check that out. And I think we've already played this objective too, so I don't know why we reposted.
We didn't play this one.
You haven't? What am I thinking?
No fun intended, Imperial.
Ah, okay, thank you. Are you sure?
It's been, yeah.
Didn't Shook clutch on defending this?
I'm 90% sure that.
I don't know, man. All the rounds are blurred together at this point.
There's been timeouts. There's been like 2 games today. It's been a long time. It's been about 7 hours of casting so far.
Did we play? We didn't play Snow Peak last season. No,
we definitely played Snow Peak in the last one.
Okay, well then I don't know, man. Who knows? Either way, again, we appreciate you stopping by and bearing with us through these technical disruptions that we unfortunately have had here in what otherwise has been a quite exhilarating back and forth between an NA and EU team duking it out. And yeah, it does look like we are. Another lobby, I don't know why. There.
I could be wrong. Maybe we did play. I just don't remember this one, Kane.
Yeah,
played.
We definitely. It was almost the clutch, if you recall. Anyway, maybe now we have it. And anyway, regardless, we shouldn't be even talking about this. We're sorting things in the background, so apologies. It's hard to talk and also get ready for the action here. And it does look like, yes, now we are in a lobby on an appropriate objective that we have not played out. It is the kill box objective, and we should be having all the teams jumping in soon, and we should be into the final round shortly. So everything is sorted, and we can get ready for our final objective of this map, Jamie. It's not quite decided on, who is going to come out on top yet, but it certainly is the final one of this map, guaranteed, as we are into round number 7. And what an objective to end things on. I don't know, with how boss fight play, if you just tuck in on this objective, I don't think it's necessarily a safe strategy, considering how well Boss Fight can enter in as a team, coordinated into an objective space. You know, I wonder how Resurgence are going to defend this, because I don't think it's necessarily going to be an easy task for them.
Yeah, I mean, when we saw this one earlier, I think, you know, you kind of anticipate sometimes this to go a little bit more of the way of Vault, with it being such a tightly contained objective that, you know, they've just got to watch those entries. But as we saw, that can change, you know, a couple picks, a couple decent nades, and things can just become chaotic very, very quickly, and you're getting team kills and lots of things going on. So Boss Fight definitely know how to coordinate their attack on all at the same time, and that is key really for the Mossop victory on this one, to get your attackers all attacking at the same time. But the difficulty really comes in understanding how Resurgence will take this, because it's also an objective where sending a flanker out can pay off dividends. So will they do that, or as we saw in the last one, where they're playing that much more tighter defense, trying to just hold down and trying to just go sail through on the Vault win without trying to do anything too crazy? So it's a bit of a question at the moment, but they do still have at least one map, or they've got the buffer of a map to play with. So even if they don't win this one, then, you know, they could still feel confident going into their next map as their own pick, or picking a side themselves. So yeah, it's I think it's a tough one.
yeah, it is. And well, the pressure is on here. It is, I guess, a guaranteed final objective at this point, because there is a limited amount of objectives that we could play on. I think, oh, maybe there's one other one that we could have had. But yeah, a good way to go out on, at least. And going to be exciting to see how these two duke it out on, again, what is still and has been series point, I guess, map. The map gets Resurgence the series, but now, I guess, for Resurgence, we are on series point. Resurgence are just one round away from taking themselves and advancing into the finals for Season 13, making it an NA-EU finals, representing the NA side of their of the regionals. And, I mean, it would be certainly exciting to see. And so I know that Resurgence are obviously on the hunt for this final round. They want to lock this in. They don't want this to carry on to a best of 5. Despite them having map pick with an opportunity right in front of them, why have to potentially struggle through a final and 5th map? You know, it's a risk that they don't need to take if they can just defend here. And so we'll have to see, as really taken quite a long time. I thought we'd be right into the round, so I do apologize, but hey, whatever.
Yeah.
We're flexible.
We can, yeah, we can look at this basically like, imagine tennis. This is like advantage kind of Resurgence at the moment. If Boss Fight win this, then the advantage leaves, doesn't it? That's the easiest way I could probably think at this point now. And there we go. There's the countdown.
Yeah. Just got to complete
round number 7
extra, and then they finally listen and get into it. But
start talking tennis. That's it. People could want to play.
Yeah. Round number 7, map number 4. Resurgence, like I said, a round away from taking the W, and Boss Fight looking to hold on, taking us to a map 5 is their ideal scenario. They are just a couple of kills from doing it. As they do get a bit of a quick spawn here out on the lake side, they'll be able to approach the objective pretty early. And I doubt that is going to be sort of in their strategy, as I imagine they'll want to hit this objective from multiple angles. Scooby obviously rotating around deep north, and Chawai just, yeah, a little bit of excitement shots coming out over here from Chawai up in the middle defending, as we may see an early exchange between Faded and Sayonara on this tight corner.
Then it is just a bit of a very, very tight kind of corner, but it does seem like Sayonara is going to back off just a little bit, wait to see what's kind of going on here. I think the attack in the north is what's probably going to distract Faded enough to allow Sayonara to get in here and get this kind of crucial pick to open up the entryway here. I think the main thing to be kind of really covering is this northern approach, as that is beginning to get ever so close. It does seem like Resurgence are going to allow Boss Fight to get around on the objective, get up close to the building, and then allow them to use that utility, or at least try and pick them off as they come into the doorways. The question will come down to, will that work for them or against them? We know they can play in those super tight, kind of pressurized situations, so it could play a lot better into their advantage instead of going for the kind of rotations and just seeing what picks they can get. But all a matter of debate.
Yeah, I think Shook and Scooby here are going to be clearing out north. I wonder if they're going to clear far enough to get behind Ree, or if Sayonara is going to go down first to Ree, who is waiting here on the tight corner. Sayonara does get scooped up. It's information for Scooby to work off, and they're going to fly off of that kill. They're going to find the back of Ree, and that's going to be a 1-for-1 exchange. Keep things even. Steven here, 3-3, 4-4, 4 minutes left to go. How will Boss Fight approach as Resurgence now are left with just the defense they have tucked inside the building?
It's just so tense right now.
It really is.
Man, you know, everyone knows it's a slight mistake, and that is that. If Scooby had just pushed up a little bit further in that northern tunnel, he would have got Ree before he even had a chance to take shots at Sayonara. But it's always those little moments that, you know, can decide the way that things do go. But Resurgence are just saying ever so tight, not wanting to react to this. They're really relying on when the final push comes in. Maybe they're working to the timings. They know the boss fights aren't going to be heavily onto the objective until the final minute or final couple minutes. So they do have a bit of room to kind of have a bit of a breather, you know, work out where the attack's coming from and really listen out. But with a team like Boss Fight, I don't know if you can ever really truly predict that. It's just, when it starts, you've just got to react. Nevertheless, the timer is going down. Just under 3 minutes remaining. We haven't seen the M203 get used as of yet, which I'm anticipating Legil will probably use to clear somewhere. Where will be the question? I imagine he's waiting to get a little bit closer onto the objective, but at the moment, it doesn't seem like anything is going to draw out Resurgence, so Boss Fight really need to plan for the attack here. The smoke does come out from Shook as he's getting ready to approach in on the northern entryway. God of Shinobi just behind the doorway. We'll be able to hear when the push comes in, unless that smoke does dissipate before Shook goes for that push. But again, it's not going to draw anyone out of that doorway, so he has got to get up close there and go 1-for-1, as it were, and try and take down the defender. And that can always be a bit of a difficult challenge when it comes to this objective. It's just getting through that doorway and getting that quick shot. There's just so many angles somebody will be sitting and watching. You can never really truly predict it.
It's a matter of time. Minute 45 on the clock, and Boss Fight are going to have to make their entries in. That smoke they threw goes underutilized, if anything, as Shook and Scooby did not push up off of it, and so they don't have necessarily a safe entry point through that doorway. They will, but they don't know that because Shinobi is tucked in a bit of a different angle here, and so it's really just Boss Fight. Maybe it's a bit of you know, it's like a combination of Boss Fight playing it methodically, but Resurgence also playing it very reserved, and that's ultimately really ticking this clock down because now there's only a minute left for Boss Fight to make their entry, and maybe that is all part of their plan. Really try and squeeze the clock here, make Resurgence uncomfortable, and crash in with maybe even only 30 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, as a defender, even that last 30-second beep, it can be a little bit daunting as well, you know? You know that's when somebody's going to have to be making the push, and you get a little bit scared. Shook does take down God of Shinobi with a key kind of M203 there. Chawai coming in for the revive, may potentially get it. The flash does come out, not going to connect. Chawai tries to take down Shook, but Playboy Nook's the one who gets the pick. He gets taken down by Mantis, and now Scooby's moving in. It's close to God of Shinobi, who's getting the call outside. Chawai gets another pick onto Legil while Mantis goes down. And Resurgence will get the win! Let's go at the end there. That's how it felt, the final 30 seconds with the key there. I mean, what could have been a bit of a disastrous kind of entryway was Chawai just picking people off left and right. Wow, what a play.
A dramatic finals here this afternoon, but it looks like Resurgence will be advancing on as our champions here boss fight down into the bronze contention, but at least there is an opportunity to play for money there, and so definitely still something to be battling out for. $1,000 in cash is nothing to shake your fist at. Split 5 ways, still pretty good money, and so I'm sure they'll be excited to compete for that 3rd place, but obviously disappointed that they will not get first, and you can hear the excitement on the other side for Resurgence as they do overcome what has been a tough couple of maps there off of Subway and now Snow Peak, and come back from a deficit. I mean, really just a wild ride here this afternoon, Jamie, for the EU-NA matchup.
Oh, that it has been. I mean, both games really have been a bit of a wild ride. But yeah, tonight on this NA versus EU matchup, you know, Bossfi really did well to pull themselves together onto Subway and just get such a commanding victory despite losing those 2 maps. And unfortunately for them, you know, the attack on the Northern Hangar was the tipping point, really. They got that Marsalt victory. They just had to kind of go with it. And, you know, those great plays by a team that has just played together so well. And for so long now, it just came out on top, and yeah, unfortunately for them, they still get to play off for the 3rd and 4th. So again, you know, like you said, it's nothing to shake your fist at all. But I'm sure they'll be watching this back and thinking, you know, a couple of those plays then would have maybe gone different.
Yeah, if they had a cap at the start, you know what I mean? Could have been different. But hey, a great battle back and forth, and ultimately we are going to have an NFI EU champion go up against our NA Resurgence champion in the finals. We'll have an EU 3rd place battle, and an exciting time to tune into Onward. Be sure to catch those matchups next weekend, Saturday, starting at, I believe, 7 a.m. PST. That time may fluctuate depending on scheduling. I don't know, but you are going to want to be sure to follow the channel here so that you do return and catch that action. That'll be live on Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, and Meta Horizon World, so you can follow on any of your preferred platforms. Follow on all of them so you don't miss out on the action on Saturday next weekend, because it is going to be the best Onward that you can watch, as if this already hasn't been. This has been a fantastic postseason to tune into, Jamie. I'm happy to have you alongside the desk, and I'm happy to have everyone tuning in, so a big thanks to everyone tuning in, and to you, Jamie. It's been so far a dang good postseason, exactly honestly what I anticipated out of Season 13.
Oh, that it has, you know, and I think we've got even much more to show, you know. Next week it's going to be the battles to really end all the, you know, end the season on, so no one's going to want to miss that. It's going to be hyped, it's going to be crazy, and I'm just looking ever so forward to that.
Yeah, we are going to have giveaways live on that stream next weekend, so do be sure to tune in if you want to get your hands on some free HyperX hardware. Also, a quick shout out, we do have the Ultimex League, which is starting next week. I want to shout that out because we're obviously into the postseason of Onward, and so some folks might not have much to do as we are into this bit of a breaks period for season operation, and so that's going to be something fun that you can check out. You can find that over at vrml.com/Ultimex if you do want to sign up and register for the preseason start next week. Outside of that, we do have more postseason content outside of, you know, November 5th for the Onward finals. We will then have Echo Arena's postseason beginning. That'll be live on this channel and on Meta Horizon Worlds, with a finals on November 20th that you are not going to want to miss. Big giveaways, bigger than we've ever had on any of our channels, with big announcements that you do not want to miss. November 20th is going to be a day that you're going to want to put on your calendar, even if you don't play Echo Arena, so you can tune in and catch what's going to be a great show and obviously some great giveaways. Again, do not miss out on that finals on November 20th or on the Onward finals November 5th. Again, it's a whole fall fest of postseason action for Onward, with giveaways that you can get your hands with hardware and money and prize pools. It's a good time to be in VR esports, that's to say the least. But that'll be it for us here on the desk. My name has been Nightfire with 2 E's. My co-caster Jamie with just 1 and just 1 I. We appreciate you tuning in. Until next time, which is again Saturday, November 5th. Stay classy.